And we are back. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Cocodona 250. We are encroaching on day, was it 3, 4? I don't know anymore.
4 and 15.
We are approaching on
almost.
66 hours.
There you go. Day 4 is imminent.
Hillary, how much have you slept? Because you had a day yesterday.
Yesterday was a really long day. Yeah, I was out at Sedona till pretty late at night. Slept in the back of my car in the aid station parking lot with my earplugs and my eye mask on. Today was actually quite lovely, though. I had a little bit of time to recover. Went for a little run myself in Flagstaff, and then just sort of got ready for the nighttime shift. So Claire was busier than I was today.
Yeah, I got to sleep on a couch and then wake up, do this earlier, go for my own run, ran to the finish to try to see Dan. We missed him by less than a minute at the finish, which was brutal.
He was just running so fast.
It was really humbling to look on Strava later and see I hit like a 5:30 pace at one point, and we still didn't catch up to him because he was just like just far enough away. I was like, well, that's motivation to do more workouts, I guess.
Yeah, seriously. Don't skip your tempos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, strides are good, people. All that.
I is currently here in the Foxborough Ranch aid station, which is, we set this camera up quite some time ago when the leaders went through, and I think it's just going to get more and more bustling as time goes on. The official cutoff for Foxborough is, let's go ahead and take a look.
It's 9 tomorrow, 9 p.m.
Yeah, 9 p.m. tomorrow. This is mile 177.4. We had that set up around 8 o'clock last night when the leaders decided to rip through that. It was even earlier than that, honestly. So yeah, it was quite the adventure last night. What a race we've had so far this year in the Cocodona 250. We had an unusually cool temps. Most people are heat training. They're not anticipating the UTMB-esque mandatory wet weather gear haul that they've had. I think that created a really exciting start to the race. Some fun fireworks right in the middle of it, and a very challenging, gritty finish to the race. The cool temps and that light rain after a long accumulation ended up turning into a lot of slickery mud. Hillary, you were out there. Like, did you get yourself caught in some of those mud patches?
Oh, I mean, it was crazy sort of from the beginning. I was at Crown King for most of the day on day 1, and it was sort of interesting when I got there. It was sunny still, and I was sort of in my t-shirt and thinking, okay, like this is what I'm expecting from Cocodona. A little cool, but not too bad. And then the dark clouds just started rolling in, and it got so cold up there. And that was just sort of the beginning of everything, right? But like runners were coming in from Lane Mountain. Finn in particular, since we just saw him finish, he came in from Lane Mountain and then sat in the aid station for, I want to say, like over half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, and was like doing a full change and like under like a sleeping bag. And we were at mile 37 in the race.
Oh man.
And I remember just like kind of watching him being like, oh boy, this is, and talking to him last night at Sedona, actually, I kind of asked him about that, and he said that was like his low point of the race. Ooh. And he sort of had it really early. And I think maybe for a lot of people that sort of threw them for a little bit of a loop, right? Like you're not expecting to get your low moments so early.
I would be a little worried, honestly, if I was setting out to run 250 miles and 30 in. I was already having a really rough time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's sort of a good lesson. I think it's something for us all to sort of keep in mind, is just like these races are long, but you don't know when it's going to play out and like when you're going to have those moments. And, maybe you have them at the beginning and you get them out of the way.
That, now that you say it like that, that's actually really nice. Right. I would love to get my bad moments out of the way like 5 miles in and then just have a great time for the rest of it.
You're going to hit a low at some point in the race. You might as well just get it out of the way,
Yeah, I think that was Finn's take on it. He's just like, well, I guess I did that part already. Like I had a really rough first day and it was really cold and stuff, and now I'm feeling great and I'm going to rally.
It's efficient. Get it over with and then have a good time.
Yeah. So that was definitely just sort of interesting, I think, seeing that hit people so early. There was a lot more carnage at mile 37 than I thought there would be. And then obviously, rolling along to Whiskey Row, I was there for a while and saw the leaders come through there. Same thing as just like because of the conditions and the rain and everything, I think it was a lot more, people were very focused and very like you had to be, right? Like the crews were sort of like not really prepared. They're all sort of pivoting as far as what the plan was. And like, it wasn't the problems that they were expecting to have with the runners. And so it's just sort of fascinating to see that dynamic play out. And I really enjoy being out of the aid stations, and it's like these little traveling posses of all the crews, like it's like a walking advertisement for sprinter fans. Can
you say who had the best one? Who was your favorite?
Yeah, I think Max Jolliffe, his crew. I mean, it's his partner Mackenzie and sort of a bunch of friends, and Satisfy folks. But his kind of pro thing that I learned from him was to have hot towels.
Ooh.
And so he had like a little bucket of hot towels at Whiskey Row, and then they were putting eucalyptus oil in the hot towels, and then he was putting them on his face. You could see the steam coming off of them, and it smelled like a spa.
Did it come with cucumber slices and everything?
Yeah.
No, I mean it should have. Like it should have had a sheet mask and like, but he probably did that for like I don't know, like good 10 minutes. And he was coughing. I think he was having some issues with the dust, but it sounds like he does this like just at his races. And the eucalyptus oil, I was just like, oh my gosh, like what
that's
a brilliant
genius.
idea. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever even done that for myself normally, much less during a race. That sounds incredible.
But how brilliant, right? You can disguise the smell. Solves a lot of problems.
I'm actually feeling really inspired now. I'm gonna have to add that to my list for my crew for my next race. They're gonna hate that, but
you want
not my
hot
problem.
towels and eucalyptus? Like,
I want a spa treatment.
Okay.
My demands for my crew just got a lot more, involved. I don't think that I've ever had that many demands. I'm usually like, can you maybe put a couple gels out for me?
Yeah.
Well, it's because you haven't done 200 miles yet.
That's next year.
That's fair. I don't know. To be honest, I even hate that I'm saying this out loud. I'm curious. I'm like 200-mile curious. 200-mile adjacent. I don't know. Somewhere along that. It seems like an adventure.
Zach, if I sign up for Across the Years, you can do 200 miles with me there.
I'd rather not. That's if I'm gonna do one, I'm doing a giant loop, a point to point, something that is epic, like just a mammoth of a course, just something.
Or 6 days in the Dome.
No.
My dream race.
Absolutely not. What makes one to like 6 days in the Dome? I don't want to like trash anyone's fun over here. Like I don't want to yuck your yum. If you're down for like 6 days of loops, then you're a special little buddy.
Alternate.
It's directions? Really a lot of them, they change directions every 6 hours. Okay. I find it really meditative because you don't have to think about where you're going. You can't get lost. Like you don't have scenery to look at to distract you. So you really have to just kind of sit with yourself. For really
that's
long
the
which
scary
some people hate. But I don't know, something about
just,
that.
Like, tapped into my own personal hell.
Well, yeah, and I think it does make it a lot harder in some ways, but I find that appeing.
Zach's therapist is like, no.
Yeah, they're like just absolutely chat just as his therapist. No, I did one race one time out in the middle of the West Desert in Salt Lake City, Utah. The Pony Express 50 miler, which is the Pony Express road.
A fifth of the way of Cocodona too, I might add.
So just gotta do it 5 more times. No, I went out and did that course, and I had a lot of friends talk about it, and I thought, how cool is this that you've got your crew with you? Because it is literally a dirt road. One of the requirements of the race is you have to have a crew with you, a crew vehicle, because there's 1 aid station on the whole course, 2 if you count the finish line, and it's at mile 26, so you literally like the halfway point. And it was, to me, I'm like, I don't have to carry anything. I literally just like look, my crew drives by and I'm like, hey, stop in 1 more mile and give me a gel. That'd be
The
great.
nice
If you could have it
part
already
about
opened. It'd be
Small looped
fantastic.
course. Never have to carry, because that I hate carrying stuff. I hate wearing a vest. So that is really appealing to me. The like small loop courses where I just never have to carry stuff.
The hardest part about this one though is once it got hard, I realized at any moment I can get
Yes.
in that vehicle.
Well, and that is
And it
another
can
thing about the
end.
looped courses,
Yeah,
because you can
very
just
true.
be done. It's like fixed time stuff. If you go out and run a mile and then you're like, I'm actually fine, like you can just be done. You don't have to worry about like, oh, I didn't hit my 50 miles or whatever. So like pushing past that point of discomfort can be really hard because you're like, well, I don't have a finish line technically. I can just be done.
That is very interesting. I have done a 5-hour indoor track race, also in Salt Lake, the New Year's Revolution Run. They put you on a track, a 400-meter track indoors, and I thought it was great because A, it was only 5 hours, which is fantastic. B, it's in the Olympic training facility, so the speed skaters are all
6
practicing
Days in the
there
Dome
as
is
well.
like that too.
Oh,
There's an
that's
ice
cool.
rink
Yeah.
inside the track.
It was pretty cool because like you're running and then all of a sudden like these professional elite level Olympic caliber athletes are just like speed skating next to you and you're kind of like, well, that's
And be like, what are you doing?
it kind
weirdo?
of takes like your attention away a little bit. But again, like 5 hours of that's one thing. Adding 20 hours to that is a bit much. Doing that for 6 days
Sounds
is
fun.
insanity. But I'm sure it's like a whole new type of adventure. And I think that that's the fun thing about all the races out there. Like I was at Jackpot. We produced that one this year. And I was quite interested in that. Like I literally walked away thinking,
It's really
okay,
fun.
this one's pretty. It's outside. You can see sunsets. You can see sunrises.
Yeah,
Like
you do get
there's a little
sunsets
lake
there.
in the middle.
It's,
like-
and also, there's something about those small loop courses again where you get to kind of interact with the rest of the field in a way that you don't in a lot of, especially like point to point big loop races. You're not gonna see like the front of the pack and also the back of the pack during the race. But in a small loop course, you are passing those people, you're chatting with them the whole time. So you
Like,
get
you are
to
the
talk
pack.
to a lot of people that you maybe wouldn't get to necessarily talk to.
Yeah, it was fun. That's one thing that Raj Panu talked about a couple of years ago, and I interviewed him after Jackpot. And the same thing this year is he's like, man, it's just so awesome to get so much energy from everybody that's like cheering you on as you pass them, every handful of laps. And
Yeah, becomes like friends, right?
Yeah.
yeah, like you like he knows like, oh, I know every couple laps I'm gonna catch this gal who wears a funny dress or skirt out there, and like she'll cheer for me every time, and like you do become this own. And I do have to say, it is a very unique, special little community that goes out to these fixed times.
Yes.
And
You start to know people after like 2 races.
everybody's on like a first name
Yeah.
basis there.
Yeah.
It's
There's
really,
a
really
Facebook
cool.
group. It's a special
I
thing.
mean, I think the same thing could be said for the 200s community. Like, there's so many people at Cocodona that I've met through the years, and they take turns crewing and pacing each other. And it's like one person does it, and then everyone else descends on the race. And it's just like, this seems fun. I want to be part of it.
All right,
And,
who wants to crew me? Let's go. Let's
Right.
let's put it in the chat right now.
But it really, I think that is what makes these races so special. And like, you see people choose their crew pretty carefully, and like, you're spending a lot of time with them. You have to trust them. I mean, I saw that really clearly with Rachel at Sedona last night, because when she came in, she hadn't slept yet. And her crew was like telling me they really wanted her to sleep. And she was feeling so good that I think they were like nervous she wouldn't listen to them. And so they sort of brought it up with her, like, hey, like, we really think you should take a 20-minute nap here, because you're sort of thinking about it. And then she's like, okay. And it was such a case of like, she trusted them to make the right call. And it's like, oh yeah, like you bring the people out here that have your best interests, and like, they're going to make the right call for you, and they're going to see the big picture. And I think that's the only time she slept, So if she hadn't slept, that would have been bonkers. And like, I think she needed that somewhere. And so, just like having those people who are like, hey,
Yeah, having people you can trust to make that call when you maybe aren't quite mentally present enough to make that call yourself, perhaps.
Totally. I mean, speaking of people that aren't planning on sleeping at all, DJ Fox shared with me, and his crew was talking about it too, that he is not planning on sleeping at all for the whole race. That was his strategy, and sort of, I think, a point of pride for him.
That's one way to start getting the hallucinations real early.
Yeah.
I think that's
Oh,
like
yeah.
your own form of like a psychoactive drug where you're like, I'm just going to go put myself into a hallucinate, like a hallucinogenic state, just self-induced brain melting situation.
I feel like I could get there doing this race without totally giving up on sleep. I think I would be delusional within the first 40 miles.
So Hillary, I got to ask, you've been to pretty much all of, like, what 200 plus mile race haven't you been to?
I have been to all of the ones. Well, no, I haven't been to the Divide 200. And I think there's a couple other little ones that have popped up, but of all the main ones, yeah, like I was so excited to be out of Cocodona this year because I've just watched it grow into this like incredible thing.
In 5 years, it's
In 5
become
years.
like quite literally like a cult.
Like the premier event, I would say, and like the live stream and the ability to follow the race and the community. And like, honestly, the aid stations were so freaking cool. Like driving out to Crown King yesterday and you're like going through the middle of nowhere and then you pop into this like ghost mining town area. It was just like stepping back in American history, you know, like it's really cool. Same with Whiskey Row, like you're in a town, you're sort of in this like saloony vibes. And you just like, I like the contrast of like, you're out in the middle of the desert and then you sort of come into civilization and you go back out again. It's like, yeah, it's a very, very cool race. So I've been really enjoying being out of Cocodona.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a special one. Claire, if you could pick any of them, any 200 plus mile event, what would it be?
Tour or Southern States?
Interesting.
Because
Why those
I
ones?
love the RDs for Southern States. Well, one of the co-RDs. They've put on a bunch of races in Birmingham that I've done when I lived there. They did my first ultra, and they are just really, really sweet people, and I love them. And Tour just seems really cool. I think I would suck at it, but I would do it.
Yeah, that's absolutely unique one. You can maybe talk to Ryan Sands when he comes in, which is another really fun thing about being here in Flagstaff at the finish line of Cocodona is due to the fact that everyone is quite delirious at the finish line, and I'm sure nobody wants to stand around and wait for us to interview them. We have invited every single one of the finishers, especially those podium spots, to come in and share their story. And I have already gotten Rachel Intrican is going to come in tomorrow. Ryan Sands is going to come in tomorrow. Dan, you got to hit me up so that we can get you in here. I want to hear how your day went down out there. We've got former winner Jeff Browning coming in tomorrow night. Claire, you get to share the mic with him for some time.
I'm gonna fangirl so hard.
And he's going to do enough talking for everybody. So
Yeah, Jeff has stories for days.
he's got
You're
so many
good.
stories, and he gets so into them, and just the way that he's gonna sit upright. He's gonna get his hands in there. He's gonna talk to you with his hands. See, like
Piercing eyes, yeah.
oh, he gets you like right into your soul, and he gets his hands into it. It's so amazing. I love Jeff. Jeff, please don't beat me up when you see this.
No, he'll be like, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, he's right. Yeah, and we've obviously we've had Tara Dower on here. We are throwing the invite out to Courtney. If you're around, you want to pop by and say hi to everyone.
Especially when
we'd
I'm
love it.
here. Feel free, Courtney. I can send you my shifts. It's fine.
I'll send you my schedule. But yeah, and I think Callie Vincent is going to come in and chat with us
yay.
as well. So we get to hear from her. Yeah, our goal is to share as many stories over the next couple days, which this is the really fun part of Cocodona, is that, yes, there is an elite caliber front end of the race, and we do our best to share that story. But as you've alluded to, Hillary, there are so many stories in this race from top to bottom that really deserve to be told. And we know not everyone, like some of these are personal, not everyone wants to share their story. But there are enough out there that I think are willing to open up and share with us so that they can inspire someone, so that someone else can hear the story, and who knows where it takes them. And yeah, we're really excited, and this call goes out to everybody. Please, y'all know how to get a hold of me. Hit me up, and we will schedule a time for you to come on in and have a seat on the couch here and share your story.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, my favorite stories are the ones from further along in the pack, because I think there's just so much more time and troubleshooting, and like it's incredible to me how many hours people are willing to put themselves into this uncomfortable place for. And I have lots of friends that I know that are running this race in different places in the race right now and seeing their experiences and even like the different weather that they're getting depending on when they arrive somewhere. It could be totally different. And yeah, I mean, once we get towards the back of the pack too, like my heart is like with all of them, and I have a special like amount of appreciation for just the effort that has to go into staying ahead of the cutoffs.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, like that bandwidth that you're devoting to like the times and when you need to be out of there and how much time you don't have the same buffer. And so I think wherever you are in the pack, there's different challenges. But that's the thing I love about the sport too, is I think there's a ton of respect and admiration for anybody that is brave enough to run these races. And I love that. Like, I've always loved that it's not like a road running thing where it's like, oh, what's your PR? Like, you can't really talk about your PR in a 200 miler because even the same race, like Cocodona
It's so
last
out of
year,
context.
yeah, there's no comparing them. And so it really is about your experience and just like, how'd you do? How was it? Like, did it go according to plan? Did it not? And if you DNF, like, there's no, like, people get that too because it's so hard. Like, it's, you know, there's so many things that can go wrong. So I just think that it's a very unique racing experience, you know?
Absolutely. I feel like the 200 milers and those fixed time races have that vibe that I especially like from the ultra community, of just where it is that tight knit and like everyone kind of knows each other, or that you start to get to know each other just because it is such a small group of extra crazy people within this sport.
Just looking at some of the comments here, and it looks like there's a little bit of a battle going on between Cody and DJ right now, which is kind of fun. On the tracker, of course, it's sometimes hard to tell exactly where they are because the trackers update at slightly different times. But it does look like they've been yo-yoing a little bit, or at least very close to each other, which is kind of cool.
As me and Tara were talking about earlier, I like to think they're holding hands. I'm going to keep bringing that up like, as much as I can.
I'm kind of curious what it looks like when you're like both exhausted and it's tough terrain and you're trying to make a move, but you can't just do the like drop and bury, you know?
I mean, you could try. It's just like a slightly faster shuffle.
Like, do you like talk for a bit and then you're like, okay, I'm going to make a move, but then you're like, you can't really go that much faster.
The move is so slow. Yeah. It's that like thing when you're walking with someone and you think you're going to start to split off. So you say goodbye and then you keep walking together for a while. It's just that.
I've never really like thought about this, but it's like hilarious to me right now trying to picture it. It's like, I have the intention of passing you. I'm swinging my arms extra hard. I'm like, but I'm not going that much faster.
My poles are clicking a little bit faster.
And then the other person, you have to like stop for a second. The other person's like, okay, I guess I'll just like shuffle by. Like,
This is real embarrassing now. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
The ultra pass, the 200-mile pass. It takes 3 miles, but eventually.
You know, you're most likely to pass someone when they're like napping or pooping in the woods, like next to you, right? Like,
and then you gotta wait. You gotta wait for someone to do that, like
right.
you know, take a pee break, and that's when you go for the pass.
It's anticlimactic though, because then you don't know that you passed them, so you think they're in front of you the whole time.
Well, if they're that close and he's got eyes on one, you know, then you can be like,
huge shout out to Bros Media, who is throwing a little donation in the chat. I think that just warranted us. I would say go grab some pizza, but it's midnight in Flagstaff, Arizona. I don't think
we'll have another energy drink.
What is food?
Thank you, Bros.
Empty cans of Celsius next to you.
Yeah, we're collecting a whole bunch of carnage in the studio here.
Just wait. We've got we still have days to go with 24-hour a day coverage from here on out, which means a lot of sleepless hours.
And really, again, I think it's good that we're kind of putting ourselves in the shoes of the people running in the sleep deprivation sense. I ran 10 miles and I've slept a few hours, so I think I'm on the same exact level as all of these people right now, for sure.
You just go to that finish line and be like, I get you. I went for my 10-mile run and I have like
same brother.
I see you.
Just like you did 25 times more, but it's kind of the same.
I feel you.
Yeah, it's sure hard to complain about a short little run right now, right? Like,
yeah, Liam was like, are you okay doubling if we're going to run to the finish? And I was like, I mean, yeah. I'll probably live.
I did get my run in today because one of our guys' cameras went down as Rachel was finishing the race, and
Can't have that.
not on my watch. So I quickly gathered the gear out of the house, which happens to be on the corner of Forest and Beaver, where you make that left-hand turn down and towards Heritage Square. So the runners are literally going past the Airbnb, which is super fun. The Airbnb studio. We're definitely not. We don't have an Airbnb. But yeah, it's I grabbed my gear, I ran out, caught him, ran back down with Rachel, and that was the highlight of my race so far. So awesome, so fun. The choice of cotton socks and Levi's and a sweater was, it was a choice to be made, I suppose.
There's that guy that has been running marathons in jeans every weekend, so you're basically like him.
I mean,
it's Cam Hanes' son.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's
we're
relevant.
one and the same.
Yeah.
There's no difference.
I think you
Can you
look just
imagine
like
the
him.
chafing if you tried that for this race? The rain?
Oh my god. Wet jeans in the rain.
I was gonna say it was the rain. There's nothing worse than wet jeans. I can take a lot of things, but a wet pair of denim is just
full body chill, like ugh.
Just got the ick.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it looks like for those in the chat who are wondering about the Chisholm family, because I know they had some fans out there. Looks like the boys, neither one of them has they DNF'd somewhere along the course, but the mom, Jenny, is at mile 200.
She's cruising.
She is cruising, yeah, which is really cool to see.
I heard someone say that her sons who dropped have started pacing her.
Oh, really?
Which is,
oh my gosh.
I think, quite lovely, and I'm choosing to believe that it's true.
Yeah, I love that. We'll find out. Hopefully, we'll get some cameras on her maybe in the morning. But
I can use that to try to convince my mom that she should run an ultra.
Oh my
Then I can
gosh.
pace her. She would actually kill me.
my parents crewed me at 100-miler, and they managed to get lost for the first half of it. And I just remember my mom just looking at me and being like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And I was
Yep.
"All right, that's the end of your crewing."
My mom has gone from the seeing me at the end of the race being like, "This is dangerous, you should stop doing it," to now being like, "So when are we going back to Western States?" I'm like, "Okay, I'll take that actually."
It's amazing. My parents do watch all these live streams now, so they're actually very versed in the ultra world. But yeah, it's sort of fun bringing in different worlds, I think the Chisholm family is very much in the fast packing, backpacking world, right? We see people kind of come in from different,
Yeah, I feel like
corners.
that this sort of distance kind of lends itself to that crossover with other, not necessarily just pure running type sports.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have any cameras on the next guys coming in, DJ and Cody, for probably a while. Will we have a camera on them when they get down to the last little section? Or
we do have some volunteers that have offered to hang out overnight and run them in that final mile.
Oh, man.
Down Beaver into Heritage Square. And, obviously we're always thankful for them. Eyes right now on Foxborough Wrench out there at mile 177. A few more hours of this one. We're going to have, we do have this and a couple other aid stations up right now that we can keep kind of cycle through, check in whenever we see some action. We've got Fort Tuthill out there as well, and Trinity Heights, that just kind of as you're making your way towards the finish line, that very last aid station that's 4 miles out. Not an easy 4 miles, but I think I will say I was out there setting up our gear when Dan came through, and you would have never guessed that it was a 250-mile race.
Yeah.
He was too much energy,
I need to
stoked
bottle
to get
even
it
just
done.
a tiny bit of that.
Right.
He could make more money than Athletic Greens if he could bottle that.
And
he wouldn't even have to Ponzi
do
scheme.
more.
Yeah, I mean, it was really inspiring watching him. When I saw him at Sedona, he crushed a whole bacon cheeseburger and just was chatting and chilling, and then was okay, I'm gonna go now, and just sort of
Honestly, the ability to eat like that is actually what I need the
That-
most, even
that
more
was-
than the attitude.
That was special. That's one thing I noticed, talking to Ryan Sands' crew. Another person, Lucy Bartholomew, said she's going to stop by as well.
Oh.
yay.
Yeah, that'll be fun. She is out here obviously to hang out and crew. Ryan Sands, teammate over there at Solomon. But her and Abby Hall have such a great relationship, best buds. And while she was out here, I talked to her earlier, and she's like, no, I'm not going to be able to make it to Western States. And I was, heartbroken about that, because every year I look forward to my Lucy hug at Western States. Like, obviously, Hillary, you know this. Like, Western States is like, it's a family event.
Yes.
Like, it really is like a family reunion. It's a little
Definitely.
family gathering. I'm already looking forward to my Topher Gaylord run up the escarpment, 2 days beforehand. But that being said, I was like, oh, bummer. I'm like, this is the first time in I don't know how long that I'm not going to see Lucy at Western States. And she told me today, she's like, well, now that Abby's in, I'm coming back. I'm going to pace her. I'm like, yes. Stoked for Abby as well. Like,
More importantly, stoked for you.
yeah, but I mean, let's be real here. It's about me.
Yes.
But yeah, no, like, people in the chat right now are going off on Cody Poskin, like, also jackpot 100 winner this year. No slouch when it comes to running fast and flat, or let's go 250 miles. Why not?
I mean, 23 years old, definitely one of our younger finishers. I don't know. Do you know offhand who the youngest finisher is of Cocodona, Zach?
So far it is Cody. And overall, I believe it was one of the Chisholm boys last year.
He was like 17, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was high teens is like all I remember, but yeah.
Cody won't take that spot, but
No,
youngest for this year.
What were you doing at 17 years old? Like,
Not running
Yes.
at all.
No. Very
Maybe
happy
walking.
there's not a lot of photo evidence of it.
Yeah.
right. Like, the closest thing to Cocodona I was getting up to when I was that age was like Coke and donuts, and that's it.
Oh
That's all
yeah,
I
no,
was
for
worried
sure.
about.
Yeah, no, I mean, seeing those boys out there with their dad, just like, I mean, Brody, when he was at Crown King, was struggling with some like hamstring stuff already, I guess, or maybe that was Whiskey Row. It all blends together. But his dad was doing some massage, and just like, you could tell Brody was in pain, and I was just like so impressed that he was still like, in it, and just
mentally like that at that young.
at that age.
I was not mentally strong in any way as a 17, 18-year-old.
No.
Quite the opposite.
No. Yeah, exactly.
Some would even say not now.
We just gather wisdom and experience and call it strength.
Yeah. Fake it till you make it. I gaslight myself in a good way.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool to see more runners coming through the Foxborough Ranch aid station, and just sort of like, if you look at the tracker, you can see where the bulk of the pack is. And the thing about these races is that people spread out an incredible amount over this distance, and logistically it becomes a feat to, keep track of everybody and to have everything set up for the very front of the pack.
Yeah.
And then also all the way through the very back of the pack. But I think you can sort of see that like mid pack really is like moving as this
they're
big
clumping
giant
together and just kind of going.
They're coming. All these aid stations that are set up and waiting, they are on their way.
I feel like working one of these aid stations would be so much fun.
I mean, volunteer registration opens up soon. If you don't want to register to run the race, this is the second best way to do it.
I'm waiting for Katie to sign up, and then I'll crew and pace her.
You know
Because
what?
I owe her a life debt.
I'm really hoping that never turns into a
She says
thing.
something about being interested.
She does, and yeah, I've seen her at the end of 100 miles.
I think
and
she'd crush it.
She is definitely like the low and slow, the crock pot kind of gal, where she will just like hone in into like, I'm just going to keep moving forward with like purpose in every step, not really dilly dally. The nutrition thing, that's something that can be worked
that
on.
would be actually, now that you say that,
She can work on that a little bit.
the eating thing for sure.
We're gonna have to go with like melted clarified butter for her to get the calories in.
I mean, Rachel was doing all beige foods. She
It was-
on the
it-
beige
that.
trend.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny to see the differences out there in nutrition. So you talked earlier about like Dan, how he was just like housing cheeseburgers,
The
shotgun
pancakes with the syrup, like
Oh,
it looked
that's-
like competitive eating, like how you dunk a hot dog bun in water to get it down.
Roll
easy.
it
He
and
was doing
just
that with pancakes and
open the
syrup.
throat and let it slide.
Oh, God. It would come right back out. If
Yeah,
it was
that would
me.
not go well for me.
Yeah, I was impressed at how much he was able to eat. While also like, it wasn't like, oh, I just ate a bunch of food, I'm gonna like waddle out of this aid station.
He was jogging.
It was like an instant like, nope, eat, pound, go, like just ready for it. They absolutely crushed it in that. But then you look at Ryan Sands and everything was like pre-planned, pre-measured, pre-everything. I mean, the guy is honestly such a professional when it comes to this. Like the only other person who I know is like more dialed when it comes to running a race is Jeff Browning, where it's like he knows to the milligram of how much of everything.
Well, and
he
they've both
needs.
been doing it for so long.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
they know exactly what they need.
Yeah.
And that's like, it was funny to come in and see him he was doing like rice and avocado, like very clean, straightforward foods, like things that he already knew he was going to eat when he got to the aid station. But then Dan's crew is like, I like warmed up a burrito an hour ago. Is that cool? Yeah, that's great, dude. Let's go. Like just lay down. And I did hear that for all the times he laid down, and if you added up how much time he spent quote unquote sleeping, he laid down for a total of, I think it was like 60 to 70 minutes. God. But he only slept he said, I slept for about less than 20, like just under 20 of those minutes were actual sleep. It was just kind of more like laying there and like resting my legs for a bit, which, you know, the crew had it down. It was like the back hatch of the truck was open. He would hop right in. He'd lean back, straighten his legs out, and just start eating back there while they took care of everything around him. And then he just went off. And then Sands was very similar, like came in, was very regimented, and like this happens and this happens and this happens, and I eat this bowl of like weird beige mush.
Or the iconic him lying down in the back of the truck with the burrito with his eyes closed and just like a half-eaten burrito next to him. That's a pretty moment.
Solid one. I too have cuddled many a burrito in my day.
It's interesting too, like that's a fair chunk of time that Dan took to stop and sleep, quote unquote, compared to the other race leaders. And I think some people would find it frustrating if they were trying to sleep and couldn't sleep with that time. But I wonder how much value you get in just sort of like resting or just like getting your feet up and just like, you know, whether he's able to hold these faster paces because he was doing that more.
Jeff and I actually talked about this. He was at the finish line, and I mean, I'm sure we'll hear all about it tomorrow. But in true like Jeff fashion, you know, hands in the air, just like, dude, he was like, you don't have to sleep. You just have to lay down. Like it just takes the pressure off your legs. And he talked about how his sleep regimen is the same exact thing every single race, and he does this most nights at home. He puts on noise canceling headphones with a low frequency hum in him. That's how he sleeps at night. And during the races, he just adds like a little buff bandana over his eyes, and it has to be a zero gravity chair with a sleeping bag. And he's like, if I get into a zero gravity chair with my earbuds in and something over my eyes in a sleeping bag, I will be out by the time that last zip hits the top of the sleeping bag. He's
like trained himself.
That's what he said. He goes, I sleep that way almost every single night with the earbuds and the mask. And he's like, so it's like my body knows that when that happens, you're out.
Yeah.
And he did say that like sometimes it's easy to freak out when you're like laying there and you're like, this is my chance. And I'm like wasting time. If I don't sleep now, then like, and like that keeps you up. It keeps you too amped. So no, that strategy of just like at least just laying down and being like, well, this is my time to just rest. And if I sleep, awesome. 15 minutes of, you're not even getting into a REM cycle. So sleep, I don't think is necessarily the point as much as the rest.
Yeah, I mean, the sleep thing is just always the biggest thing to crack.
What are you talking about? You sleep during these things?
I mean, not according to DJ Fox, you don't. And I would love to get him in the studio to ask him how that went afterwards.
I just want to know why. Why do you want to do it with no sleep?
Well, I think it's because when he did the Colorado Trail, he did it with no sleep or very little sleep. And I think perspective-wise, he's trying to tell himself like it's so much shorter. Yeah. So he shouldn't need it, and like he should be okay. And he's just sort of trying to just like keep himself amped up. All the way.
It works.
Yeah. Like his crew was literally like, no sleep till flag, no sleep till flag. And I was like, oh gosh, okay. All right. Well, we'll check in and
I
see
do
how
love
that's gonna work out.
some people like do so well with that really intense part, and then there's some people who are just like, I need just like calm vibes. Like let's all relax.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's obviously very individual and personal. I know people that have done these 200s or 250 milers where they sort of look at the overall amount of time that they have for cutoff, break it up by day, and they're like, I'm gonna run 50 miles and then I'm gonna sleep for 4 hours and then I'm gonna run 50 miles. And I think if you're like not trying to be competitive, that's actually a great way to do
That
these
I
things.
think would be my strategy.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that sounds so much more manageable. 50 miles a day?
Yeah,
Sure.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
250 miles? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you just don't think that far ahead. But yeah, it's sort of like all different strategies, and I kind of think it's worth like playing with that. And you certainly can make that time up by running a lot faster. You know.
Yeah, I honestly feel like if I'm not in it to win it, like I'm just here for that 50-mile finish. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. I want to enjoy
Zach
myself.
looks like he's ready for a nap right now. He's
Yeah.
We're talking about
That's a
taking advantage
dangerous
of the-
position to
of
be
the
in.
We're talking
couch.
about sleep strategies.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my sleep strategy, and it's not about sleeping. It's about resting, guys.
Right.
Oh man. Yeah, for those of you who are just joining us, we can do a little recap of where we are sitting in the race right now. So obviously Dan Green took the win. Ryan Sands was behind him by a couple hours, I believe. In second place, Eder Ramirez finished in third place. Rachel Entrekin was our first place female and fourth overall. Freaking crushed it. We're very, very stoked for her. Heraldus Subertus finished not too long ago, actually, I'm going to say. And then Finn Melanson was our most recent finisher.
Very recent.
Finished very strong, tried to do a tempo last mile. I
That
think he
was
was like half
incredible.
successful, but he had a couple
really
bursts.
put the jets on and like tried to drop his pacer. That was
Yes.
so good. We've got both course records broken.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And I mean, I think worth noting with the course record that the course is longer this year and harder, obviously, with the addition of the Hangover Trail. And then also, I think the biggest thing that's slowing people down is going up Mount Eldon in reverse. Yeah, exactly. You get the long gradual uphill that's technically runnable, but not really runnable.
Quote unquote runnable.
Yeah, not when you're like 256 miles into a race. It's not.
For
And
some
then-
of us, never.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I know. Browning was saying he ran up it the other day, and he had this look on his face. He's like, yeah, I ran it, but I don't think they're going to be running it. And I could tell. It was sort of like, it's not the easiest thing to run up, and that's like on its own, But and then just coming down the backside, watching, we had some awesome like follow cams coming down that section. So shout out to all the volunteers. Are probably sleeping now because they ran a lot today. I think one of the live cam volunteers that we ran into before we hopped on said he ran 31 miles.
Well, and there was also the one he ran 60 miles.
Connor had 70 miles.
Oh
and he like has a race this
He's
weekend?
running UMass 50 this weekend.
Sure. Yeah. This is a normal taper.
Oh my gosh. For those of you asking about Max, I know there's some fans in the chat here. We have about as much information as you do right now. Was trying to sort of suss out if we could get anything more on what he's up to, but no, it looks like he is just at the aid station at Wildcat, obviously very aware that he's got a really difficult section ahead of him, and I'm sure just sort of resetting before he tackles that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a battle going on for our next male finisher between Cody, our 23-year-old young'un,
With the best outfit.
and the best
probably.
hair.
Yeah.
Have you seen his hair?
I've
It's
only
like-
seen him with the bucket hat.
Oh.
So
I mean, he took the bucket hat off at Sedona, and he's got like this like wavy. I mean, Tim Tolson better watch out.
I was gonna say-
that's big.
I was going to say,
Wow.
if Tim hears
Wow.
about this, you are like not friends
Wow.
anymore.
Oh, someone's asking what and where's the Hangover Trail?
The Hangover Trail is, I believe, past the Sedona Posse aid station.
Just tune in tomorrow morning around sunrise one of our drone pilots is going to be there, and you're going to get some amazing views.
Yeah, I think that section is supposed to be one of the most beautiful sections and a really exciting addition to the course, especially since the weather is looking better for the last couple days of the race. So
Good. They deserve it.
they really do deserve it. I mean, gosh, it's been raining like right up until tonight.
I think my run this morning was like the only time I didn't see rain all day. I had beautiful sunny weather. I got hot.
Really?
I like took my shirt off.
I'm
I was
so
like,
happy
what's
for
going
you.
on?
I ran in the rain this afternoon. Yeah, it's been very variable. Dan Green got snowed on top of Eldon this afternoon. So
I
lots
seriously,
of
we like
wild
cut
weather.
away from him. Like it had been sunny, they cut away, and then they came back and it was snowing. I was like, we weren't gone that long. I get like whiplash.
So it looks like, yeah, we got the cam on Trinity Heights, but pretty quiet right now until those runners come in, Cody and DJ. I don't think they're too far out from Trinity Heights right now, though. A couple miles.
Desperately looking for like a moving light out
Yes.
there in the distance.
I mean, it's pretty incredible looking at the clock. We're still only 67 hours in. And
Only.
Just don't bring it up.
I know. There's only a few hours to go, Zach. Don't worry about it. But it really is just sort of, to me, incredible, like how many athletes have finished already.
Yeah.
And, obviously how many people are still going to be out there for a good amount of time before they cross that finish line. But I don't know. At some point, you sort of tip over that threshold of like time, and all of a sudden it's like you're on the other side of it and you can see the barn door, and
It just ceases to have any meaning.
Well, I mean, that was the challenge, I think, for some of the runners with like eating and stuff like that. And I know their crews were sort of saying like you lose track of time really easily.
Oh yeah.
And it just gets to the point where you're like, I just ate. And your crew's like, no, dude, that was like an hour ago.
You go into that like fugue state and the time flies, but you also don't realize it. And suddenly hours have passed and you haven't done anything. You're like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, it's exactly. Like, I think that would probably be the hardest part for me is just like you get tired of eating after a while.
I have one of those like timers set up on my watch. So it goes off every certain number of minutes to remind me to eat on like trail runs. That I would have to have that set up. But the problem is I would probably get annoyed at it and be like, you can't tell me what to do. And that's not going to go well.
Stop beeping at me.
Yeah, I just ate. I know I didn't, but I swear. I saw someone ask in the chat a bit ago how long you waited before you did your first 100-miler. They were like trying to crowdsource how long.
For me, let's see. Ran my first ultra in 2013, and I ran a bunch of 50Ks, did a 50-miler, 100K. I sort of did the like traditional progression. And then my first 100-miler was Fat Dog, 120-miler. So I did a bonus 20 miles for my first one. I remember like getting to the 100-mile mark and being like, oh yeah, it'd be really nice to be done right now. Like,
I do that with every race though. I get to like the 75% mark. Like 100K, I get to 50 miles. I'm like, why didn't I do a 50 mile?
Yeah, I
would love
know,
to be
right?
done now.
But yeah, I guess that's true. Whatever the distance, right? Your brain is always bargaining with you. But yeah, that was my very first 100, and that was 2017. So it took me a few years to work up to that.
I did couch to 5K in 2016. So I ran my first 5K, and then I ran like 60 miles in my first ultra in 2017, like a year later. And then I did my first 100 at Javelina in 2019. So 3 years from like couch to 5K to 100. I wouldn't recommend that most of the time.
It's not just about like, can you do the distance? It's like everything you learn at all the races leading up to it. Like I think like 12 50Ks before I jumped up to like 50-miler. I was just sort of interested in like figuring it out, and like I was learning about my nutrition. It's interesting because I got into Hard Rock this year after 8 years of putting my name in the lottery and 4 qualifying 100-milers trying to get in. but sort of reflecting on like all the things I've learned.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm glad I didn't get in.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the
back then.
races I'm like, I would never want to get into that too early. That's why, like,
Yeah.
because I got into states as my second 100-miler, and I was like, I don't
It's
want
too
to do
soon.
that. I was like, I don't know enough. My first one went too well. I don't know, like, I don't know how to troubleshoot any of these problems because I just haven't encountered them yet. I was like really planning on not getting into states for a long time and like having that time to learn.
Totally. Yeah, it's certainly one of those things that's hard to plan for nowadays with the lottery systems. And
Yeah.
yeah, you do have to sort of just keep putting your name in there and then hope that you get drawn in a time frame that feels convenient.
Yeah.
You know, this year is probably not the year I would have chosen to run Hard Rock because I'm very busy. But again, like you take the challenge, and it's
Yeah.
sort of like,
Well, especially with Hard Rock, you kind of want to move out of that never bucket. So
yes. I would like my chances to improve from the 4.4% chance that I had. I was like, wait, every year my chances are going down. How's this working? I have more tickets than the lottery.
yeah.
But so does everyone else.
A friend of mine, I think it was last year, she had finished high-low, so she had her first Hard Rock ticket, and she was like first or second on the wait list.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, that would be so terrifying to me. Oh my, like I can't imagine. I want to do a soft rock before I really decide if I want to do Hard Rock at all.
I mean, soft rock would be cool. I definitely haven't done that. I've paced Hard Rock twice. Mike Wardian, I paced him in 2021 and 2023 in the direction that I'm going
nice.
in, which is super convenient.
Yeah.
So I know the last 20 miles of the course like pretty well.
That's great.
Yeah. I don't know anything else. Like,
Well,
I know the
that's
beginning,
not
but yeah.
you'll be fresher for the beginning. I think it's good to know the last
Yeah.
20 because you'll be probably in a little bit of a different state of mind.
Yes,
at that
yes,
point.
I think so. Yeah, it'll be a lot interesting going up Grant Swamp Pass when I'm running it, not pacing it.
Yeah. Just a hair bit more tired.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stupid sport. I don't know why we do these things to ourselves, honestly.
Yeah, I question that. I think the last at Run Rabbit, I was asking Katie, my pacer, for hours. I was like, why do you do this? Why do I do this? Like, give me anything, please.
Yeah. Yeah, big size. But, you know, fun to see everybody out here. It's cool for the aid station here. Oh, I like that we can put up the little card for each runner. That's
I
really
see
nice.
Someone's bib.
Gary. Got such awesome aid stations and volunteers. I was so impressed seeing everybody out there just like, you know, willing to give their time and be out there all night and cook hot food for runners and make burgers or flip pancakes. It's a labor of love, it really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you've ever had the chance to volunteer at one of the races with Patty Courage and Mel's mom, she has it dialed down. It is, and honestly, one of the things, and I say this completely like, just it's a fact. She treats every runner through there like they were her child. Like, she is Mama Curry. You know that you're going to get whatever treat that you want in the moment. She will have whipped up for you, and it's great that she's made sure that there's gluten-free options at every aid station. There's vegan options at every aid station. I mean, that is one of like the calling cards of an Aravaipa race, is just that you know you're going to be very well taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely. And you sure see that. And, you know, a lot of runners have crew for these races, but you certainly don't have to. You can definitely do them just with the support of the volunteers, and they will make sure you're taken care of.
I do really like that. No crew, no pacer sometimes. It's kind of fun.
That's what Callie was trying to do. I think she was trying to do just like her and relying on these.
I don't know if I would do it for this
Yes.
length of race, but for like
Difficult.
something shorter, definitely. Any idea of when we'll get footage of Cody and DJ? Hopefully soon.
Oh my gosh, Kevin Goldberg in the chat looking for virtual pacers. If anyone wants to give him a shout.
I'm just waiting for a runner to ignore the wrong way sign on the sidewalk and just pop in here as they're finishing the race. Just say hey.
Hey,
That's kinda
Goldberg, you're
incredible.
more than welcome to swing right on by the studio, 200 Forest Ave. It's right on the corner of the hospital when you make that turn. Doors wide open. Come on in. Have a seat. Let's talk about your race.
That would be epic, Kevin. Do it.
I dare
Do
you.
it.
I will save a seat right here on the couch at all times.
And yeah, for those in the
Right
chat who
on
are just
Zach's lap.
commenting on Gary, who we're just seeing at Foxborough Ranch, it looks like he's 71 years old, which probably makes him one of the more
Yeah.
wise and experienced runners tackling this
For
race.
sure. That's my goals, honestly.
Really, really, me too.
I don't even need to actually be racing when I just want to keep running.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very inspiring because at that point it's just like a lifestyle decision. And I think it becomes a very big choice as you get older,
Absolutely.
And I've had my butt kicked by people that are like double my age.
Oh my god, every time. And they're in like a cotton t-shirt,
I know.
like a plastic water bottle that's older than I am. Pair of like road New Balances, and they just cruise right past me. It's nothing. It's
Kev-
good for me though. It keeps me humble.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we need that once in a while. All the gear, all the whatever in the world. Like sometimes you just throw on a pair of runners and
You don't need it all. I mean, sometimes you do, or it's nice, but
it's nice.
I say having like 80 pairs of shoes in my closet. It's fine.
Kevin, I see you in the chat with our invitation to come by. And if it sounds far away, you should just run faster.
Yeah. You'll get here eventually, right?
We might not be here still.
Yeah.
Someone else will be here.
Zach will be here waiting.
Yes. Someone asked about the recovery for athletes after a race like this. I mean, the interesting thing about races like this when you're running slowly for a long period of time is I don't think you have the immediate muscle issues, like the same level of DOMs as you would after running 100 miles or Western States or something like that. I think I would be more concerned about just the overall toll on like your heart and your lungs. And I think sometimes we don't respect that part enough, but the heart's a muscle like any other muscle.
Yeah. You just don't feel it like you would feel like your quads or your hamstrings or something. But
Yeah.
I think I heard Dan in his quick little post-race interview saying he was going to take like 2 weeks off.
Yeah. I think that's sort of like general consensus is sort of a couple weeks off, and then as you feel ready, return to light running and sort of build back again. That said, I did hear that Dan was number 7 on the Western States
he's high up.
wait
He
list.
said 2 weeks off, a couple weeks of speed work, and then taper for states if he gets in. Which
Oh my gosh.
hell yeah!
Oh my god.
I'm so here for it. I want that field to be even more stacked than it already is, which is hard to do.
I cannot. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
If he could pull that off, that would be like the ultimate double.
That'd be so cool.
You know, like
that'd be incredible. So if you're in front of him on the wait list, feel free to pull yourself off. Do us all. I get it, but like it would be so cool if you could.
Yeah. Just sort of looking back at the end of our list of runners here, I know there's a bunch of runners sort of towards the back that are, let's see where they are in the race right now. Give a shout out to our runners who are chasing cutoffs right now.
There was a cutoff at midnight at Dead Horse.
A Dead Horse, that's right. Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, there's a huge pack of runners that are sort of just ahead of that, and I'm sure very aware of that cutoff, but managing their race and their pace.
And they're all holding hands.
And they're all holding hands. That's Claire's theory.
I want to believe. think it would be nice in something like this to have people to be like running with, not necessarily like, you know, your pacer, but like other people who are in the race with you. I do think that would be nice.
Yeah, I think it naturally happens, you know, and you start to see the same people at the aid stations and the same crews, and just sort of like it is like a pack traveling together.
Yeah.
So I think that's how a lot of these close friendships are made, and how people end up coming back in, you know, the next year to crew and pace someone else, or like you end up just sort of like.
Yeah, because I mean, I've had some of those races where I've, you know, kind of run with people for a decent number of miles, but for something like this, I mean, you could be sharing a day with someone, so I can imagine you get pretty close.
Totally. Yeah, that's a whole life story, right? Like no story is too long.
Kevin said he's wearing 3 puffies and rocking 33-minute miles.
There we go. That was like me wearing all my jackets at the aid stations. I think the chat yesterday had a count going for how many different jackets I appeared in.
It gets cold out there.
It was not just the cold, it was the damp.
Yeah, I feel like my sister lives in Seattle, so I've been out there in the winter and stuff, and that sort of like humid cold always feels so much colder than it does in Colorado. I never know how to dress myself when I'm there, because I'm like, 30, 40 degrees, I'll be fine. And I get up there, I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Totally. Yeah, it's that damp gets into your bones, and it can be really hard to warm up, and I think that was a big challenge for a lot of runners and for everybody else. Those of us standing around not running were, you know, particularly chilly.
Well, especially when you're this far into the race, it's so much harder to kind of regulate your body temperature. So I feel like if you stop moving, it's so easy to just get way, way, way too cold.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it with pacers, because they would come in with their runners, and then their runners would leave, and they'd go from being in short sleeves and sort of totally fine to just like teeth chattering and goosebumps. I actually was trying to do an interview with Edder's pacer Fernando at Sedona last night, and we were trying to get the audio and stuff going, and he was hanging out for about 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden he started like shaking. And I just looked at him, I'm like, I'm so sorry, like you should just go and get warm, like you don't have to do this, because this is just too cold.
Yeah, and because sometimes when you get that cold, it's really hard to kind of get back to that homeostasis.
Yeah, I think that is a huge challenge, because where are you going to go and warm up, right? And yes, for those of you wondering if Max has really been at the aid station for an hour, I don't have any more information from you other than it's entirely possible that that's the case, and not surprising, because we are just at that point in the race where sometimes you need that full reset, and it's the difference between whether you can carry on or not. And so, you know, you got to take that time.
Yeah, no need to panic. He could just be taking a nap and get right back out there to crush it.
Another one that I'd like to give a shout out to is Mike McKnight. He's basically up on Eldon right now. But when I saw Mike at, where did I see him at? Whiskey Row last night, or 2 nights ago, I don't know. He was sitting on the side of the sidewalk outside the aid station with his crew with a puke bag in his hand that was like very full, you know, and we chatted for a second, and it was one of those things where I could tell he was really bummed on how his race was going, and he just couldn't get any food in. And we just talked about, again, just sort of accepting when those highs and lows come, and sort of like it could get better. And, you know, I've been sort of following him since then, just making sure, like, it's cool to see him just sort of continue on and doing really well. Like, he's going to be top 10, right?
Yeah,
3,
he's
4,
back
5,
up there.
6.
Yeah, I think he's in 9th right now. Overall, 8th man.
8th man, 9th overall. Yeah, and just, again, a testament to, you know, like you never know what's going to happen, and how the race is going to play out, and never say never, don't give up.
Yeah. That is, I think, one of the really cool things about this kind of length of race versus something like a 50K or a 50 mile. You know, if something goes wrong, you do have so much room to kind of make up for those errors and really come back from that. And a much shorter race, you don't really have that wiggle room.
So just run longer races is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
make
kind
mistakes,
of the lesson
run
here.
longer races.
Yep. someone like me who makes a lot of mistakes, I'm like, yes, I should maybe move up in distance.
We got a camera over at Fort Tuthill right now, seeing runners coming in.
It's a fun aid station out at Fort Tuthill. You've got, as you can see in the purple hat, you've got Mr. Thornley over there.
Yeah, I thought I recognized that hat.
Yep. It sticks out, and that's the way he likes it. He
Iconic.
takes that aid station. He turns that little military hall into a fun little hangout for the night. And I hope these runners don't get too comfortable just settling in, but give yourself a quick out, because that becomes a death trap for sure to spend too much time in there.
Yeah, a nice warm indoor building. I would have a real tough time leaving that, especially at night. Just lie down on a folding table.
I mean, Sedona had a pretty sweet like sleep station set up inside the main building, and just a bunch of cots and such. But when I went in there, I was like, oh, that could be so dangerous.
Yeah.
It's warm. Someone gives you a blanket.
I would never I would have to like make myself only do like dirt naps or something, because I would not be able to get up from that. I don't know if I'm strong enough. One way to find out, but
Yeah. Next year.
no. I'll crew and pace Zach. Now that we've decided he's doing this.
Yeah.
Love how you guys have decided this for me.
You
My fate has
actually
been
are the
determined.
first one that brought it up.
I said I was interested. I was open-minded.
We've
I
got a
don't know.
year to
I think you
convince
expressed a stronger desire than that.
Yeah, you said it was easier than doing this, so I think that means you have to do it.
We just saw you take an excellent 5-minute dirt nap.
Yeah,
on the
so you're
couch,
good
so-
at napping. Well, you figured out the sleep thing for sure.
Was it that I was in the middle of messaging my people? I don't know what you're talking about.
Just as
It's
my
not about
grandfather
sleeping,
would
guys,
say,
I
he
was
was
resting.
resting his eyes.
We have proof. We have receipts.
Yeah, there may have been a photo taken.
Oh God.
The moment you laid down instead of sitting on the couch, I kind of knew that was inevitable.
This just became like a comfy little place for me to rest my weary head.
Kevin Goldberg says, don't do it, Zach. If Kevin Goldberg, who is how many miles into this race,
And not the first time, mind you. I feel
Kevin-
like
Kevin Goldberg at mile 225 of Cocodona is
He's got-
counseling you on sleep right now. How do you feel about that?
oh man. Yeah, confused maybe. It's all fun and games until you see some of the faces of some of these runners at aid stations. Everyone at the finish line looks great. They
Yeah, no, I was
love
gonna
it.
say, everyone we've seen come through actually has looked incredible.
Well, they're just so
it looks like they're
happy to
having
be
a
done.
great. Well, no, I don't know. Some of them, Dan looked super pumped and happy before he coming
Yeah.
down.
It's
and
because
everything.
he knew there was a cold Coors Light waiting for
Yeah.
him to shotgun. I bet he was buzzed before he even sat down after that.
Oh yeah, that probably went hit him.
That
smack
hit
in
him.
the
That hit
face.
him so hard. Actually, he did kind of walk back and gave a seat. Like as he was sitting down, he was just kind of like, "Wow, that was a bit much."
It's a good recovery beverage. There's carbs and calories.
But then you have to
So,
drink a
yeah.
Coors Light, so I don't know
Yeah.
what outweighs.
Okay, Zach, what do you want us to have for you at the finish line next year?
Shot of tequila?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's a yes.
Yeah, that went over real
I'll
well.
have a lime and some salt too.
Yeah, only if it comes with like a tailwind salted rim.
Yeah, it'll have electrolytes. It's good for you.
I don't know. Honestly, okay, so let's play. Let's first off, we'll give our three, and then we'll invite the chat to throw down their favorite post race beverage of choice. Claire, let's start with you.
Oh God. Favorite post-race beverage. I mean, I think taking a shot of Palenka would be really fun. It's this like plum liquor from Romania
Yeah, that was
that
not my bingo card.
resets everything.
Wow,
It's
you
like
just-
so. Every time I haven't had a ton, but I brought some back for me last time I was there, and it really just kind of resets everything in your body. And I think I would be ready to do like go right back again and do the race.
Yeah, wow, that was a choice.
is
I don't know.
savage.
We can end this game now. Like we already know the winner.
Yeah, no, I can't top that.
Hillary, what about you? What is
Red Bull.
favorite post race beverage?
Yeah, a Red Bull at the finish line. No, I honestly I crave carbonation so badly when I'm running, and so I just want to drown in Coca-Cola or something like that.
That's a classic.
But I literally can feel it. I would just open my mouth and drink the whole thing. I don't know. I don't drink beer, but I think a good cold cider would be, I love a race where they have a pizza oven and everyone's hanging out, and just sort of I could go for that. But yeah, anything carbonated when I finish, and just
I'm so the opposite. Last time I tried to drink a carbonated beverage during a race, I can't burp. So I was literally dry heaving on the side of the trail to try to burp because I had too much carb. It was so I learned a lesson there.
Flota only.
Yeah, bring back Flota. I don't know. For me, honestly, I'm kind of a Slurpee. Always sounds really good after a long run. I don't know why I'm craving a Slurpee so bad.
Yeah,
but
no, I get that in those fruit smoothie things you can get at Safeway, the Bolt House Farms.
Yes.
I always want one of those
Oh,
after
yeah.
a long run. I don't know why.
That's quite healthy.
But
The Slurpee,
Not the
red-
quantity I drink though.
if we're going with a post race beverage, Hillary, I'm gonna have to join you. I'm not a huge beer drinker myself, but I do love a good cider.
Yeah.
And I can't remember when it was. I was out at Western States. It had to have been 17, maybe 16. And then we spent some time in Tahoe the right after the race, and it was a year that I ran. I made it 100K. Didn't quite make it all the way to the finish. But I had a pineapple cider. And I don't know if it was just I was looking forward to something like that after the race for all day. Didn't get it until the next day when we went to Tahoe, and I was tired. I was exhausted. It was hot. And that I'll never forget how amazing that pineapple cider tasted.
That sounds awesome, right? Doesn't that sound refreshing?
Cider just does. It's so crisp. I do
Yeah.
think that would be really good.
All right, chat, go for it. Let us know, what is your post-race drink of choice? Alcoholic or non-alcoholic?
Yeah.
You can go whatever way. I also like a good Pepsi. Pepsi Zero Sugar. I don't that is my vice. It's my one vice in life.
I can't judge. I'm a Diet Coke person.
Really? I can't do any of the fake sugar stuff.
I love a fake sugar. I love a real sugar and I love a fake sugar.
Yeah, I love all sugars.
Yeah, I don't
I
discriminate.
am not a sugar discriminant whatsoever.
Yeah, one of my friends that I run with a lot, pretty much every time we finish a run, she has to have a Pepsi.
Really?
She'll accept a Coke, but Pepsi is
Ashley.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see exactly.
Ashley
You
and
know who it is.
Ashley and I agree on exactly one thing, and it's that Pepsi is superior to Coke.
You
I'm
agree on
gonna
two things.
petition-
You both like Katie.
I am going to petition races to start providing. If they can provide vegan and non-vegan and gluten-free, they can provide Pepsi.
This is too many choices, though. Could you imagine if you asked for I don't know, a Coke, and they're like, "Oh, do you want Pepsi or Coke?" And you're like, "I don't want to think right now."
I want to be a race director purely for the fact of I want to have Pepsi at the aid stations instead of Coke.
Okay, so the Cocodona 500 will have Coke and Pepsi. Or your cross country race scoring for the teams, you can have Coke and Pepsi.
Ooh, there you go. You get an automatic 5 seconds deducted for every Pepsi you drink instead of Coke.
We have a Glaze sighting for those in the chat who are looking for that. Andy Glaze, SoCal boy.
Jesse,
so funny.
where is here?
On the screen.
At Foxborough.
Yeah, he's right there. Look up, Zach.
My eyes are closed.
There you go.
It is funny. My coworkers like don't really know anything about ultra running. They think I'm insane. They do all know who Andy is because
Really?
they've seen him on TikTok. So
Funny.
he reaches a lot of people.
Man, his photos from the Arizona 300 with the sunscreen on his face at
Oh,
the
yeah.
finish. That zinc sunscreen was just like popping under that flash.
This is a look. It works, you know. Someone said Zin and Coke Zero after a run, which
Oh, wow, yeah.
okay, that's a
Cover all the
combo.
bases.
Someone else also said my favorite post-run drink is getting super stoned, which is a bold definition of the word drink, but you know, they make like CBD drinks now, so that's kind of
Yeah.
that. Actually, I
Be
think
nice and chill.
my dad drinks THC seltzers,
Really?
so you can have a post-race super stoned drink.
There you go.
I don't know if he's gonna like that I just aired that out live, but no one will know my dad.
I mean,
Oh, the internets can find out anything.
My dad's a cool guy. It's fine.
Anyone figure out what Andy's snacking on over there?
Yeah. Internet sleuths, help us out.
or
I'm so
Andy, hop
nervous.
in the chat and let us know. What are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, has he been posting? I've been sort of like sleuthing on people's Instagrams in the background to see if they've been posting.
Gotta check out his TikTok.
Right?
That's where it's gonna be.
Yeah.
I have a TikTok
Do
account
you?
for one reason and one reason only, for when Katie randomly sends me.
Sure. Me and Katie have the same exact TikTok algorithm. We can just speak to each other about the videos we've seen and no one else will understand it.
Yeah, I just get random. After she sent me like the fourth one, I finally like downloaded the app and I open it exactly once every handful of weeks when I get a few.
Yeah.
That's like me
Sent my
and
way.
Twitter once a
Oh.
year for Berkeley.
Yep.
That's it. In and out.
It's the safest way to consume Twitter.
Ooh.
He's on Blue Sky now though, so
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh my, how far we have come from the days of waiting for a grainy 2-pixel.
I kind of miss that,
I
honestly.
I mean, it was.
Shout
it
out
was
to
it was
Iron
kind of
Far
fun
for
having
the
to
original
wait.
coverage.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
I miss only being able to follow states from Iron Far's Twitter updates.
Yes.
That
Oh,
was like something about that. The anticipation all the time was so exciting.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, just. what
The
goes
people
into
don't know how
Western
good they
states
have it now with the
We-
live streams.
I
Like we
know.
would be waiting for Twitter updates, and sometimes
Oh.
they didn't have service, so it would come through so late.
We get heckled for a grainy photo,
Yeah.
a grainy video. Like
You have no idea what little we used to have.
And
just
not that long ago.
Yeah.
it honestly was really not that long ago that you were waiting for Brian Powell to go running to the closest coffee shop so that he can upload his 2 photos and one
the
sentence
blurs
from
moving
each person
by.
said.
Yeah. Just like names. I did love
Zach Miller breathing hard looked great.
Zach Miller always breathing hard.
I mean, that did tell us a lot, right?
Yeah.
Everything we needed to know.
I was glued to it, to Twitter.
I'm like going through Andy's stories right now on Instagram, and he was posting about the mud from yesterday, and that just looks wild.
I should wear my jorts like his more often.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a pair of other BOA shorts that had the poop emojis on them, and those were my favorite because then I could say that I had already shit my pants, and I didn't have to do it during the race.
Wah, wah. Yeah, the boa shorts are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point in the race for Andy and everyone else out there, it really is just sort of putting your head down and going aid station to aid station. And
Mhm.
I don't think he has. Does he have crew or pacers? I think
He's doing it like unsupported.
I love how the challenge has become. I'm not just gonna run 200 plus
that's
miles.
too easy.
It's okay. I've done that. Now I'm gonna do it without any crew whatsoever
Yeah.
or pacers. Next, it's gonna be like I'm gonna do it with 3 Snickers bars and a bottle of Coke and
I'm
see
gonna do
how
it
far.
blindfolded.
No.
Someone's gonna take me in the middle of the desert, spin me around 8 times, and then push me in a direction, and I have to find my way to the finish.
There are limits.
Are there?
Something tells me these people are gonna go try to find them.
Yeah.
It is always interesting, right? Like there's that thing of like how far is far enough, and you know, 100 miles used to be so far, and now I feel like you tell someone you're doing a 100-miler and they're like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, just 100 miles. I'm like, no,
No, it's
just.
actually really far.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And not flat. But yeah, you know, we're at 250 miles now. There's like longer races popping up. But then you get into these tremendous logistics to pull these things off, right, Zach?
You know what? I mean, a little bit of work goes behind them. It's really, it's not much. It's not much at all.
Just like a day, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been honestly what Jamil and I kind of envision for the future of this. Is we truly believe that live streaming races, especially some of the larger, specifically highly competitive races, is the future of the sport. And largely because we're capable of doing it. It's something that we were never capable of doing. I do remember sitting at Whiskey Basin in 2021 with Jamil, and he was flying a drone that he just got, and we were talking about how cool it is that you could like record to this, and like it, like both of us, it hit us both at the same time that like with this certain controller on the drone, you could take an HDMI mini and you can pull it into a larger screen so that you can watch like whatever you're droning a little bit better. And then we're like, wait, what if you plug a screen capture in that and you put that into a computer? You can do whatever you want with that image. And it clicked for both of us in that moment. And we just kind of were like a silent, like scratch of the chin, like, and then it wasn't, but you know, a handful of months later that if anybody knows Jamil, you know that the dude has like all gas, no brakes mentality. Where he went right out to, which one was he? Went out to one of the golden ticket races that's no longer a golden ticket race out in Texas, Bandera. He went out to Bandera and live streamed that after doing it at a bunch of his local races to see like if it was possible, how to do it, really perfect it. And, you know, lo and behold, here we are a couple of years later with, I believe last year it was 26 live streams, and this year we're going to exceed that, picking up some of the most notable races like Hard Rock 100. We are, you know, obviously doing Western States 100, Cocodona, Javelina, JFK, Run Rabbit Run. We did the Rut last year. You know, it's been fun. It's been exhausting. But it's been a lot of fun, and we are appreciative for the community behind it that helps us complete this goal of ours of making this more of a mainstream thing. We couldn't do without all of our crew, all of our amazing producers behind the screen, you guys here in the booth. Like we're in the beginning stages of this, and that is both terrifying and exciting at the same time. That again, this is only going to grow.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to be in media in the sport and to see those changes happen and to see the ways that we can tell stories, you know, evolve very quickly.
Yeah. Zach, someone asked if they're going to be covering High Lonesome this year.
We are. We do got High Lonesome is on the list. There are a few more in the works, so stay tuned. If you have not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to Mountain Outpost. That helps us take this nice little pitch deck and this little community and go to sponsors to help support these. Speaking of sponsors, huge shout out to John G as one of our main sponsors this year, specifically for the live stream. That was a very specific, like, they wanted to support the live stream, and so many other great sponsors. Over the years, I mean, this is really, the sport is growing. We recognize that there is a business side to the sport, and we appreciate the opportunity to make that business side work for us so that we can bring you the excitement. And again, it's about sharing stories. Yes, the elite story, but also everybody else's story. That's why, unlike other races that tend to, you know, focus solely on the front of the pack, we do like, and we do try very hard to ensure that we showcase the entirety of the race and really try to tell everybody's story the best we can.
Someone asked if we've done UTMB.
I have not. I've done OCC. That doesn't count really.
It's a UTMB. It's a UTMB.
Yes.
It's in that.
I mean, their live stream, and like I've been in their media hotel that they rent out for the coverage, and it's insane. They have like a bank of, you know, different computers and all the things, and then it's like different languages being recorded in all the different rooms around. It's like
That's
pretty
impressive.
crazy. Yeah.
That is a high level broadcast. That is also a broadcast that is, again, it's international. It is, I know the price tag behind it, and it's not small. There's no budget, no doing things on a budget happening over there. If they're willing to get a helicopter in the air for some shots, then
God.
yeah, it's definitely, they're willing to put some money into it. But that's the way the sport's going. So we might as well recognize that brands are going to invest into the sport. Both, you know, your kind of traditional brands, and I think outside the traditional brand realm, we've seen, you know, Sabrina Stanley with an OnlyFans sponsorship. Like, I think that's kind of just the beginning of outside the box partnerships that can happen within our sport. And it's, if we all remember Mike Wardian with like 18 different brands on every one of his jerseys.
Isn't he a T-Mobile guy?
Yeah, T-Mobile, like
Yeah, that one I always remember.
it's hilarious because it's like, wait, what?
I respect
How?
the hustle there.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Oh, I absolutely love it. And it's like, it happened. I've talked to him about this, and it's because like he knew someone who knew someone who was in the marketing department, and it would like just happen. It was one of those who you know kind of
Yeah.
situations. And it was like just an easy connection that worked really well for him. So, you know, awesome for him for like taking that and rolling with it. And yeah, like if the brands are going to invest the money into the sport, we might as well get something we want out of it, and not just more stupid marketing materials, more silly, you know, social pushes. Like, let's get something that's actually fun and beneficial. So
What a concept. Hey.
Hey.
Someone looks happy.
yeah, too stoked out there. Maybe just woke up from a nap. What we didn't see was the napping corner over there.
Yeah, definitely getting busy over at Foxborough.
Yeah, what's crazy is that Foxborough is like gonna be hopping as time goes on. Like, this is just the beginning of the surge into Foxborough Ranch. I think our goal next year, we're gonna have like static cameras at every aid station just to kind of follow the crowd all the way through.
You can
Be
do that
very
like big security camera thing where they have like 18 different little screens of just every aid station.
Oh, we get that's what that computer over there
No, but
is.
you put it up on the stream and just have like
Ooh.
all
Them
of
all
the screens.
going.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would
nice.
be insane.
Be a little difficult to keep an eye on all of that. But
Oh yeah.
what is it? ESPN app does the quad box where you can.
Oh, yeah, like how they
Watch-
did for
There
the
you go.
Olympics, where you
For-
could watch 4 different Olympic things happening at once.
I do it from August through January for college football season.
Gotcha,
I
sure.
have my quad box up of all my college football games. That's the one sport outside of running that I truly enjoy. Although I do have to say, Hillary Billy has gotten me back into baseball a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, don't tell him this, but I grew up an Angels fan. But I do love the Dodgers. I'm an LA kid through and through. I like back when they were
Why?
the Anaheim, because I grew up there. But yeah, the Anaheim Angels, back when they were the LA Angels way back in the day. The Dodgers, I love all the LA teams.
I think I saw an LA Angels game way back. When did they change?
Oh, it had to have been I moved in 97 out of there. And it was more recent that they had gone to the Anaheim Angels. It had to have been 94, 95.
maybe not. But yeah,
Fear
no,
was
it's,
born.
for those asking in the chat, where's Andy? I mean, you saw him on the screen. That's about as good as we get in the middle of the night right now.
He could still be in Foxborough.
coverage.
He could have left.
Yep.
So here's the funny thing. I think I figured it out why so many people are walking past the camera and like waving at it, because we have our computer set up.
They can see it.
And so they can see the computer and they see the camera there and they get to see themselves because like it's showing exactly what is on screen for them. So they just walk by and I don't think they have any idea they're on the live stream.
That's kind
I
of
love
cute.
that.
I love it. I really had this idea, and it was a very short-lived idea, but I was like, we need like a confession booth
Oh my
at these
God.
races.
That would be incredible. Like, yes. Like it's on a reality TV show.
And then we could just like play those.
Like,
That would
some
be so,
time.
just like record a video to your finisher self when you're like
oh
halfway
my God,
through the race.
it like automatically goes into like your profile.
That would be so fun. I would be so mean to myself.
That would be absolutely amazing. I would, yeah, I would love that.
You should really figure out how to do that.
I also, well, because my first thought was like, we have that constantly going, and when someone goes and sits down, we just kind of like beep over to them. I'm like, you
Yeah.
might hear some scary, deep stories.
That would
Someone
be
might be
really
going in there and just
cool.
like letting out the demons, and you're like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe this.
No, but we want to hear this. This is
Yeah,
why we
usually
do
I
this.
call my friends and cry to them. I could do that to the booth instead.
I think it would have to be moderated, where we just have someone who listens to it, and then like,
Like,
we're
yeah,
gonna-
just like someone
We'll
with
play that
priest
one.
robes
Yeah.
on.
right,
Just ready for confession.
man, you. It was 97. All right.
Got our fat check.
I was like, we all have computers. Any of us could be looking this up.
I don't know. I've been trying to type like the same sentence for the last 30 minutes, and it's just not.
Well, yeah, we watched you fall asleep trying to type.
With your hands on the
So there's
keyboard.
that.
I.
Yeah, hands were in position on the keyboard, and it took me a minute to
I just
notice
noticed
nothing
them
was
stop
moving.
moving. Yeah, his eyes were closed, and I was like, that's
click,
interesting.
click, 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 click. Oh,
We've all
man.
been there.
Yeah,
No,
we
you
turned
should've
off his
gotten him
mic in case
snoring.
it fell.
Just some white noise for the nighttime.
Zach snoring to fall asleep.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got allergies out here, like nobody's business. So snoring is a real possibility at this point. It actually reminded me. I need to get on my antihistamine treatment before Western States because the pollen out there is real.
And the poison oak. Did you see some of
Oh,
the horror
God, the
stories that came out of
canyons.
canyons?
Oh,
It looked
canyons is always
awful.
worse than states.
Yeah,
States
that time
is-
of year. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be rife for that kind of situation at canyons, but just a handful of weeks later, it's not
I was
really
pretty
as much
happy.
an issue.
I ran past and touched so much poison oak during Gorge, and I escaped.
I
No
feel like-
issues.
I feel like I've got
Because I
to be
kept having to
immune
step
to
off
it.
into the poison oak. And I
Oh,
was like, well, this is
God.
a future me problem, I guess.
it
Did
was
you
almost
wash
a
and
squat.
tetanus?
No. I think I just haven't been exposed to it enough to start reacting. Because I think it is one of those ones that the more you get exposed, the stronger reaction you have.
I don't know
So,
because
I
I
don't know.
moved from Canada and I'd never been exposed to poison oak. I didn't know what it looked like because Billy doesn't react, and so he was very unhelpful.
Yeah.
Whenever I asked, we were in Santa
I don't know.
Barbara
Why would I have to care?
on a run, and it was after they'd had like the landslides and stuff, and so we had to like bushwhack through this section, and it was like bushes up to my neck.
Oh,
Turns out it was bushes of poison oak up to my neck.
oh my god.
I didn't know what it looked like because Billy didn't have that information for me, despite growing up in SoCal.
He didn't have to.
It
Same
wasn't
thing.
relevant for him.
I literally was on a run at after Lake Sonoma with Patty O'Leary and Skylar Hall, and I was like, they were talking about the poison oak. I'm like, honestly, I would probably pick a handful of it and wipe myself with it, not knowing, because I just don't know. Like, I know, oh yeah, leaves of 3, whatever. Like,
Yeah.
but I still don't know what it looks like.
Yeah. I had to Google it literally right the morning of Gorge. I was Googling what does poison oak look like because I was like, oh shit, I don't actually know.
Well, the funny thing is literally like 30 seconds later, we ran past a few patches of it. And then the entirety of the run, patio literally was like, oh, that's some poison oak. Oh, that's some poison oak. Oh, there's some over there. I was like, okay, I think I'm well adept to
I
the
now
poison
get
oak
it.
now. But I've never had a reaction. I've run Rio states. I've done the training camps out there. Like, never in my life have I had a reaction. I also never got COVID, so I think
There's still time. You're alive.
Yeah.
It
I think
could
that's
happen.
There's
fair.
still time.
I feel like I made it through, and I went to UTMB and paced a friend and like shared a hotel room, and she caught it in the in the airport going out to UTMB the 2 weeks previous, and like had no idea. We shared like all of our car rides, obviously, and everything. Like I was around her nonstop, and nothing. So counting my blessings on that.
Well, I know after the Santa Barbara exposure that I was on 2 rounds of oral prednisone, a round of topical prednisone, and 2 urgent care visits. So I don't know about the whole, like, you know, I didn't have enough exposure to it. Because as far as I know, that was the first time I'd ever been exposed to it. And I went
Maybe
all
Did
in.
you- did
got
you
so
roll in it?
much.
Like,
Yeah.
did you
I mean, if
eat
you were up
it?
to your neck, maybe you just got
It was-
so much of it.
really wet and humid. So I just remember we finished our run, and it was one of those runs where you're soaking from all the, like,
Ugh.
foliage touching you. So I think I just, I literally wore a bunch of it.
You
And
just basically bathed in it for real. Oh my god. Okay. Well, new nightmare unlocked. Thank you.
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it was great. I had scars on scars and, like, blisters on blisters.
No thanks.
Yeah, I saw Tim Tolfson posting on his Strava the other day that he's, like, still coming out of a really bad bout of it from
Yeah.
canyons. And he didn't even run the race. He was just out on the trails.
I heard the Boulder Boys got taken down by some poison oak too.
That's why they weren't at Cocodona.
Yeah, that's definitely
That's
why.
Finn beat them. So Poison Oak got them first. They would have been here.
Those sensitive little boys.
Looks like it's a little chilly there. That volunteer is like
Yeah, it bundled
looking
up.
cold. Yeah.
I do love how like at so many aid stations there's such a difference between how the volunteers are dressed versus how like the runners. You can so easy to tell who's running and pacing versus who's volunteering because
Yeah.
they're dressed for entirely different weather conditions.
We got some people asking in the chat when we're going to have some field cameras out again. And well, first things first, when we have some sunlight, that helps tremendously. And the second thing is I will say that tomorrow is the most beautiful drone day because instead of chasing runners, we get to go to the best places and get the most epic drone shots because our drone pilots, most of them love to do this and like are so jazzed on being in some cool places. So we will be over on the Hangover Trail, getting some drone out there as the middle back of the pack is making their way through there. We've got some more photos of Mount Eldon, some Buffalo Park. We've got some really fun places that are gonna be really beautiful. So probably around, sunrise tomorrow, 6 a.m. I've got some pilots out there that are gonna just travel around all day and give us some cool shots.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for that. Just being out in that area, even in the rain, it was so beautiful. Like,
I was a little slightly frustrated that I curated a really great day 2 days ago.
yeah, it was already 2 days ago, Zach.
Yeah,
You
2
are
days
correct.
ago. And that fog on day 2 that came in and downed our drones in certain areas. Because, you can't fly in the fog. You can't see your drone. You have no idea where that thing's at. And the last thing you want to do is, take out a telephone pole or, ruin a multiple $1,000 drone. So, yeah, we bring everything down and it's also illegal. So,
Yeah, that's it. Fine.
but we bring everything down and it was such a bummer because it was like, it was getting beautiful around the Hangover Trail where you had like the fog rolling in and you had like white capped mountains against the red rock, and it lasted about 20 minutes before we had to bring them down. And the hail was like pelting the drones out there.
All these good reasons why the drones couldn't be up there.
Yeah. One message in the chat where one of our drone pilots was like, because these are our drones, not theirs. So he was like, Jamil, I'm gonna need a thumbs up to be able to fly in this,
I
because
don't want to ruin your nice
it is
drone.
like hailing, like pebble-sized hail out here. Jamil's comment back was like just hail question mark with a little like scary face emoji, and he's like, yeah, I'm bringing it down, don't worry.
Yeah, some of those drone shots have been incredible. I know.
Yeah.
I love the John G Skycam, just like epic sweeping shots that we've been getting out there. It was a really fun way to see some of the runners, especially like the lead pack and how well they're moving, you know, like getting to see that.
It's also that's the kind of shots that I feel like would make me want to maybe do this one someday. Just like seeing how beautiful it is. That to me, I'm like, oh, that is really nice.
Not the shot of someone like passed out in an aid station.
No, weirdly
freezing.
enough, that's not
Yeah.
super appealing.
Yeah, I think that like it is interesting. We all love that like follow cam shot, because I think that brings you like into the runner's experience. But the drone shots, those just like epic drone shots, make you want to be there. And it's just like, oh man, like this is they're two entirely different shots. They do cover the race very well, but it's just there's something about like a beautiful sweeping drone shot where you're like, I need to go run there. Like I need to do that. I think our next goal is go international. I want to go see some cool places.
You're like, hi, Italy.
Doesn't Tarawera need some
wow.
coverage?
Yeah, I mean, that's on my bucket list to go over there.
Oh, 100% recommend it.
Never been.
Do the miler, don't do the 100K. The miler gets a boat ride, which is awesome. And you get to see, in my opinion, the most beautiful trails of the course, because it starts and ends, at least the year I did it, starts and ends in Rotorua, and you run out along the Tarawera Trail, which you don't get to see, which ironically it is Tarawera 100, and you don't run on the Tarawera Trail. But
Yeah.
Sure.
you get to go run the Tarawera Trail, and it's this beautiful like lake coastal track that is just epic, and it takes you all the way out on this trail. You go through 3 different lakes, and that last lake, Lake Tarawera, you pop into a little boat dock. Like it literally just ends at a boat dock, and there's a boat there waiting for you. And the rule is, if you get there and there's no run, because it kind of, you turn a hard corner, and it's probably I don't know, like 30 seconds until you hit the boat dock. If they see another runner behind you, they will wait until they have a boat full of runners, and then they go. So kind of you got to strategize a little bit there. Either you have to beat everybody there by like significant amount, or you just like, okay, we're just going to ease up and like make it there together, and then the race starts. But that's at a 50K. You take a little boat ride across the lake.
That's fun.
Too funny.
Can I cast my vote for first international race?
Yes, sir.
Mount Fuji.
Ooh.
Actually go there.
Yeah, Mount Fuji was a great recommendation. They did a live stream last year. This year they did not do a live stream, I don't believe. Madeira, can we like get a shout out for some Madeira?
What was that race that Ashley did that you said you wanted? Was it Transgran Canaria?
Oh, Transgran Canaria
Yeah.
would be amazing.
The
Transgran
photos from
Canaria.
that always look epic.
Madeira would be amazing. There's this little small race in Italy, 50K, the Sciacca Trail around the Cinque Terre, that is just an epic race. I could already like envision those drone shots following the coastal tracks.
Hey, Zach. Someone asked if Connor, the cameraman, got fed after his 60, 70 miles, after we got all the donations for his meals.
He did. Homeboy got fed. We sent those donations via Venmo over to him. He is he's happily in
That's
his
amazing.
van right now.
He deserves it.
And we did actually at the finish line there. I did offer to go literally get him Diablo Burger right there at the finish line.
A man of his word.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I am
He
not gonna. let the
freaking
kid
earned
down.
that, didn't he?
Yeah, and more.
Yeah, our definitely like could not be more grateful for people like that who just show up and are like, let's go, let's do it.
Yeah. I mean, The incredible thing about a race like this is it takes so many people being willing to just like show up and donate their time and their energy and be part of it for the sake of creating a cool experience. And you know, you just don't run these races without it.
You never know where it'll lead to, because I remember it was like just 2021 that I was talking to Dylan, and Dylan's like, "Hey bro, do you want to like do me a favor?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, what's up?" And he's like, "You're gonna be at Gorge?" I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Do you want to like run a camera for me?" And we had this just silly idea that we would hop from aid station to aid station, run as far as we could, and give live updates via Instagram live. And I would roll, then he would roll, then I would roll. We just like did a little leapfrog all the way down the course. And that was, you know, kind of, I think, the start of all of this. A few years later, now I work full time for Mountain Outpost and doing it for a living, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing. I look at my own career in the sport, same thing, lots of zags. But it's kind of fun because you can just sort of be like, oh, that looks interesting over there. I'm going to go do that. And, oh, I'm going to try that now.
I think we had enough leftover funds from the Connor Burger Fund that I think we're going to get some coffee in the morning.
Seems like a wise move.
A little Dunkin'.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the temperatures on the screen for Flagstaff right now, 38 degrees, 3 degrees Celsius. Like, that's not warm.
No.
You know, I mean, I think you get colder desert temperatures here anyways, but with the weather and all that, and if you're wet,
Yeah, that's
these
what I was
runners
thinking
have been
too.
out there. That's like pretty chilly. I mean, that's not even up at the top of Eldon, right?
Yeah. Ugh. I'm actually getting cold thinking about that.
Yeah, I kind of
I'm
am too.
so over winter right now that like, I can't.
I was promised sunshine.
Yeah, everyone was heat training getting ready for this race. No one was anticipating a year like this.
That's why you never heat train. I swear to God, like when I did the speed project, Lexi got a portable sauna and she was heat training, and I was like, I don't know, I'm not going to do that. And we had a cold year. And I was like, it's because you heat trained. You jinxed it. Not that I wasn't upset about that, because we actually got like pretty good cold, quote unquote, temps, but that's one way to guarantee.
So just taking a look at the tracker here and to catch everybody up where we're at right now. If you're just joining us, we've got our men's and overall winner, Dan Green, here in already into the finish line, followed by Ryan Sands out of South Africa. Etta Ramirez, Rachel Intrican, our first female, fourth place overall. And Harolda Subertis and Finn Melanson have made their way here to the finish line. Right now, we've got DJ Fox, should be hitting Trinity any moment, and then make his way over to the finish line with Cody Poskin not too far behind. And Michael McKnight, a staple favorite here in the sport, is behind Cody. And if you're looking at the tracker, you can kind of see there's a rainbow of colors making their way, descending here into Flagstaff. Most of them are getting through the Sedona area right now. I think it's pretty congregated on that no pacer over to Munn's section. So be willing to bet that by tomorrow night, we're going to have a nice steady trickle of runners coming into the finish line. Right now, however, we've got eyes on Foxborough Ranch, mile 177. We've got our volunteers out there doing quite literally the Lord's work in reviving all of these near dead athletes as they've made their way all the way up to this aid station here. So I think it'll be a lot of fun over the next couple of days to see what happens. We got any fan favorites out there? I know that one person that we saw on the chat not too long ago, Shad Burkles. So for anyone who knows Shad, he is one of our Mountain Outpost videographers, and historically has showed up to Cocodona and has run big mileage weeks, running runners in and out of aid stations, specifically here at the finish line. I think last year he ran for just about 24 hours straight throughout the course of like Friday, I think it was Thursday night into Friday night, and just chased runners, took a little nap in his van, and then jumped back onto the course to get the every single last runner through. So shout out to him. He's at mile 161 right now, making his way. Just kind of got in a few weeks ago. I was a little upset because he was supposed to work the live stream, and he got in off the wait list, and I was like, all right, fine. I will let you. I did give him a link so that he could check in randomly, and he has not. So I gotta maybe send him another link and bug him.
Be like Kevin Goldberg. Be in the chat.
Like, come on, dude.
Like the volunteer there that's like wrapped in a blanket and puffy jacket and all
That
the
would be
layers.
me.
Yeah, that would be me
I
too.
respect it.
If I worked an aid station like that, I would be the one needing the aid.
Yeah. I have this big fleece onesie that looks like a skeleton. That's usually kind of my
Oh,
go-to
that's
outfit
fun.
for an overnight aid station shift. Like I've worn it, I think every time I've worked an aid station
I
overnight.
need to get a fun outfit. Where'd you find that?
I think it was Amazon, honestly. And it's warm because it's just like fleece and it kind of holds all the heat in.
Yeah.
Like even Leadville overnight, I was warm
I
enough.
need to up my game for these things.
And it really cheered a lot of people up, I think.
I mean,
Well,
if
Hillary, you have a year to get it figured out because I'm
Yeah.
going to need some good crew and pacers for next year's Cocodona.
nobody's going to be left to do the live stream. We're all going to be like, okay.
Well, no, it'll be happening like portable. We're going to portable live stream and just
Okay,
report
okay,
from wherever
yeah.
Zach is.
Right.
It'll make logistics so much easier, I'm sure.
Let us not forget at Javelina this year how I pulled off to the side of the trail to answer a bunch of volunteer emails, and I was literally running with Corinne Malcolm, and I'm like pulling my phone out, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like,
Stop working.
"I got to respond to a couple volunteers who are just showed up to the race, and they need to know where to go." Yeah, that's I've learned never to try to do both at the same time. It does.
No,
it's
that's
not
how
a,
you fall and hurt
It's
yourself.
not a good
Absolutely
time
not.
for either end of it.
No, no, no.
I don't know if I can convince Jamil to take it back over again. He got his own little run in yesterday. He ran Mingus Traverse.
Yeah. He's doing great. Well, he's running the Hard Rock Western States double. So.
He is back-to-back Hard
Casual.
Rock West. Again, he's ditching me again to go run Western and Hard Rock.
Yeah, so you get to ditch it next year, I feel.
I feel like I'm owed one.
Did Kevin Russ, is he still in the race? Speaking of Chipotle and
yeah.
other runs. Yeah, he is.
He's still
Mile
going. He's
200.
mile 200. In fact, if you head over to Mountain Outpost, is doing a daily Kevin update. So you can head over to our YouTube channel and specifically our Instagram handle, Mountain Outpost, and you'll get your daily Kevin updates because he became a fan favorite real quickly, and we decided to stick one of our content creators with them to put together some fun Russ updates. Who the content creator we chose was out there at the Chipotle Challenge, happened to bump into Russ while filming Jamil out there, and was like, "Yeah, I'll patient, sure, why not?" And it has just turned into a nice little friendship.
I love this sport.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I saw Kevin at one of the aid stations earlier, but that was just the most epic throwdown.
Yeah.
Like, who knew we were all gonna be riveted by this like one stretch of sidewalk?
Yeah. I really wanted, La Sportiva's doing a segment challenge in Boulder on Sanitas, and they're like doing, one prize for fastest time up, but one for most repeats. And I would love it if someone would Chipotle challenge that, because that would be insane.
Yeah, I had like flashes of doing that and realized that my schedule allowed me to be in Denver for 1 week this month, so
So one really big week.
Yeah.
pretty much out of the
come on.
question for me.
I tried to convince Katie she should do it too, but
50 miles a day for a week.
I mean, that's
Throw
how I
down
got to
and
do it
leave.
these days, is just go all in for a week, and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just work on my sleep depravation for the next week.
I mean, that's what I've been doing with my traveling. I've had a crazy schedule. I was home for 30 hours. I ran 40 miles, and then I turned around and drove out to Arizona. And I was like,
Yeah, 'cause
that
you-
was
That's
fun.
good
You
training.
too have Hard Rock coming up.
I definitely have heart. Yeah, someone was actually asking me that in the chat just now. Yeah, I got into hard rock after 8 years of trying, and you know, you don't get to pick your timing for
No.
these things. So here we are trying to fit it in. I also haven't been home for more than 30 hours in almost a month. So we're doing great. We're under control.
Working on that mental toughness.
I was going to run up Mount Eldon today. I had this grand plan. It was going to be sunny. I was
Sure.
going to be like so energetic, and I was going to go for like a big run and like all this stuff. And then as I was driving up here from Sedona, it was fully snowing and raining down below. And I was so tired from like not sleeping all
Yeah.
week. So I sat in my car and watched the rain for a while. And then I did 8.5 flat miles on the bike trail.
It's
in
kind of
town
the same thing.
and called it a day. Yeah, it's really not at all the same thing.
I had illusions of grandeur that I was going to get out every day. I scheduled into my thing. I'm going to get out. I'm going to go for just an hour run. I'm going to go make my way to Buffalo Park, go run up towards Eldon, come back, and I've run exactly 1 mile with Rachel and Tricken to the finish line.
Okay,
That's
so
been it.
okay, same thing.
Yeah, it's same.
This is why I'm just not training for anything, so I don't have to do anything.
I mean, that is the smarter move. That's usually my go-to right now, has been like retire from running in the summer. And like, but you know, I have to say, it's fun to have something to train for when you're traveling. Like I was just in Korea 2 weeks ago, which feels like it was a
That
lot
trip
longer.
looked epic.
It was an amazing trip. Yeah.
Oh,
We were
So
there
jealous.
with my husband Billy's entire family, and like just really cool to see like all of Korea basically. But we were close to a couple national parks, and I got up at like 4 a.m. and got runs in. I was like using Strava heat maps from our hotels to find like bike paths and routes. So you just fit it in. You just make it work.
I feel like sometimes when I have so many restrictions, I find it easier to actually do everything.
Yeah.
If I have too much free time, I'm just like, oh, I'll just do it later.
So true.
the weeks that I show up to Aerovipa headquarters, and well, I guess I should start calling it Mountain Outpost headquarters, but Mountain Outpost headquarters and in Phoenix, and I usually will show up for a couple days, and just because I'm me and I work with Jamil, I end up sleeping at the office. So I'll work quite late getting stuff done, and then it's so easy to just throw my shoes on in the morning, head out the door, go to the bike path, and just, I mean, when I'm there, I'm easily getting in 10 to 20 miles a day, and I just get it done, no questions asked. I go back home and I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to keep this momentum going. Easy, just get out of bed, 6 a.m., go for a nice little 18-mile run. No, doesn't happen at all,
Yeah.
ever.
Someone was asking what mile Foxborough Ranch is, and it's mile 177.6. So yeah, we are seeing a large portion of the pack sort of moving through Foxborough right now as they're making their way up the course. It also looks like, just sort of looking at the rest of our field, let's see how our leaders are doing.
It looks
And
like
just as a
DJ's like
reference,
mile away.
actually, Foxborough Ranch is the aid station you have right before you, if you are in the Sedona 125, you actually get a ride over to the Crystal Point aid station, which is the restart, because of protected owl land. In the Cocodona National Forest, we were only permitted to have enough runners to support the 250. So instead of trying to make both races match that permit, we just cut that section out. And for the 125ers, they get a nice little bus ride over to the restart point, and don't quite get to go all the way through the Cocodona Forest.
Huh.
So little course information there.
It's just
I
like that
didn't
boat
realize
ride
that.
in Tarawera.
That's a fun fact. Yeah, it looks like looking at the tracker
Oh,
for
Also,
Oh, yeah.
because of
Okay.
the owl
breaking
nesting,
news.
this is a no pacer section as well.
Got it. Yes.
So we had to limit it to just the
Just the runners.
200 and some odd runners.
Oh my god, that is
Okay,
such
does
a
anyone
good
else see the dog on the screen that's like in the jacket? I have one of those for our dog, Charlie Salami, and
Oh
it's
my
a little
gosh.
like oversized on him, so it's
Yeah.
just like this giant sleeping bag, and I love it so much. Every time I get to put it on him, I'm so excited.
I have a Costco sweatshirt for my dog, and one for my cat, and one for me, so we can all wear our sweatshirts and match. Cat doesn't wear it for very long, but the dog will wear it all day.
They're like, okay,
Yeah.
this is fun.
What he doesn't love it when I'm putting it on. He just like gives me a look, but then he's like, "Well, I'm warm."
Yeah.
So sure.
But yeah, it looks like DJ Fox has made a move and is
He's
put some
pushing.
significant
Yeah.
distance on Cody as he comes down into Trinity Heights, the last aid station before the finish line here. And, you know, I think the section that Cody's on is that very technical downhill. If you're looking at the tracker, you can just see how wild that
Those little switchbacks.
yeah, section of squiggles is. You know, and we could see earlier on some of the follow cams just how crazy that is and how hard that would be to go down
Especially in the dark.
in the dark, right? Like those steps, it's hard to gauge. You've got the headlamp shadows,
Yeah.
you know, like
Ugh.
not quite sure exactly
That's
how far
why
you're
you
stepping
wear
down.
an Ultraspire waist lamp.
Right.
I do
They
that.
are the best. Those
I
are-
was super anti waist light for a while, and then I borrowed Katie's during Run Rabbit, and I was fully
a
converted.
changed woman.
No, it's serious. I was like, I gave it back, and I was like, I need to get one of these myself.
Everybody, like nobody buys into it until they try it,
Mm-hmm.
and once they use it, they're like, "Oh no, I get it. Yeah, this is the move right here." See, I couldn't do headlamps for the longest time because I'd get like headaches really bad.
Yes, they give me a headache if I wear it for too long, which is not
So-
great.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, I don't like the fact that every time I like am running and I hear something and I look over, then there's no light over here anymore, and it kind of takes a second for my eyes to readjust back to the trail, and the headache thing happens. So I used to take my headlamps and I would extend them and wear them
Around
around
your
my waist.
Yeah.
And I was talking about it with, this was back when I was, partnered with Ultraspire, and I was talking to Bryce Thatcher, and he saw me at a race, and he saw that, and he just literally was just like scratched his chin. He's like, A few years later, we have waist lamps. So yeah, he's shout out to Ultraspire, another sponsor of the race, because they are just extremely innovative, and I love how they literally are an office of like 5 employees, and they're, I believe, to be one of the better pack companies in the business. And they've just really have dove in head first on the waist lamps.
Yeah.
They fully believe in them.
I was a hater because of those Kagala ones, especially when I ran Javelina and it was washing machine style. So I was just being blinded
Yeah.
by people with those
It's
super
like high
bright
beams.
ones. Yeah. It just really put a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, I
But
also
I've come
love that
around.
the Ultraspire ones, you can adjust the beam.
Yes, you can go up and down,
So
which
like
I
you
like.
can kind of like torque it down just a little bit.
Yeah.
Or like sometimes even like go straight on if you're going uphill rather than down at your toes. Going uphill is a lot less efficient. Yeah, no, I think they're hands down the best way to provide light. See a lot of people doing the combo out there where they do the waist light
Yeah.
plus a headlamp. I think that's like
Hey, you might as well go all in on the light, right?
Yeah.
It certainly
I mean,
helps with the sleepiness.
no lack in lumens, that's for sure.
I find also with the headlamp, I find it a hard time like getting it to point exactly where I want unless I have to like crane my neck. So I get a headache and a neck ache. It's a whole thing.
I kind of get the halo effect in the eyes where it's just kind of like almost like burned into your retina, this like little spot right in front of you.
Do you guys get issues with sunglasses? Because I get headaches from sunglasses.
Yep.
Like on my temples.
No.
So then I'm
100%.
like a nerd and I put them over my ears and I run
Oh.
like that, which looks really cool.
It is. It's, what's most important is looking cool.
Yeah. Right?
I've never had
Look
that
cool,
issue.
do well, look
Yeah.
cool.
Well, in order to do well, you have to look cool. So
But yeah, I don't know. I have never found a pair of sunglasses that doesn't give me a headache, like sport or regular.
yeah. Wow.
So I just put my hair over the fact that I have them on top of my ears.
One of the perks of being a woman, you can do that.
Yeah.
You used to get those like glasses they make for kids where they just like kind of actually strap around your head and they don't rest on your head. They just kind of like go all the way around.
Yeah. That's what I need.
Or like the goggles they have for dogs because they also just kind of have a strap.
yes.
And it would be a really good look.
Like ski goggles,
Yes.
essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Your ski goggles. That's the new fashion statement. So I'm going to get a skeleton onesie
Yeah.
and clear ski goggles. Got it.
I could see that working. I feel like that is Pit Viper written all over it.
Actually, yeah, their sunglasses look fun.
I have their heart-shaped ones and they're photochromic.
The MK
fully into
glasses
it.
and the Claire glasses. They can be both. So it looks like DJ is just about at the Trinity Heights aid station, so we maybe are able to pick up something as he goes through there.
Mhm.
This is exciting, guys. This is as exciting as it gets, so let's enjoy it. Someone in the chat asked if they could make contact sunglasses.
Oh,
That is an interesting thought.
that would look so.
You could do
creepy.
colored ones,
They make colored contacts.
maybe like red
so
ones.
That would be fun. I've definitely had like red contact lenses for Halloween before.
I've heard
so-
that they're like not very comfortable.
No, and they're not really meant to be worn for long periods of time.
Oh God, can you imagine like all the eye issues that we already like see and deal with? Like Courtney and Ryan were both doing eye drops and stuff like that. You add in. I don't think you're
That probably wouldn't be a good
okay.
idea.
10 out of 10. Don't recommend the contacts for long periods of time, but it's a good thought, Michelle.
I think we can work with that workshop.
Yeah,
it a
we'll
little.
workshop it.
Yeah.
So Trinity is pretty much just sort of like a smaller, pit stop, I think, on the way to the finish. Not a whole, ooh, I saw a burrito or something
They
going
must
there.
be anticipating someone
Hey.
coming in.
What's the most adorable thing in the world is as I was over at Trinity setting up this camera and I was talking to the aid station crew and they said that, any minute Dan's going to be here. In fact, Patty Curry, Jamil's mom and the aid station captain or aid station director, if you will, she specifically requested that they had a grilled cheese with ham waiting in the little hot container over there for him as he came through because she knew that he was eating a lot of those at other aid stations. So
Aw.
they made one fresh, hot as he was coming. And sure enough, one of his crew guys ran over to the hot bin, opened it up, grabbed the hot ham and cheese and took off out of there.
Incredible.
Cute.
That is the level of support you get here at the Aero Viper races.
What more could you ask for?
No, that's really it. That's
Also, I don't know why, but I love that they have this single package double stuffed Oreos at every aid station.
Oh,
It was interesting that the COVID years kind of they ended up going to like prepackaged stuff more
instead
than,
of the like giant bowl
the
of
more
M&Ms
communal
that
bowl.
you just like scoop your hand into.
The-
I mean, I think of that now and I shudder. I
I think
that
it made my
a
immune
lot.
system really strong.
very few things are like purchased in bulk like that, which is awesome that they put that level of like detail and care into the aid stations when it's like it's just potato chips, right? Like it's
Yeah.
the same thing whether you get them like put them in a giant bag and you kind of like get your all squirrel's nut butter lubed up hands all over them. You get like a nice little hint of petroleum the later in the race you are.
Slides down easy.
It just goes in and out real easy. But yeah, I think that like the COVID era where everything had to be prepackaged,
Yeah.
they kind of forged this like, you know what, this is actually really easy and also super convenient and it cuts down on waste because you're not giving as many like
Yeah.
baggies and bowls, like things like that. It's like, take this, you will use it and you will also carry it with you and, get rid of your trash kind of thing. So it's been very kind of cool. I like that they've kind of stuck with that.
My real question is, do they have gluten-free Oreos?
They don't have them in the single pack.
'Cause-
They do provide gluten-free snacks and vegan. Jamil himself is vegan. His mom's
Sorry.
chickpea salad sandwiches are on the wheat bagel thins are some of the best things you're ever going to get in an aid station. I love it.
You're making me so
Yeah.
hungry at 2
Yeah, actually,
a.m.
Let's not-
I'm very hungry right now. I am realizing that I have not eaten much.
This is all because Zach Marion has not had dinner yet.
Zach, what's the best thing you've eaten at an aid station?
Best thing I've had at an aid station. Oh,
I'm scared now.
wow. Yeah, this is bringing me back. The first thing that like I had in an aid station specifically during a 100-miler where I was like, wow, that like for whatever reason that hit the spot. It was at Leadville. I mixed ramen with instant potatoes.
Oh,
And so I had
Okay.
like a thick instant potatoes with ramen in it. So I got like the broth, I got the noodles, I got the potatoes. It was like it was so good, so salty. It just hit me like the way I needed it to. But the best thing I ever had at an aid station was running the Terraware 100. It was sponsored by Domino's, and the Blue Lake Trail aid station, Lake Tikitapu, had an unlimited amount of Domino's pizza there. So
I want to be sponsored by pizza.
yeah,
You want to get Domino's?
what's that?
Is that what you want to get Domino's?
I just love Domino's, man. It's just good.
I really want pizza now. I shouldn't have asked you that.
Pizza Bites.
It is pretty solid. Yeah, that was. What about you? What was your favorite?
I haven't eaten a bunch of really good food at a race just because I feel like most of the stuff at aid stations I can't eat. Can't have quesadilla, can't have sandwich. Most of the time can't have broth because it's made with ramen noodles. I had instant mashed potatoes once, and that was like the first time I managed to eat real food successfully. So that
Yeah.
really hit the spot.
That's a good one. I know. I'm also gluten-free. I'm celiac, and so I've always had to manage the gluten thing at races. But one of my favorites is like avocado sushi rolls.
Oh,
That
a good one.
Yeah.
I dip it in a little soy sauce, and because it's avocado, if it sits out for a while, it's a little less deadly on the system. Or just like avocado with some lime juice, like in a Ziploc bag, and then just like pour it down your throat. Yeah, it's interesting. I actually had a nutrition call with Meredith Terranova. She's an amazing nutritionist about Hard Rock, and we were just going through like the plan A, the plan B, and the
Yeah.
plan Z of nutrition, because obviously that race, like, you're gonna get altitude issues and not be able to eat, but it's kind of cool to sort of like have the list of foods that you know will go down well. I think I'll probably be in the Rachel camp of like beige is good,
yeah.
you know, like very neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like that strategy a lot too because
And I actually love a good pizza. My go-to is to have gluten-free pizza the night before the race, and then have the leftovers for breakfast before the race.
Oh.
And I don't care if it's cold. I do.
No, cold pizza's good.
Yeah. No, my husband thinks I'm an absolute psychopath.
No,
for
you're correct.
I could see Billy thinking that.
No, he like literally will sit there gagging at me eating it.
And more for you.
Yeah.
Another pro tip for those doing their first 100-mile race: you never want to eat after the race.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you finish and you're just like, I've been forcing myself to eat nonstop. It's never been a full meal, but I am just over it. And I usually it does take me like 24 to 48 hours before my stomach really comes back. Probably because I'm frequently dehydrated, but have your crew order a pizza, and when you go to bed, put that thing right next to the bed, and
Yep.
you will wake up in 2 hours and be ravenous. You'll have 3 bites of pizza and be like, that was enough, and you'll put it back, and you'll just keep doing that all night long.
I've
Yeah.
fully slept with food in bed with me after races before because I'll just get up and eat in the middle of the night and then go right back to bed.
Pizza's always the safe choice. I think you can eat that pretty easy when it's cold. Like cold burritos to me are just.
That's a little rough. The rice gets
Yeah.
crunchy. The rice
Yeah.
should not be crunchy.
Oh, no. No,
I
no.
love burritos. I would eat it every single day for every meal, but a cold burrito is just I can't.
No.
I can't.
That's
do
not
it.
a food that's
It's
meant to be
sacrilege.
cold.
Yeah, it's so funny, like where we draw the line. You know, like
Yeah.
there is a line. Although it was funny, like I think it was like 2 days ago now. I don't even know what it was. I was like carrying around food with me in the car for like 8 or 9 hours before I'd eat it, and sort of like warm chicken salad sandwich,
Probably
cross
fine.
my fingers. You know,
Yeah.
sort of like it's relatively cool outside. Worked out. So
One of my friends he's like a PhD in food science, and so we're constantly being like, "Hey Max, like, would this kill me if I ate it?
right.
Maybe. Okay, I'll take that risk." He's just like over there shaking his head. No, it's great.
Why even bother asking me?
Well, how badly would it kill me?
Oh man. Yeah, it's finding food that you like and can eat. I mean, even with the hard rock stuff, trying to figure out, okay, the gels I like at the beginning of the race, I'm probably not going to like them when I'm however many hours in. And so having that plan
Yeah.
for like what to switch to, all of that.
Trying to find like real food to eat has been my biggest journey in the last year or two. I've just done, I mean, when I ran Javelin, I did the entire thing on gels and Tailwind. And States was Roctane and gels.
But you can do that in races that are shorter.
Yeah.
You
It's just,
cannot
I feel like
do
once
that
I get
in-
past like 30 hours, I have to really.
You need real
figure
food. Your
stuff out.
stomach is going to start hurting from like a lack of real food.
So
Yeah, you
far,
can
I have
do-
mashed potatoes and
You
gush.
can do the gels and like the instant stuff, and
Not
that's
together.
it's not
You just expect.
satiating. It's like it does the job to keep you moving, but your stomach is never really satiated until you have that like
Yeah.
more full, robust meal, which is why I don't know if I could do a 250. Like, God, there's just so many compounding factors in there. You have to think too much in those races.
One way to find out.
and I don't like to think very much when I run.
I mean,
No,
same.
you get your
That's
crew
why you
to
have
think
crew.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
outsource
what
Do
your
what you're
brain.
told, Zach.
I feel story of my life. I feel like honestly, like that was Dan's move,
Yeah.
and like the difference between him and Ryan Sands is like Ryan Sands was doing the exact same things Dan was doing, and vice versa. The difference was like Dan was just like his crew was like, "Hey, you should do this." He's like, "Okay, cool." "Hey, you should probably eat that burrito." "All right, fine." Like, here's a burger. "Oh, okay." Like, he didn't fight anything. He just trusted his crew and was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Need
Like,
to
whatever
work
you
on
guys
that.
say. He was like a savage though, eating full meals and then all of a sudden jumping into like a Morton energy gel and just would like chase his
You gotta
burger.
wash it down. It's a palate cleanser.
Yeah, chase the burger with a Morton and just like, okay, like That was
the
like a-
cool like would be to put the Morton on the burger, just kind of like ketchup, and then
then
just
you like a ketchup flavored
yeah.
Morton. a
No, I know, just
ketchup-flavored
Morton
goo.
flavored Morton on the burger. I do
Oh.
wonder what that taste would be like.
I don't want to ever know. I have zero desire.
I mean, the Morton itself is just going to absorb all the other flavor. You know,
Yeah,
like
I
it's
feel like
just-
it would actually be a pretty easy way to get a Morton down.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not gonna try it, but
Man. Yeah, no, there's sort of a ton of strategy that has to go into the food piece. I think when you get into races this long, it really is an eating competition.
yes,
You know, we say that about shorter races, but you just cannot get away with it.
yeah.
in
I
a
mean, because
race
for
like
shorter
this.
races, it's an eating competition, but you can do it with just gels or drink mix and stuff.
Yeah,
And
or worst comes to worst, Coca-Cola and watermelon,
Mhm.
which I've done many a time. A couple potato chips.
You just gotta perfect the slurp.
yeah,
Yeah.
You gotta be able to just get it down fast.
I'm a fan of
Yeah.
my emotional support. Corn checks also
Oh,
had good success with those.
I saw some goldfish happening.
Oh, I
aid
have friends who
stations.
do goldfish, and that's like the one food I miss so much.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous every time.
There's no good gluten-free goldfish.
So just to kind of give an update on what's happening throughout the course right now, we've got DJ Fox is making his way into Trinity Aid Station. It's going to be a minute before he gets there. He's got 2.5 miles as of 15 minutes ago. And if the rate you're going at that point, that 2.5 miles could be a significant amount of time. That could be easily an hour. And then you got Cody Poskins behind him, just barely pinged at 250 miles. He's 3.3 miles out of the aid station. So a little gap happening there in the men's race with Max Joliffe is sitting at the Wildcat aid station currently. Probably enjoying some of those Pete's meats, the smoked brisket and
Stop making me hungry.
bratwurst out there. I tried going over there earlier. The meat wasn't ready, so I
You show up with a plate.
Oh.
You just had a fork.
We did that last year.
Pete's got a bunch of little tinfoil pockets that he is sending runners out with, like
Oh, cute.
brisket that he started. Like, he came in to the broadcast on Tuesday night and he was like, "Yeah, no, we started smoking briskets yesterday and some bratwurst, and like it's a
Okay,
big
maybe
thing
now I
out
will
there."
sign up for the race. This is, again, it's the drone shots and talking about brisket, and now I am maybe a bit more interested.
I like the idea of having the like little pouches ready to go because I actually think that's
Yeah.
sometimes when you're so tired, you're just like, I don't want to make decisions. I'm just going to
Yeah.
leave.
Just hand me something.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's just make it really easy for us.
Someone asked if we've tried gels with ginger or foods with ginger in them. I like those ginger chews. The gingins. Like,
Yeah, those are good.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've tried any gels with ginger.
I'm trying to think of who did. There was a brand that had like a gel with ginger in it, or a ginger flavored gel, and it
I
was.
feel like goo would do something like that.
It's the idea of like it cleanses the palate a little bit, and also ginger is known to be like good on the stomach. and
yeah,
help
that's
out
why I
with
like the
that.
ginger chews.
At least psychologically, we tell ourselves that. I always add it to
Yeah.
smoothies, and I'm like, I'm so healthy. My inflammation is down.
So some turmeric in there.
And then you read the studies, and they're like, you need 5 pounds of ginger for it to have any impact.
Let me have my placebos in peace.
Do you remember the like pizza gels that Goo released? They
Yeah.
had the whole savory line
Yes.
for a little bit.
Oh, that was a bad one.
I tried the beer flavored goo.
Wasn't
at
it
mile
Cliff?
5 of my first 100.
They both did, I think.
I thought because Cliff did the baby food pouches before anyone else was doing them, and they had one that was
Yeah.
like a tomato basil one. And
I remember that. Yeah.
it was.
I remember Scratch had a bar that was tomato basil.
Yeah, that was like vomitous.
I was
It
like
was-
looking at Zach's face. I'm like, I want you to finish that thought of exactly what it was.
It was. I'm trying not to relive the moment. I give it a little.
Zach's gagging a little.
Actively
it was
throwing up
bad.
in his mouth.
Yeah, that was. I was at TRE and tried a sample of it, and instantly I had a reaction that the guy immediately was like, "Yeah, that's not going to be our number one seller."
You know, I think it's cool that the, energy, whatever nutrition market is experimenting, and I do struggle with really sweet, sugary things in races. So I totally support trying to find things that are more like savory, but it's a weird psychological thing where you're not expecting to
Yep.
have a savory experience.
One of my favorite drinks to have at aid stations is just unsweetened tea.
Oh, yeah. That's why I like Summit Tea, the Roctane flavor, because it's not super sweet.
It's not super sweet, but if you just do like a real plain unsweetened tea, you're not getting a ton of like calories with it. Obviously, that's not the point. But it's a great little palate cleanser after you're like, you get to an aid station and you like are forcing yourself to eat. You wash it down with the tea, and it just kind of like cuts through all the sweetness.
I just had
Yeah.
the idea of like gravy in a gel packet because I was thinking about mashed potatoes, and I don't
Like a
know
little
whether I'd
sausage
like
gravy
that or not.
packet to go.
Like that, I feel like I could kind of be
Or
down
just,
with
like,
that.
add
Again,
some
I'm
broth.
just really hungry.
Mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't eat dinner.
I think maybe there's
I'm
like some
too busy
biscuits
eating
and
stuff.
gravy going to be happening at some point. That sounds really good right now.
Sorry to everyone that's joining us. We're in our hunger phase of this all-night broadcast.
We're staring at aid stations just
Yeah,
serving
well,
up
'cause
food.
we're just
I
talking
mean,
about the
come on.
food.
They're also Wasatch 100 like races. Let's get on this conversation. Races that have like iconic food like situations happening. Wasatch 100 towards the later end of the race. It's got to be past 75 because you leave Snowbird. Oh, I went to it with Billy.
Oh, yeah,
I totally
you did.
forgot about that. Oh my gosh! Wow.
That's right. You paced Billy as he was dealing with like the worst jet lag. We'd just come back from UTMB, and then he ran Wasatch like 5 days later, and he was
Bald.
we hit the jet lag like square on the nose. And I paced him overnight, and we did dirt naps every 5 minutes on the
Oh
hour.
my god.
It
all
was it was the most adorable photo of him laying there at Lamb's Canyon, and you just knew that nothing needed to be said. You just cuddled up next to him, and that is still to this day one of my favorite photos. At first, I was a little freaked out because I was like, she's cuddling this lifeless corpse that is just laying here.
I was equally jet lagged. I was
Yeah.
like, great, we're napping. Like,
Yes,
I'm into
napping.
this.
Yes, we get to be done with this race. But yeah, no, going through, there is an aid station. I cannot remember the name of it off the top of my head, but they famously have done pierogies every single year and kind of put that like pierogies and ultra running on the map.
Cascade Crest too also does pierogies, and they're sort of known for it. They had like a pierogi and sushi aid
Ooh.
station in the middle of the night, as I recall when I did Cascade Crest.
Kelp and Fern over there saying there was a race in New Zealand last year, and a small local supermarket put a supermarket aisle
No.
into the forest that you could select what food you wanted. That is amazing.
Setting the
That
bar
is
high.
cute.
Please let us know what race
I
that
love
was. That is
How-
awesome.
The first time I
Might have
did
to borrow
Rufa
that idea.
in Salt Lake, Rock was cutting up these like Cliff Bars that had like peanut butter and stuff in them, and he was sautéing them for people, and
Ooh.
that seemed to be a huge hit.
Solid move. That's a solid move.
Huh.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I never thought of
Like a
that.
fried PB&J.
Yeah,
Just judging the
you got any
reactions of our
PB&J over
studio
there,
staff
guys?
over here.
Uncrustable.
Uh,
I can cook it.
yeah. There was Mountain Lakes 100. They don't have they have like a very limited specific, like, we have this nutrition, we have, chips, M&Ms, like the standard, whatever. But every aid station captain just gets a budget to do whatever they want, and they get together and come up with themes. And one of the fun things running throughout the night there is you don't know what the theme is until you get to the aid station.
ooh,
So you run into the aid station, and it's like one aid station was Mexican food, and they were doing like burritos and quesadillas, and like solid burritos and quesadillas. And then the next aid station was doing it was French night, and so they did grape juice instead of wine, and they had like pasta there, like some decent pasta, like butter noodles. The other aid station and pizza, and then the other aid station was doing breakfast foods. So it was like all pancakes and waffles and sausage. Like, it was kind of fun going from aid station to
Yeah.
aid station. What's gonna be there? Like, what's next? And then you would like get hints of like food in the air. And you're like, is that waffles? Is that?
give
I
you
don't-
something
what
to
is
think
that?
about as you're getting in.
It was fun to take your mind kind of off the
Yeah.
race a little bit.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite experiences in terms of like aid stations in a race.
One that was iconic to me was I got told so many times before the race to get a popsicle at the top of Devil's Thumb. And so that popsicle, when I got it, was pretty rewarding. And then I got stung by a bee, but it was worth it.
Yeah, I will say the Otter Pops at the top of Devil's Thumb is like, that is a much like beloved situation there. I don't think most of the times when I've done commentary up there, the elites are like grabbing those like by the handful. But that makes sense. That's fair. It's historically always been really hot there too.
Yeah. It's historically hot at that race.
Yeah, a cold year at Western States is still a hot day.
So it does look like DJ is on the final section. So we will at some point be able to pick him up on the follow
Trinity,
cam at
yeah.
the last mile, I believe. If we do indeed have a volunteer.
Oh,
We
someone
were
found the name of
allegedly-
the race for the supermarket.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, what a fun idea. But yes, we are excited to see DJ finish, and just really stoked for his race. He's put together an awesome performance for his first attempt at he's not a stranger to long distances, but first kind of 200-mile race, which is a different strategy, a different experience. And, I think very curious to know whether the no sleep thing played out well for him,
Yes,
if he
I
feels
want to
like
hear
that was
so
a good
much more about that.
decision or not.
Yeah,
I mean, clearly it worked out, right? Like, he will be our 7th place finisher, 6th place male overall as he comes into the finish, which is amazing and very incredible debut.
Okay, so that race in New Zealand is the Kepler Challenge. Well, for the Kepler Challenge, they just known as the Kepler Challenge over there. It is. I have heard of that one. I have not run it, and I did not know they did the supermarket aisle thing. The only two I've done out there is Shot Over Moonlight and Tarawera a couple times. So sounds like I need to make another New Zealand trip.
Yeah.
They have a trail there, the Hillary Trail. It's like 31 miles,
have
and
to
I just
go.
really want to go.
Yeah.
No,
You have to do
excuse
that.
me. It is called the Hillary Track.
The Hillary
Sure,
Track. Oh,
They
that's
are
close.
tracks. They are not trails out there.
Oh, funny.
I was corrected many a times. But no, so actually you mentioned that trail. That is, it's just outside of Auckland. So when you land in Auckland, if you head to the west coast, just west of like literally of Auckland. That was the first trail I'd ever run in New Zealand. We landed and we were like, well, let's fight this jet lag. So we went out to this recommended trail, and it is on the Sir Edmund Hillary track. And we went out for just a nice little 6-mile run. I loved it so much that when I went out and filmed for iFit out there, I like kind of demanded that was one of the tracks that we ran and filmed on. And it was absolutely epic. It's beautiful. I love that.
It's called the Hillary track. So.
Yeah, it's got to be good.
Yeah.
Its namesake for sure.
And yes, we will do our best to have DJ finishing in whatever capacity that we can. For those in the chat that are waiting for his finish,
Yeah, that finish line camera's staying there until this race is over, and we are going to capture every single finisher coming through there, regardless of what's happening out in the field. We're determined to get every finisher.
Yes. Yeah, and I think night 3, that's what we're on, right? Night 3.
Yeah.
It's it's challenging because the front pack tends to put quite a gap on sort of the rest of the field as they're coming through, and so definitely we are a bit more spaced out, but we're sort of looking at all these runners coming through, and it's going to be no shortage of people to focus on as that starts to happen. So thanks for hanging out with us, you guys, and we're enjoying the chat. We're finding it very engaging, even if it is 80% food related at this point.
I mean, food's a really important part of these races.
It very much is. Like, I hope you're learning. Hey, hi, Pacer. I hope you're learning some things from all of this chatting. I actually think there's a lot we can all still learn about nutrition. I'm constantly learning. Yes, in answer to the chat, there are no drones up right now due to legal restrictions on when you can fly drones. Yep. And also our drone pilots need to sleep at some point before they get up for another day of coverage. But Zach is very excited about the drone shots that we have planned for sunrise in a few hours. There's going to be some incredible shots in the Sedona area. So.
Oh yeah, we've got some great shots of Buffalo Park and Sedona. It's going to be beautiful. So hang tight. Come join us when the sun comes back up. We'll have plenty more food chat. We'll probably recap what we actually decided we were going to eat after all of this.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those go to the grocery store and just get a smattering of randomness.
Oh yeah, that's my stop on the way back.
That's
I will be
what it
doing
always
the
is.
in bed with food again.
How many times have you gone to the store and you're like, okay, I've got like enough stuff for a few meals because you're like excited about one thing in each of those meals, and then you just get home and you eat that one thing from every meal. That's happened way too often for me.
You have all
Zach,
these
I just
other
know
random
that you
ingredients.
love going to the grocery store. So
I do. It's
I've
like my
heard
second
a lot
house.
about your love for the grocery store.
I think I'm a true European at heart, where you don't just buy like for weeks at a time. You just walk over to the grocery store. Unfortunately, we live in America, so there is no like neighbor grocery store. But I do shop a lot. I wonder where you heard that from.
No idea. Definitely not Katie.
You heard it from someone who hasn't had to buy groceries for the last year and a half. So
I've often told Katie that I'm going to just start sending you my grocery list so I don't have to go to the store.
also, there's this in my brain. There's this like, if I don't buy certain foods, like big 12 packs of anything, or like big bags of chips, then I won't eat them as often. So I just end up going to the store more frequently and buying a bottle of
Just
Pepsi.
as many. Yeah.
I live within walking distance of a Trader Joe's and a Whole Foods, and so my life is complete, and I never drive to the grocery store.
That sounds incredible.
But I love going there and then buying like 4 cases of sparkling water.
Yeah.
And then walking the mile home and being like, oh my God.
It's just strength.
I did
work
that in
for the
college
It
day.
is.
a lot.
Yeah.
But it was like a 2 or 3 mile walk.
It's like a
and
farmer carry all the way home.
I'd have to like take breaks.
It's like the most strength training I do.
Yeah.
Really should fix that.
I'm a runner. I don't need to work my upper body. Right?
We're all like concave and like underdeveloped upper body.
Like if you like cross section me in half, my lower body sometimes doesn't look like it belongs to the upper.
Yes, as far as sort of updates on runners, sorry that we can't provide you with more detailed descriptions, you guys. We're in it with you right now as far as just kind of seeing what the movement is. But, you know, we always are happy to provide unsubstantiated opinions.
Yeah.
And
I can lie if anyone wants that.
start rumors. I don't know.
Yeah.
We can do all sorts of things. We've got the power.
I want drama.
Let's maybe throw some conjectures on why Courtney Dauwalter dropped. Maybe we can start
Yeah.
some fire there. No, what we've got right now is kind of what you guys can see on the tracker with DJ Fox making his way into Trinity Heights with Cody Poskins not too far behind him, making his way down Eldon right now. This is down the extremely technical, very, very steep section. It's been taking runners a considerable amount of time to go that 1 mile or so. Mike McKnight's behind them just a minute ago. He was pinged at mile 246. So he's got 7 miles to go before he gets to Trinity Heights, which is the last aid station before your final push home, which is mostly downhill. And then right back at Wildcat, we've got Max Joliffe, who appears to have been sitting there for quite some time. So I'm pretty sure that taking a nap would be my guess.
Yes. I mean, you do just hit a point, I think, when your body tells you what it needs. And that's just the thing about these races. But also, Max has so much time. And we've seen people literally leave the course. You're allowed to do that at Cocodona. You can leave your tracker at the aid station and sign yourself out. And then come back. As long as you come back before the aid station cutoff, you can pick up your tracker and keep going. And so, you know, I think there's so much time for him to sort of get back out there, and I'm glad to see that he's sort of playing it smart. And
I feel like that's like so like junior high. You had to like check yourself out and
Yeah.
check yourself back
oh yeah,
in.
for sure.
Everyone gets
but
a
on-
hall pass.
On the women's side, we've got already Rachel Intrican, our female finisher, who set a course record today and absolutely crushed it. I will say that she moved down Beaver Street towards Heritage. I don't think I've heard so many people honk their horns and know her name.
Yeah.
Like we're screaming for her. And also the most adorable thing, a lot of the hospital workers came out in their scrubs and were cheering for her along the street. Like that was
Really
pretty
cute.
rad.
Yeah.
It was so awesome. Like, and the hospital did the same thing for Dan when he came through. It was literally like lined, and there were like signs when he came through and finished. So
Gives me goosebumps.
the hospital's like invested in this. They like love it.
Really
It's so rad.
cute.
And obviously you're in a pretty active trail running in general town. I think they know what's going on out here.
Yeah.
But then you have Lindsay Dwyer, who is just about to Walnut Canyon Aid Station, and behind her, Catherine Edwards Anderson, who is 11 miles out from the aid station.
Looks like Lindsay's past Walnut Canyon on my tracker, Zach. I don't know.
I might need.
You
I-
might need a little refresh there.
Mine was refreshing. Let's
Um,
refresh it again.
On my version, I have her heading towards Wildcat Hill, 6 miles out from Wildcat.
Well, at least I got the order right.
Yeah, you totally did. Nailed it.
And you are correct. She has left.
Yeah, and it looks, it's interesting, like for 3rd and 4th place, Catherine Anderson is not very far behind Sarah Osazuski. I think Sarah is, basically a mile and a bit in front of her. So, this is the sort of thing where there's a lot of race to be run for the podium in the women's race still. And, I think Sarah's going to have to be smart about her aid station times and sort of has that pressure hanging over her a little bit more if she wants to keep that podium spot. And I'm
A
sure
little
Catherine
chase.
is well aware of it as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is just one of those situations where you still have quite a few miles to go, and a lot can happen in the next handful of hours.
Yeah. Also,
We've
hey,
got some eyes on.
we got DJ.
Yep, DJ coming into the finish here.
And again, shout out to our live stream volunteers for staying up all night to help bring us the shot.
Hanging out in the cold, just waiting.
You can
Yep,
see he's
that is
like
absolutely DJ.
in his layers, we're not in t-shirts anymore. Not that we were really
Yeah.
at any point in this race. Oh, All right, lost it a little bit there. We'll see if we can get it back. But you guys got a brief little glimpse of DJ.
He got some proof of life. He's
yep.
there. He's running.
He's cruising. That guy looks like he's on a mission to get to the finish line.
Seriously, all these people look so fresh at the end. I feel like they didn't push hard enough.
Yeah, you should tell
I think
them
we
that.
could have been faster.
I mean, the only one I'm brave enough to tell that to is Finn.
Yeah, you didn't Zach Miller that finish line,
Yeah.
that race, so you had more in you.
I
But
need-
there we
I
are
need some
again.
Heavy breathing.
Awesome.
He looks focused.
Probably focused on what he's about to.
Is our live stream volunteer able to ask DJ if he slept at all during the race?
Hey DJ, did you sleep at all during the race? Yeah. You got an hour and a half of sleep.
Okay.
So when I talked to him at Sedona, he wasn't going to sleep at all. Ask him when that changed.
When he took an hour.
So-
and a half nap.
When they talked to you at Sedona, repeat the question.
Oh, just ask him when he decided to sleep.
Oh, when did you decide to sleep? When did you decide to sleep? Fort Tut Hill.
Looks like he's giving the Pacers and live stream crew a run for their money, just keeping
Yeah.
up.
100%.
So having run the section, it is fairly downhill, which is pretty nice, and you're like on smooth road. I will say Rachel, her crew, she was kind of like boxed in by her crew because she was very.
Oh, you're right. It was Molly World.
And there's a very small section where it's one way coming at you, or sorry, coming from behind you. So she was like, kept looking over her shoulder to make
Yeah.
sure there wasn't a car that was gonna like hit all of us. I'm like, you have like 8 headlamps on us, like specifically, and I was like using one of my running lights, so like directly on her for the live stream, and yeah, she was like very concerned about getting hit out there.
Here we
She
go.
had one guy turn up and like didn't quite recognize that we were in the lane and we weren't moving. Like he was gonna have to stop.
When you have a big enough group, I feel like you can kind of boss cars around.
Also, I think there was probably this like, what the hell is going on? Like, who is
Just
this
a little
woman?
shock of like, what?
The question of why is somebody running down the street the wrong way, and also why are there 8 camera guys around her?
I would love to know what goes through someone's head when they see that type of stuff and they don't know what an ultra is.
I always think that like about like the Breakfast Club runs and things like
Yes.
that. I'm like, who's looking at like our herd of 20 people and like what?
Yeah,
is
what was that,
happening
DJ?
at 5 in the morning?
Yeah.
Right at the John
for
G.
those
sign.
to give that context for those at home, Claire and I both run with the City of
Right
Spring
there.
Club in Denver. Shout out to you guys. And we do a nice little breakfast club
Oh,
every
man.
Friday morning. And
Here comes DJ into the finish. We'll just
yeah.
hold that thought, Zach.
He's booking.
All right, and we don't have audio at that finish line shot just because it sounds like they've got some music playing, and that's always a copyright concern for us. But pretty awesome to see DJ come in.
Someone said his haircut's a metaphor for the race because he has business in front, party in the back.
Oh, absolutely. Man, I wonder how happy he's going to be to take that pack off.
Oh, God, yeah.
I love that how he does the like instant post race.
Like, you got to get that first reaction.
Yeah, he did let Rachel and Dan kind of take a moment. Okay, so I couldn't find the official race
That's
photo.
an
so
incredible picture.
that's the photo that I rolled from.
Oh, man.
You rocked it, dude.
His before photo is
That could be an after.
great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know that feeling of elation after a 250-mile journey.
Yeah.
You will next year.
Stop.
Well
guys.
earned,
Putting
Rick.
ideas in my head. You know I do dumb things.
Yeah.
It's like, get this tracker off of me, get this vest off of me. Wonder how much his vest was weighing towards the end.
That really is
holes
the
in
thing that
there.
puts me off the most is just
Yeah.
how heavy and like how much stuff you have to carry.
So that goes back to the strength training that
Yeah,
we should be doing
seriously.
in life.
Maybe that would help me actually. wear
Nobody
my vest
talks
more
about that
often.
enough. Wearing the pack for that long, your shoulders get really sore.
He does come from the obstacle course background. Very, very successful in that side of the endurance sport. So I think this is kind of like a good blend for him.
Yeah, this is a good fit.
See him take off that pack, roll it up, and do a few wall balls with it.
He goes and does
Couple
a high rocks
push-ups.
right after this.
It's such a journey for everybody that is out there for these runners. You know, the crew is so invested. You're barely sleeping. You're just, everything's focused on your runner. You're barely remembering to eat and take care of yourself when you're out there. It's just such a relief. You can see it on his crew's faces too.
So for those, that one right there in the black shirt with the skull on it, that is one of his good friends who posted a fantastic photo. I'm going to try to see if I can find it on Instagram, of the cow that was on course, got close to their car, and he kind of like was like trying to shoo it off, and it gave him a little head shake, and I don't think he quite read the sign, or he kind of didn't care, and kind of hand on the head of the cow, and was like trying to push it back, and realizing he was losing that battle very quickly.
It's like, moo.
Oh, pack's coming off.
It's Joshua Reed, Jashua Reed, Ried. If you go check it out in his stories, he has it posted. It's a pretty epic little piece of content there.
Too good.
He's a pretty funny guy.
Yeah, so DJ finishes as our 6th male and 7th overall finisher. Coming in under that sub 70, which is pretty sweet too. Again, seeing really strong times from the field so far. Just a
Little
very
hug with
competitive
Patty
race.
Curry there.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting? Like, he was running so strong, and then now you see him walking, and it's sort of
Yeah.
everything's locking up, and you know, a little bit of a hobble. It's like you're running on adrenaline at that
Yeah.
point, right?
Once your body crosses that finish line, like your head is just like, nope, we're done. I can't anymore.
In the chat, someone asking what the finish line is normally. I believe it's just sort of like a public, like, square space. It's called Heritage Square, in a cool little area of downtown Flagstaff that's all like little shops and restaurants. And yeah, it's just sort of fun. Like, you emerge from Eldon and this technical gnarly trail, and then all of a sudden you're running through town, and then, you know, down sort of the main area, and spits you out into this little
Yeah.
square. But yeah, it's such a trip.
Someone asked how the 125 is going. It looks like
Well.
someone finally passed Cole. It looks like Nick Allen is like a mile ahead of him now.
Yeah, I mean, if you head to the tracker, you can sort of see them all catching up to some of these 250 runners. They're coming. The rainbow is growing on the tracker as these other race distances start. And, you know, it's always kind of crazy with the long races. You sort of forget the people that are running the 125. It's still a very long distance, 125 miles. It's
Yeah.
still very, very far. And, it's really cool to see them out there getting to share the trail and sort of hopefully pass on words of encouragement to the 250 runners as they see them. But, they're still running a pretty big race themselves, which is awesome.
I can't
There's
imagine
something for
running
everyone.
100+ miles and being like, I'm running
right.
half of what these people are doing.
I actually ran on some of the 125 course today, and it was really fun to just be out there.
Mm-hmm.
We have had 7 finishers so far. For those in the chat that were asking. Yeah, our next finisher will be Cody Poskin, 23 years old, first 200 miler. He is getting close to Trinity Heights aid station. We do have a static cam there. We'll see if we can catch him there. And then, just a few miles from there into the finish line. Behind him, we got Mike McKnight. And then Max Jolliffe is still sitting in that 10th place position, although Jeff Garmeyer is not that far out of Wildcat Hill aid station. So we'll see what Jeff's moves are when he gets
whether
there.
he takes a break there or not.
Yeah, and for those in the chat just sort of asking us to recap who's finished so far, I'll give you a little rundown. So Dan Green won the race in a new course record time, which is especially impressive considering the course is about 5 miles longer and there's some difficult changes added to the course. Ryan Sands finished second. Etta Ramirez is third. Rachel Entrekin is our first place female in fourth overall. Harold Subertus in fifth place. Finn Melanson in sixth. And then DJ Fox, who we just watched finish, in seventh place. That's what we got so far. Zach, maybe you can speak to why there's an aid station so close to the finish, someone was asking.
I do believe that the largest reason for that is that to take you all the way from the base of Eldon, and realistically, you can't get an aid station to the base of Eldon. So it's got to be all the way out at, I believe, not quite Wildcat. You hit Wildcat, I believe you hit one more like water station at the base. Pulling up the...
Yes, Wildcat.
Yeah, you hit Wildcat, and I mean, it's a pretty significant, not just distance, like as the crow flies, I think it's like 2.5 miles from aid station to aid station, but you have to go all the way back up through Sheep Hill, up the backside of Eldon, and then down the more steep technical side of Eldon, and then loop around the mountain itself. And like, I've run that trail several times, and it's not easy when you're fresh. So in order for a safety measure, having an aid station at Trinity Heights, which is only 4 miles away from the finish line, is more about runner safety. And if you think about it, every time you put an aid station somewhere, you have that much more of quick access to if something were to go wrong with a runner. Either other runners coming to the aid station saying something, or just having help there at the aid station that they can go from there. They don't have to come from an aid station 20 miles away, or obviously it's an exaggeration, but like in a much further distance away. So that's mainly the reason, is safety.
Yeah, I mean, especially at that point in the race, coming down from Eldon, I mean, it was snowing on Eldon this afternoon when Dan was up there, so you never can predict what the weather's going to be and what they're going to need. And want to make sure they get all the way to the finish line as safely as possible.
Yeah, you'd be amazed after like 2 hours that you might need a little something to get those final 4 miles in, and those final 4 miles can take a while.
Yeah, I've had some extremely long miles even.
It's one of my favorite hallucination stories ever is when I was out shooting Moab 240, And the runner, Scott Jenkins, doesn't mind me telling the story. I've told it a bunch of times on him. But he was doing really well. He was in the top 15, I think. And I saw him in the last 15 miles of the race. And I think all of a sudden everything hit him. And I could hear him down the trail because his pacer was yelling at him, trying to just wake him up and get him moving. And he was hallucinating so badly when I saw him that he had convinced himself that his pacer wouldn't let him start the race and that he hadn't started the race yet. And he was so mad at her. And it was actually his wife, which was even funnier. And so it was just wild. And, he took a little dirt nap when he saw me. And then I think it took maybe 6 hours for him to do the last 10 miles because he had to stop all the time. It was just one of those things, right? He was so close to the finish, but
it's every mile it gets exponentially more difficult, right? The further away from the start line you get. I remember being at Ouray 100 and running up a slight couple percent grade, but it was enough to feel like I was Everesting that day. Especially at the end of Ouray when your legs are just trashed. I remember running on that road, and I had my pacer with me, and I was running hardest effort of the day trying to get to that finish line. And my pacer looked over at me. He's like, "Okay, buddy, if you can give me 5 minutes of a hard push." And I was like, "Wait, what? Am I not already hard pushing?" And he looked down. He's like, "Well, I mean, it's a 12-minute mile. I guess that's a push. How you doing?" I was like,
Damn.
"Okay, I need to stop just shuffling my feet and swinging my arms. We're walking this in." I just remember in that specific moment, he said, "I thought I was so proud of myself for pushing so hard at the end of the race." And he's like, "Okay, so I'm gonna need you to dig deep and push hard for 10 minutes for me." I was like, "Oh, I thought I was." This was my hard.
Oopsie.
it's always so humbling when you think you're crushing the miles and then you look down at your pace.
Yeah.
And you're just oh, that was a 14-minute mile. And
Yeah.
I thought I was running 7:30s.
That's why I usually have auto lap and stuff turned off because sometimes I don't want to know.
Yeah, no,
It's
don't tell
actually
me.
for the best
Yeah.
that I don't.
I typically on my watch turn on just the mileage.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I care about.
Yeah. The countdown.
Yep. I know where the aid stations are going to be. I know how to get the best out of myself. I don't need the added layer of some timing device or pace perception in my head that I need to be going to alter that.
I feel like I don't even want to know what mileage I'm at half the time until I'm at least halfway through.
I do it all the time with Katie where we're finishing a run and I'll say something about "Oh, we're only down to the final 6 miles. That's a Monday afternoon shakeout." And she's like, "I really wish you didn't tell me that."
Yeah, I'm
I
with
didn't
Katie
wanna
on that
know.
one.
It helps me. I love the countdown. I absolutely that's kind of why I like out and back races, because it's when you hit the turnaround and you're on your way
Yeah.
back, it's every step is that much closer to the finish line. You're going back home.
Yeah. No, I just knowing how many miles I have left. For me, it's helpful depending on just how fast I'm moving. Because if I'm not moving really fast, knowing I have 4 miles left is potentially, I don't know, an hour or two. I'd rather, at that point, not know.
Yeah. Someone in the chat was asking what the common aftercare needs are. Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. You don't tend to have the same DOMS or delayed muscle stuff that you do in shorter races where you're just doing higher impact and harder intensity. But obviously you have deep fatigue in your legs, your feet. And then I think, it's important to consider your heart, your lungs. It's a lot of work that your body's been doing to take you that far. So sort of respecting that recovery. As far as feet issues, honestly, I haven't seen anyone have crazy issues with that yet. I know with all the wet conditions out there that there's probably some concerns around trench foot and that sort of thing for runners.
Been there, don't recommend it.
Lucy
Yeah.
Bartholomew's feet did not look fantastic today. She was walking around the finish line barefoot in true Lucy Bartholomew style. There was a toenail missing and one toe that looked significantly more white and pale and very waterlogged.
Was this
Yeah.
new though, or was this
She said it was new.
existing?
She just ripped the toenail
Oh
off.
gosh.
Yeah.
How fun.
So she said she was in quite like a bitter mood and not enjoying it, and she pulled herself off of pacing duties. She's like, I needed to like get back into like a friendly space because I
Yeah.
knew I was gonna start snapping at Ryan because he was moving too slow, and it was too cold out and all this mud. And she's like, I can only lie to him for so long
Yeah.
about how like grateful I am to be out here.
I mean, so true. I think for the pacers, you really do have to take care of yourself as well. And I mean, every time I saw Lucy out there with Ryan, she's just so positive, and she had him laughing, and just like, you know, that takes a lot of energy. You're giving a lot of energy to your runner, but you're also going a long distance, and a lot of these pacers are going to put serious miles on their legs out there. So yeah, you kind of have to know when it's time to like pull back and reset so you can keep doing that for your runner.
Yeah, it's probably better for their race if you
Yes.
take the time for that instead
Right.
of putting them in a bad place.
Or getting them lost because you're also falling asleep on the trail.
Yeah, that's rough.
Someone also just said the last Mingus Traverse runner finished with 1.5 minutes left to spare.
Wow.
They're out volunteering there right now. That is crazy. I am always in awe of everybody that's pushing those cutoffs. And yeah, wow. Kudos to that runner for squeaking in,
Yeah.
sliding into home base.
I remember at Gorge at the last aid station when a couple of my friends were there after I left, they saw the last people coming in before the cutoffs, and there were a couple people who left like just got kicked out of the aid station, like you can try to make it to the finish, and I think a couple of them did, which was
That's
pretty
cool.
incredible. I'm impressed by the people who can like speed up to beat the cut. I'm usually the person who's like, oh okay, it's my
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
This aid station volunteer is the absolute sweetest.
Oh.
She's been so kind when we were there.
I feel like I want to wave back to
I
her, but
know.
she's not going to see
She's
me. Like,
she's-
hi.
We should just do a split cam so like we like our
Yeah.
photo is there so we can wave hi and say hi to everyone.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing. But yeah, she was so kind and like was asking us as like the video team, like, is there anything you guys need anything? Like,
Oh,
they grilled up their
showing
their-
off some food.
right. They got keeping those hot grilled cheeses going. Yeah, they were like making them for, you know, the other volunteers and for just people walking on the street. It was great. Love it.
Imagine not knowing what's happening and walking up to this and just being given a grilled cheese and walking away.
I mean, I'd be like, I would not turn it down. I'd be like,
Yeah.
this, like, what kind? Are we talking like craft cheese or is you going fancy? Because I'm lowbrow when it comes to my grilled cheese.
American singles.
It's always funny when someone like stumbles into these races and like has no idea what's going on. Like at Sedona aid station, there's an electric vehicle charger like in the aid station area, and they can't close it down to the public.
Yeah.
And this older guy and his wife rocked up to charge their electric vehicle with just no idea what's going on. And they were like right by
Incredible.
our mountain outpost van. And he was just like blown away. He's just like, what is going, like how far are they going? I just thought it was like pretty funny. He just like came up here to charge his vehicle. And
Yeah.
like all of a sudden he's in the middle of this thing. And they stayed for a couple hours because he was like fascinated.
I do love the reminders that like this isn't normal.
No, there's nothing normal about this.
Truly, I say this to all of my athletes that I coach. I'm like, at the end of the day, this means nothing other than like what you want it to mean. So find like a purpose and a reason, because we are the only species in this planet that decided that getting from point A to point B faster than everyone else meant something. So like in the grand scheme, it really doesn't. Like you're good.
Yeah. I always tell people that like no one cares, but like in a good way.
Yeah.
Not that like no one gives a shit about what you do, but like no one cares, so like there's no pressure.
Yeah.
You know.
Whenever people do these like huge things on Strava to sort of explain why they sucked at something.
And, like I don't need that. Like
Right.
I still like, especially like my friends, I'm like, I'm gonna like you either way. Like I really
Yeah.
don't care. Respectfully, like I don't know my friends' PRs because that's
Right.
the least important thing about them.
Yeah. It's a good thing to remember. I always think that too, just as media at these races, like I couldn't tell you who won the race last year or what, you know, like, so we put so much importance on it, but then we also move on so fast. So sort of keeping it all in perspective. Got some folks cheering Cody on in the chat. It's definitely getting there.
On that note of this, like, really doesn't mean a whole lot. David Laney wrote an amazing article a number of years ago after his UTMB experience, and I didn't end up getting second place, I believe it was, which was a pretty significant for Americans at the time.
Yeah.
Like, it was when we
Big
were
deal.
trying to get to that first place mark. He said he went 1 year, was close, but not quite there. So he won't focus his entire year on it. His training is like, I just got to get on that podium. I was fourth. Now I need to be on the podium. Train, finish better than any American has ever finished at that race. And he's like, it hit me a week later that no one cares.
Yep.
Like all of that, like that high, that stoke, like, and once the next race happens, like, everyone's forgotten about it. And it's not easy to remember year to year, like, who did what at what race. Like, we kind of know because we're like super nerds about it, but even I'm having a hard time remembering who was top 10 at Western States last year, probably because of the sleep deprivation. But it is also like, it really does not matter that much. And we are a niche sport within a niche sport.
Yeah. So again, we might get a shot of Cody coming through the Trinity Heights aid station.
I want just like a blurry head cam.
Yeah.
Headlamp just moving really fast. But could be a ghost, who knows?
It looks like our second place female, Lindsay, is making good progress towards Wildcat Aid Station, which seems to be sort of where runners are stopping for their final, like reset before tackling the last section. They're very aware that they have to climb up Mount Elton and down.
And again, in the dark. And there's only a couple hours until sunrise. So
True.
if that was me,
They
with
might
all
get
my
an
experience in
epic
200s, I
sunrise.
would probably be like, maybe I'll wait here and then hit that when the sun's coming up.
I've always thought if I was to do one, I would like time my finish for like the best time of day when the most people are like aware. And, like,
Seriously though, if I'm gonna run 250 miles, I want a lot of people
want an
around cheering
audience.
me on. Yeah.
I asked Rachel that at the finish, and I was like, you were getting so much love in the streets, like honking the horns. I'm like, was that different last year? And she's like, oh yeah, I finished at 6 a.m. So like no one was cared, or they were just trying to get to work.
9 p.m. Different.
And yeah, she's like, she finishes like downtown Flagstaff during a college town during, this is also graduation week for anyone who did not know. But yeah, the town is packed. It always has great energy anyway. So it was kind of fun to see. Just, I want to say it's like at least 7 out of 9 cars were honking as they drove by.
That's really sweet.
I think someone's asking in the chat about how a lot of athletes in the 125 haven't hit 50 yet. And they're wondering if they're in danger of missing cutoffs or if the front runners are just so fast that it's really skewing perception of where people should be.
Yeah, I think that's something to remember, Samantha, as you're looking at the tracker, is that we're seeing multiple distances. And so it could get confusing to see runners that don't look like they've made that much progress.
Yeah, because also the 125 is the final cutoff is like 75 hours. So they have quite a lot of time.
Yeah, that final descent off of Eldon, I think we really are seeing that change in the course make a big difference as far as, ability to really crush the
Yeah.
miles on the last section. And I'm sure that feels hard mentally, just to not be making, quick progress as you're just desperately trying to reach the finish line.
We were projecting, Jamil and I were kind of projecting the finish times, and we were like, oh, if we believe it's gonna be a course record year. We gave it like a buffer. We were like, hey, let's go. We think this is what the course record could potentially be. We gave it a buffer on that, and they ran the first part so fast that they were like hours ahead of those splits, and then almost caught back up to what we projected, like just going up and over Eldon. It was literally like a difference of hours in that section, just based on how much harder it is now. And the extra 6 miles we knew was going to end up being an extra hour and a half. So we're like, oh, it could kind of wash, but just proof that the course records this year are not a matter of it being like a cooler year. It was a longer year. It was a more difficult year, more difficult route, and still you had course records. And speaking of like the Sedona and the Mingus Traverse and all the other races out there, it is awesome that like Jamil's grand like vision for this is it's a whole week of running. So like if you're out here and you have, kind of a faster runner who's going to get done in the first couple days, then you can do like the Friday's shorter race. Or if you have a runner who plans on taking, until Friday, if you have a big enough team, you can disappear and do like Mingus Traverse in the early part of the week.
Yeah.
So it's a whole like the idea and the growth trajectory is like make this an entire running festival week.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm just looking up the cutoff times for the aid stations. We can give you an idea of sort of where the field is for the 250.
Somebody made a run of show and sent that to everybody that had that information in it.
Hey.
What are we looking for? Which aid station?
I'm just sort of seeing where the pack is in relation to where the last aid station cutoff is. There we go. I just found the chart as well. Beautifully designed.
They're slightly skewed, so don't look at the time. I had, again, lots of adjusting on the fly this week, so my beautiful spreadsheets are hideous right now. But I think we're looking at
I think Dead Horse was the last one at 12 a.m. at 134 miles, and then the next one is at Deer Pass Trailhead at 148 miles, and that cutoff is 4:45 a.m.
You had a Sedona Ranger cut off at 2:45 as well. Sedona 120.
That's for the 125.
For the 125.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah. Sedona Posse Grounds is not until noon today. So we are officially in day 4.
Day 4. Oh, wow.
Right?
Time flies and you're having so much fun.
How
right,
have we
Zach?
made it the last hour without anyone making a joke about...
Oh, no, there was someone in the chat that already mentioned 69 nights.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
I figured. That chat takes care of all things. How have I made it 57 minutes into this hour and not realized?
You're a little sleepy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We have timers going on when you're going to nod off again.
Still getting questions about Max. We do not have any intel that you guys don't, unfortunately. We're assuming he's taking a nap because this is a pretty good time to do that. So
You can try stalking his socials or his crew's socials. That's about all we got to.
we're all going to find out together.
Well, on the good news is I finally finished the work that I was supposed to do.
That's good.
And, getting things organized for tomorrow a little bit.
Today, maybe.
Today. Oh, God. Tomorrow's when the sun comes up, okay?
I don't know if that's how it works.
I usually define it by when I go to sleep is when the next day starts, and this week that has not been, I would say, a good
That is
accurate
in
description
flux.
of when the next day starts. I don't know what day it is.
I kept telling Jamil that it was Tuesday, and he at the finish line today, and he was just shook his head at me, and he was like, "Go home."
I think from experience, going by the hours helps. You just sort of have to let go of what day it is for a while.
Yeah, don't try to do days.
No, don't try to do days.
I think back in the day when I first started running, I did a Ragnar, one of those Ragnar races, and they kept referring to it as Friday Day.
And I was like, what is, and he's like, yeah, like when Friday blends into Saturday and then all of a sudden you're in Sunday and it's
Yeah.
just like, that's the whole weekend.
I feel like these races are always just kind of that liminal space where you're just in between. None of that matters right now. Until
Yeah.
you finish the race, it doesn't matter what day it is.
Oh, we're just about to hit 70 hours. That's a milestone.
That's when I'm
Yeah.
going to crack open my second Red Bull when we hit
I'm
70.
shocked you haven't already.
Well, I was trying to decide if I was going to try to sleep after we're done or if I was going to try to run immediately after.
No.
So that was kind of like,
You,
if I want to sleep,
You're not
I won't
running
drink.
at 5 a.m. Come on.
That's usually when I run.
Ew.
that is
I'm also
not-
supposed to do a workout today, but I don't think that's going to happen.
yeah, not with any quality, that's for sure.
Do like I did and shuffle along a bike path.
Yeah. That is my usual
Beautiful
go-to.
Flagstaff, Arizona, and I'm gonna go find a bike path.
I literally did. I ran underneath the highway.
I was
In the
awake
rain
for
on a
that
bike
story.
ride.
I was awake for that part. I heard that.
I accidentally ran uphill today, or yesterday, so I might try to run flat. I like how I got up this hill and I turned around and finally turned around back down, and I was like, I saw a sign. I was like, hey, 9% grade, steep, and I was like, oh. If I had seen that sign at the bottom of the hill, I might not have gone up.
Like, I'll just follow the course in reverse, turns out.
I was just like, this is a dirt path. I'm just gonna go and see where it ends.
Yeah.
Flagstaff is a network of so many dirt paths
Yeah.
and dirt
I was
roads.
just like, I'm just gonna
back roads.
point
They're
myself in the
awesome.
direction of a big hill, and I'll find something.
You know what's awesome? Actually, from here you can run backwards on the course a little bit, run to Buffalo Park, run up to the back end, and you can do a nice little fun loop that cuts through one of the canyons. It is a blast.
Okay, I'll do that at 5 a.m. today.
Yeah, send us the
In
Strava
2
route.
hours.
Yeah, no, it was funny when I was running this afternoon. Someone came by in the other direction and she was flying. I thought to myself, yeah, there's no getting segments around Flagstaff. There's no just like accidental like,
No.
oops, got a trophy, because everyone here is freaking like collegiate
Or
athlete.
You can try to
or-
do what I did in Boulder, where I did find a segment that I got a crown on, because it is 13 miles long, and like no one ever does it. So I do recommend that strategy.
No one with that
The
much
Boulder
speed
boys
is
are all
looking for
running
13
shorter than
miles.
that.
Well, because it's part of the Skyline Traverse, but instead of doing the full Skyline, you go down Gregory Canyon, and no one really ever wants to do that. So
Yeah, that's fair. I only ever got the downhill segments.
I usually can only get down to one.
My most proud moment was I stole one. I sent Jim Walmsley an uh-oh.
Wow.
But I'm fairly certain that he was like the only other person to have run that section, and it
It still counts.
was Brian Powell actually created it. It's going down to the river, Rucky Chucky. Back when you would park at the top and you would run down, and I remember I was worried that I was going to miss my runner, and so I ran down instead of waiting for the bus. I ran down as hard as I possibly could. Uploaded it. I took a couple from Brian Powell and one from Jim Walmsley, and I'm pretty sure he
Incredible.
was just jogging his way on down.
No,
there.
he was also running really hard,
It was
Zach.
a sprint. It was a sprint.
I just want to report that the Sea Blue Red Bull, which is Juneberry flavored, really good.
Really?
I don't know what a Juneberry is, but it's tasty.
They all Red Bulls taste like alkaline.
No, this
Here
one's
we go.
Gasoline.
We got eyes. Here we go.
Hey, speaking of Cody sightings, so we have the static cam at Trinity Heights. This is where we're at, guys. And then we have an incredible volunteer who's graciously staying up all night to wait for runners in the last mile.
And then alerting us to know that
running them in.
Yeah.
that they're coming in.
Yeah.
I do have to say, when Rachel Entrican finished, she finished, and her request to Jubilee was to play Sweet Home Alabama when she finished. And that crowd lit up. It was amazing.
Cute.
Roll Tide.
Boo.
Oh, it looks like we got Lindsay Dwyer's fan club in the chat there, cheering her on. We are also huge Lindsay fans.
Her Strava is something that I strive to be. I'm like, that's my goals. I don't know if you saw my like laptop sticker, normalize high mileage. That's my new motto in life.
Nice.
Then the worst.
I will never be able to normalize that because I would be an injured POS.
It's all relative, right?
I feel like my schedule doesn't allow high mileage anymore, nor does my age, but
Yes.
it's besides the point.
Get good, Zach. Skill issue.
For those wanting max updates in the chat, someone posted, unverified, but you can do your own investigations, that Max has been dealing with some sort of lung infection. One of his pacers posted that, apparently, so he might be waiting it out at
I
the
hope
aid
he's got
station
some
for
of
a little
those
longer.
Warm towels with the eucalyptus, steaming it out, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, we've got Lindsay's twin sister in the chat. Love that.
Oh, is that who that is? Awesome. Hi, Lindsay's twin.
I always wanted to have a twin sister. I feel like that would be so cool.
I don't know if the world could handle two of you.
No.
One was plenty.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't have one. I ate her in the womb.
Yeah, Lindsay's just cruising. It's fun to watch her just ticking off those miles.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys more nighttime runners or
No.
daytime? Like I feel like
Define nighttime.
Midday.
Okay, so you like go for like a nice little late morning. You
Yeah,
have a little,
so
little
my
brunch.
thing is, I wake up, I do emails, I take meetings, I drink a couple cups of coffee, I pee a bunch of times, get it all out of my system, and then I run at like 10 o'clock. That's a sweet day for
Ooh,
Hillary.
here we
Sounds really-
go.
I would see. I want that.
Shout out to Elijah, who has loved the live coverage. He wants to be here as a volunteer next year. Sign up. We could use you. We can always use the volunteers.
so much
Please
fun.
come out, run live stream cams in the middle of the night with us. It's great.
And then saying he wants to run it in 2028 for his 50th.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
I love that idea.
Thank you for the coffee and donuts contribution, Elijah. That's very
Yes.
sweet of you.
Hey,
it will get
Elijah-
used.
Elijah, I
yes.
don't want to tempt you in any way, but if you come out here and volunteer, you do get like $15 an hour volunteering race credits. So
That'll
you can,
help for that
you can
2028 sign up.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can start racking up some 2028 to cash in there. In fact, I'm pretty sure Shad Burkle's got like half off registration because he's volunteered so much.
And Lindsay's twin, we will absolutely get you as many updates as we can on her
I
as
do
she
like
gets closer.
Cody's
And
new
once
hat,
the
by
sun
the
comes
way.
up, we will have more options for drone coverage and live stream cams back out on course. So, yes, we are definitely excited to get more info.
We
Yeah,
can't-
that is Cody, guys.
We
Yeah,
can't
the
wait
one
to know what's going on
with
out
the
there.
sick hat on, who's kind of just out of frame right now.
Look at that hair.
I don't know. Did you
Did
see
he-
the hat he's wearing right now?
No, I know he loves his
So
bucket
good.
hat.
No, this isn't the bucket hat.
Oh, I didn't see that.
he has
hat
like a
then.
fur trapper's hat
Oh
on
my
now.
gosh.
He has been crushing it with the headwear.
But like I'm just looking at like the mugshot from before.
Yeah.
It's like someone brought a little fan in to give him a little lift with the hair. Like he's got one of those portable fans. Just
So
for him.
cool thing is we developed this little system that every one of these runners takes a photo with their bib. This is the bib. This is the packet pickup photo.
for their
and
tracker and all that.
It automatically gets scanned into our timing system and our tracker system. So when we throw these skins over, it's quite literally the photo they took that morning.
Couple mornings
the
ago.
morning that they
Yeah.
started.
Monday.
That is so awesome. So many cool things we can do these days.
Yep.
I mean, we're gonna have all the Western States photos. Same thing for every athlete. It's gonna automatically update into their timing, into their overlays. So it's gonna be great.
It's really fun. Yeah. Nice to have that info. See their smiling, freshly showered faces.
Compare it to how they look mid-race.
It's my favorite. Like, that was almost always my favorite thing was the before and after shots.
Yeah.
From
I
200s.
saw Howie's little booth over there for the before and afters, and I was just like, man,
It's
that's.
the best.
And he gets them immediately too. It's like finish. He did give Dan and
gotta.
Rachel like their time to like shine and whatnot, but as soon as he thinks you're done, he's like, hey, come over here in my booth.
I think I took a finish a photo at Western States before I went to the med tent, and that was maybe not the best idea, but I lived.
Looks like Cody and his pacer are hanging out for a few minutes there. His pacer, at least we can see him looking chatty and hungry. Speaking of hungry.
Yeah, what you got in that warm tray over there? You got any... Hey Cody, do you want to grab a few of those grilled cheese and bring them here with you?
It's
Yeah,
Pick
he
'em
could throw him at the studio as he goes
We'll
by.
pick him up in the corner of the 4th and Forest and Beaver.
I mean, he's running fast. They might still be warm.
Yeah. Okay, see, look at the hat.
I mean,
Oh,
he
he's
gets
incredible.
he gets like icon, like fashion icon.
Yeah.
He really
moments.
does. Instant icon status.
I appreciate the commitment to the bit. It's probably also warm, which is good right now.
Yeah, but I wonder if he like knew that going into the race that it was going to be so cold.
Yeah.
What's up, Cody?
Remember, ladies, he's single and 23 and looking for a girlfriend. So
Yeah.
I'm
Put
gonna
it
keep,
right in
keep
his...
calling that out because he put it in his survey.
Yep.
I love that.
Ultras are really just a dating app. I did think about putting like I'm single on my bib at a couple races once. Haven't gone through with it yet, but
I chatted with a friend about
The
making,
odds are in your favor.
they're
but we're all out here for a reason.
yeah.
so-
Like, do I really want that though? Maybe a spectator or
Running-
a crew person. Maybe not a runner.
yeah,
running
one
to
that hasn't
something or
been
from
tainted and
something.
doesn't know
Yeah.
what's up. No, we talked to a friend a while back about creating a dating app called Speed Dating that was all like a runner specific dating
oh
app.
God.
And you could go for like, if you're in for just like the fun of it, something short lived, you can go for like a tempo session or like like that kind of thing. Or you can go, if you're looking for long term, you go for like an ultra, you just tag in there. What kind of love are you looking for?
Cute.
Looking for my forever pacer.
I just want someone who's willing to run my easy pace. It's hard to find,
Well, I know it's
especially
so
in
dang
Colorado.
fast. Yeah, I think that our Connor, our guy earlier who ran all the miles for us on live stream, did happen to mention that he is also single as well. And
Hey.
Everyone's just using this as a way to get themselves out there.
it was hilarious. We
We
were
need a
driving. I
list.
was like, he's like, man, I totally should have called out that I was single too, because we threw out his social handle on there, and all of a sudden his phone went
Oh, he's
nuts.
just got a post on his story or something, just FYI.
Like within 5-6 seconds of us posting that, all of a sudden you're like, bzz, bzz,
Incredible.
bzz, 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 it went insane. He was just laughing.
That's amazing.
But I mean, well, good people, get credit where credit is due, right?
Yeah.
Looks like he took some time here and really decided to sit down, eat a bit, knowing that probably he had a decent cushion behind him. He didn't think he was catching one in front of him. Just
Yeah.
at this point, it's just
Enjoy
like,
yourself.
why suffer?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to see him still eating. Like, shout out to Cody's stomach at this
Yeah,
point.
seriously.
MVP.
Right.
All these people who can eat so much, I need all of their secrets.
Right.
There's honestly, like, you're going, obviously your average pace is a little bit slower
Yeah.
than if you're running, like, even 100 milers can be pretty intense. So I'm curious what the like intentional slowdown does for the lactic acid in the body and makes you not so like acidotic. Going back to Foxborough Ranch, which
It's popping.
Yeah, look at
That's
that.
the
Prime
place to be
time.
right now.
see if you can see any bibs in there. Yeah, this aid station keeps getting busier and busier.
Right? They got the second wave. It looks like there's sort of a first wave of the main pack that went through, and then we're in the second big wave. Fun for the volunteers, too, because they're out there for a long time, and they're just there to support everybody.
Yeah.
So,
It's more fun when you have people to help, you know?
absolutely.
I still think the best aid stations to work are in like the last quarter of a race. That's my favorite
Yeah.
personally.
Well, you got carnage then.
I have great memories actually of seeing Zach at like mile 90 something of Leadville. You were not happy. I was wearing the skeleton onesie.
That was the.
We were
He was
singing to
unhappy
you
despite the skeleton onesie.
well, and we were singing to him.
I
was not having the
I
best
was
day.
having a day. I was very, very disappointed in how long that race took, but also I was very happy with the fact that I didn't quit, because that is something that I was told Katie does not date quitters. So I was kind of left without many options that day.
That is motivating.
I was also told that at like mile 40. So
Sure.
it
I was
kind
like,
of
Katie
oh,
Hat
by
is
the way,
really
I don't
good
date
at
quitters. I was
motivating.
like, okay, noted. Not allowed to have a bad day here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was definitely marching it in at that point. And
Do what you got to do.
I promise I was a lot happier on the inside.
Oh, I was having a great time when you were not happy. I thought it was hilarious.
I've got racing bitch face, and it came out, and I just was
the
honed
new
in.
RBF. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I like that though.
I have a friend who, speaking of RBF, a friend who looks terrible at mile 1, no matter what he's doing, whether it's a shakeout,
You've told
whether
him
it's
this?
easy. Oh, he knows. Scott knows, like, hands down. He's got a terrible, terrible race face. I went and did a Zion Traverse with Jen Shelton, and they were going in the opposite direction. And one of my friends decided to do a double. He started in our direction, went out, picked up my other 2 friends, and came back. So I was telling Jen, I was like, yeah, we're actually going to run into a couple of my friends here, and we swapped keys so that you can shuttle cars from both sides. And I'm like, yeah, we're going to run into, Scott and Craig and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, Craig's actually doing a double. He started our direction, turned around, and is coming back. And she's like, oh, that's super rad. That's super cool. And we're getting almost to the end, and there's only like a couple miles left, like 3-ish miles left to the end. So I was like, wow, we should have seen them like forever ago. What's going on here? And here they come bouncing down the trail, all jovial and whatnot. And Craig is looking great. And Jen looks over at my friend Scott, and she was like, oh, you must be the guy doing the double. And he's like, what? No, I've just started. And she's like, oh, well, dude, you look like shit, man. I'm not going to lie. And he's like, I'm 3 miles in.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and we were all just laughing because we're like, that's just Scott. He just looks like that every run.
Oh man, that is hilarious. Someone in the chat is asking if there's a medical team at these races, and there absolutely is. Sort of have a couple roving medical teams that are leapfrogging aid stations. And
Yep. There was actually, Jamil did say he was really bummed that the medical team was not with Jack Scott when he was like not doing too well in the live stream, and was like having some pretty bad high hamstring issues because it was at a very remote aid station and they had just left to go forward, and the other team hadn't quite made it up there and like traveled through it yet. And he was like, I was just really bummed that like no one was there. Like, Jamil cares about the runners like so tremendously. But yeah, like roaming aid station medics. And also if you look on the tracker and you look at the legend, you can always see where the race director is and where medical teams are. So pretty cool.
Got a couple updates or comments in the chat that are fun. Sounds like Lindsay rolled into mile 230. And they called in a heavy hitter for Eldon. I'm not sure what that means. I'm assuming pacer, right?
Yeah.
Heavy hitter could be many things. Could be a heavy hitting burrito.
That's what I want. I want a heavy hitting burrito so badly right now.
And then for Isabel in the chat asking about Andy, we did see him at Foxborough Ranch not too long ago. And I know he had a nap and I believe has rolled back out again. Or should be soon. We're all just trucking away here looking for those heavy hitting burritos.
Yeah. Oh, someone said Andy's headed out of Foxborough.
Yeah, there we
Took a
go.
little nap on his way out.
there was some pretty funny conversations happening in the chat when Rachel Intrican was on her way down. One of the crews had mentioned like, hey, we're heading down into Flagstaff, like really feeling some she's really feeling some Mexican food.
Yeah.
What are some recs that
She
we can
wanted
get?
the bottomless chips and salsa specifically.
Yo, I'm
It's
not
got good electrolytes, salt,
Yeah.
and stuff.
I'm not kidding.
Tequila.
She legitimately was like, okay, like, so we're going, right? Like at the finish line, she was like, and her crew was like, let's get you in a shower first,
Yeah.
and then
No.
we'll reconvene and figure out what we're gonna do. But
It's what you do, shower chips. It's like a shower beer, but better.
yeah, she was all for it. I don't know, you get a little soggy.
For whoever in the chat was asking if there are live results for Sedona, yes, there are. They're in the track leaders thing. You can select
You can filter.
just the 125 people if you want to check on that.
You betcha.
On that note, I'm gonna try to get some sleep today.
Yeah.
Huh, weird.
You should get
I'm
a little
out.
bit of sleep.
It's only 3:20 a.m.
Awfully fun having you hang
Oh,
out
is
with
that-
us, Zach.
Is that
There
Mr.
he is.
Glaze?
Hey.
There he is.
The man himself.
Give the people what they want.
You got a few miles ahead of you, buddy. You
So
better
he's got
get
the
going.
puffy jacket on, right? Like just
He's ready.
definitely chillier out there.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely it's getting cold, and I know that when you go up through those when you leave this aid station, you've got a really long section. I would definitely consider a light puffy if I'm in that
Yeah.
like hike it out there mode.
I would probably have 2 jackets at least.
Only
3,
2?
maybe
Yeah.
4.
Are you sure?
I have extras.
Blue one, a purple
Yeah.
one.
I'll bring
You-
the arsenal.
You're the only person I know who layers your jackets.
Yeah. That's how you do it in the mountains.
I'm
I
gonna
mean, I
start
come
doing
from like the ski like touring side of things and stuff where you just want to have the ability to go on and off with your jackets. So layering is the way you do it.
Zach,
You
Trish
feel a
said
little
that
bit
you
like a
should sleep.
marshmallow.
It is
Just so
time
you
to
know.
sleep. Thank you, Trish. Any
Maybe
other words
she's
of wisdom
hinting.
for us?
Trish will be waiting for you.
All right. Good night, Zachary.
Good night, everybody. I may or may not have already had a few naps.
Lots of stoke on seeing Andy. That's fun.
Fan favorite, Andy Glaze. Sweet burrito dreams.
What is the 125 transfer?
That's the bus part, right?
Ah,
Where they
yes.
shuttle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the endangered species issue with that one section, of course, which is the same reason why runners cannot have pacers through there in the 250. We have a bus shuttle so that the 125 can get through that section. You know, it's just, you got to get creative, and we want those runners to experience as much of the course as possible. So making it work. And again, for those of you who are just joining us, good morning. We are sort of in a little bit of a holding pattern with some of the more dynamic footage until the sun comes up. So you get us. We've got my friend Claire Farrow and myself, Hillary Yang, on the mics holding down the fort overnight. And then as the sun comes up, we will have more options. We'll get the drones back up in the sky with the John G Sky Cam. We'll
We're gonna
have
get
all the
some
things.
beautiful shots of the Hangover Trail that Zach has
I'm
been super
excited to
pumped
see
about.
that. I've only seen it in the rain.
I've never seen it at all, I think. So
Hey,
I might have to postpone my nap.
Oh, I'm going right to bed after this. as I
I guess
have
I could
my
just rewatch it.
energy drink in
Yeah,
hand.
I know. Like, this will wear off in an hour and a half, right?
Sort of fun seeing everyone wake up in the chat. Look how
Yeah.
there's activity now.
I keep forgetting that, like, Arizona's kind of Pacific time right now.
Mm.
And, you know, East Coast, it's what? 3 or 4 hours ahead.
Yeah.
So it's morning.
Positively
People are
civilized.
Going to work today.
6:22
Right?
a.m.
It's a weekday.
Shout out to the East Coast.
Any kombucha on course? Ooh, that I don't know about, but
That would be
now
good.
I want kombucha. I'm really suggestible right now. Trish, I don't ever want to go back to work next week or at all.
I love MG for Fitness in the chat saying, Roadrunner here thinking about coming to the dark side. Just did my first ultra, 6 hours on a paved 2-mile loop, and a beginner trail running tips. First of all, I love that you are on day 4 of a 250-mile stream and somehow still wanting to come over to the dark side.
Yeah.
We love this for you. But yes, beginner trail running tips. Pick trails that you're comfortable on. Don't trip. Get more
Yes.
technical as you go.
Or learn how to trip safely. I think there's a lot to be said for knowing how to fall.
It's like a climbing fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've fallen so many times, I've gotten really good at not seriously injuring myself. I was doing the high-low loop in Colorado last summer, and there was someone trying to get around me and my friends, and so I was trying to let them know this person was coming by, and we were all going downhill, and I just ate shit so hard and like somersaulted, hit everything, but I came out, didn't have a scratch on me, and one of my friends said it was the most graceful fall she's ever seen. So learn how to fall.
I have a good fall story too. I did a fell running race in the UK in like 2017. And it was actually fun. It was where I met Sarah Osazuski. She was on that trip with me, and we both did the race. And like fell running in the UK, basically start at the pub, go up to the top of the mountain. This was the Skiddaw Classic, and then hurtle down the mountain at full speed
so much
to get
fun.
back to the pub. And as I was coming down, I like toe picked on something, and I did the windmill arms, but I was gone, and I hit the ground. I managed to steer towards the ditch because it was grassy, hit the ditch, rebounded, and sort of used that momentum to just like keep going. And I remember as I was going being like, thank God there was nobody there to capture that.
Oh,
and then I
no.
didn't realize that I had done all that right in front of the race photographer.
Yes.
And he got the entire sequence, including the moment when I was like Supermaning off the
Oh
ground.
my God.
And then they printed that as like the centerfold of the Fell Running
That's
magazine.
so incredible.
That year. It's my proudest moment. Shout out
love
to
that.
Fell Running in the UK. It is no joke. I've never seen more insane downhill running in my life.
I want to do that so bad.
Oh my gosh.
I love downhill
It's
running.
hysterical. It was like, what is going on? I'm just going to like, it was like Roadrunner where your legs are going
Yeah.
faster than you can.
Well, because that's always
keep
my
up with
problem
it.
is that like my turnover is kind of the thing that limits me on the downhill.
Mm-hmm.
I was hiking with my dog once, and he has to be on the leash because he has no recall, and we were going back downhill, and I was like, oh, this is a really nice, like smooth, I'm just gonna break into a little jog, and he took off like a bat out of hell. We were going, I think when I checked my watch later, it was like 5-minute pace or faster, and then we're heading into some trees and rocks, and I couldn't stop him, so I had to just throw myself into the dirt because I was like, if we hit anything technical going this fast, and he like was not gonna slow down, I was like, I'm actually gonna die. That was the most I've ever feared for my life running, I think.
You know, just looking at the chat, I got to go out to Wales last summer for Love Trails Festival, which is a big trail running festival out there. And I have to say there's just some incredible running in Wales and the UK in general. So, you know, it's the cool thing about trail running is you get to travel and see
Yeah.
beautiful places and experience them in a different way than everyone else. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome way to travel.
I really want to go run around in the Lake District in the
Oh,
UK because I've
yeah.
I've been there, but not when I was a runner.
Yeah.
So I like didn't get to really, I feel like,
Yeah.
get all of that experience that I want.
Do the Bob Graham run. See it all.
Yeah. Ooh. Again, I need to not have a job. I want to be gainfully unemployed.
That's what we all aspire to.
Yeah. I keep telling all my friends I'm eventually going to win the lottery. I'm going to buy a ticket and I'll just actually win. But I just haven't bought it. Every time I threaten to quit my job, they ask if I've bought my ticket yet.
Someone sponsor us
Mm-hmm.
so that we can also be overtrained and injured ultra runners.
Someone said they make all their documentaries about ultra mountain running in Wales and the
Yeah,
UK.
we'll have to check that out.
Sounds really interesting.
Thanks, Kelp and Fern. I will take a look. And yes, they do not call it fell running for nothing. It is aptly named,
Yeah.
as I learned.
That's part of the fun.
the tracker, see when we're going to expect Cody in. It's crazy to think, you guys, that we are over 70 hours into this race now. Yeah. And every single runner on that course has been going for 70 plus hours and strong.
So crazy.
And many of the volunteers as well, you know, they're out there the whole time just grabbing bits of sleep where they can. I know that's the boat we're in, so if we're a little bit loopy, don't
Enjoy
come
it.
at us.
Yeah. Again, I'm just trying to emulate the experience that the runners are having, but
Yes.
on like 1/5 of the scale.
We are here in solidarity.
Yeah.
It looks like Cody's making really good time out of the aid station already, which is fun. It's fun when they get to open up a little bit and get out of the technical trails.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that 9% downhill grade.
That is so fun. I am interested to see someone brought up that Jeff got into the aid station that Max is at. I'm interested to see if who gets out of there first.
And I know he's being paced by Jeff Pelche, who's a fairly well-known YouTuber, friend of mine. And I know Jeff is competitive and is very aware of where Jeff Garmeyer is. And so they will be certainly trying to push him out of there and get him into that 10th place spot.
Yeah, fighting for that last top 10 spot.
But, you know, I mean, it'll be interesting. Obviously, I'm sure Max will have lots of thoughts when he emerges from his extended nap, you know, regardless of where his race takes him. But these things are never given. They're never something we take for granted down to the last mile. And, you know, just because you've run 237 miles doesn't mean that your body is going to necessarily cooperate. And you always have to put safety first. So it looks like he's doing that. And I'm sure he's in good hands with those decisions.
Some in the chat saying they said they'd never do a 200, but they're thinking about it, so they might sign up for 48 or 72 hour first. And let me just be the first to tell you, yes, you should do that as someone who loves fixed time races. So much fun. Highly, highly recommend.
Yeah, it is a cool way of just knowing what you're in for and planning for that accordingly.
It's a good way to find out if you're, you know, capable of doing those longer distances in a much more safe and controlled setting than like 250 miles through the wilderness.
Someone in the chat asked if anyone knew much about Eder before this race, which, you know, it's the cool thing about these races is that there's a lot of dark horses and you never know how people are going to perform. And I did get a chance to chat with Eder's family and crew at Cocodona Aid Station. His wife and 2 kids were both out crewing him in the rain, you know, late at night. His kids were troopers out there. But it sounds like this was his first 200 milers. So it's just the sort of thing where, yeah, it would not be necessarily easy to sort of see who's going to excel at this distance. And then clearly Eder had an incredible race and really impressive finish. So he wasn't necessarily on the radar before, but certainly is now after this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Got some volunteers in the chat who are heading out on course to be part of all the action. And thank you guys so much for all that you're doing to keep this race going. It really is impossible without that.
Yeah.
And thank you, Chris. Shout out to Chris Conway from the UK for the donation to our live stream fund and the encouragement. We really appreciate it. And keeps us going.
Yes.
That and the energy drinks keeps us going.
About 50-50 split. Where's the finish line? The finish line is in downtown Flagstaff at the square?
Heritage Square. Yeah, cute little area. The runners come right through town. They go by the hospital in Flagstaff, and the staff actually came out for the top male finisher Dan Green and top female finisher Rachel and cheered them on, like signs and everything. It was really cute. They were all out on the sidewalk. but they run into town and they finish in the sort of like the old school town part of Flagstaff with lots of little cute shops and stuff. So very different from where they've been, and must feel strange for them to be all of a sudden
Yeah.
back in civilization. Someone just posted that Kat Anderson was in fourth female, but she just uploaded to Strava. And I'll just say one thing that occurs to me on that is it could be that watches are dying around this time of the race. And so there might be some involuntary Strava files.
She's still
uploading.
listed in the results. She still has her tracker. So that might just be she paused her watch too early.
I mean, honestly, I would be so heartbroken if I accidentally paused my watch in this race.
So you can, there are websites you can use to stitch Strava files together.
Oh,
so
that's good to know.
it's savable.
I did see a few people charging watches at aid stations, just trying to sort of revive them.
I've done that.
Yeah.
My old Garmin, I would have like a power bank and run with it, charging. For an update on who finished, we've had 7 finishers so far, 6 men, 1 woman.
I'm expecting Cody shortly.
He's maybe a couple miles out. Seemed to be in good spirits, so I imagine he's, I hope, moving pretty well. We don't have a video yet on Cody. We'll have someone about a mile out from the finish, and then we will be able to show him to you guys. Oh, yeah, that was interesting. Max's tracker, someone pointed out, is not at the aid station, but also not on course. So don't really know what's going on there.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have any more information on Max than you guys do. We have a few unsubstantiated sort of ideas of what might be going on. And his partner Mackenzie did post earlier today that he was quite sick last week, it sounds like, leading into the race. And so he might have had some pre-existing lung cough issues that are flaring up. And I did see him coughing a bunch at Whiskey Row 2 days ago now.
God.
So I think he was aware of this going into the race. They were, and there might be some steps being taken now to address that. And someone was asking where Cam Haynes is. Cam is currently 214 miles into the race. So he is making progress towards that finish line. Also, shout out to Shelby Farrell. I believe she's our 5th place female right now. I saw her pacer Alyssa Clark out at one of these, or Alyssa Cook, I believe it is, out at one of the aid stations. And she's also like an incredible ultra runner and has had some top podium finishes in 200-mile races. So she was really excited for Shelby. I know Shelby dealt with a broken foot issue last year and has had a heck of a time coming back from all that. So it's really cool to see her out here and still moving strong and crushing at 214 miles into the race. Someone's asking about Cocodona aid station. There is a sleep station there inside a building with some cots and blankets. So it is very possible that you're going to see runners stopping there and taking a nap. So if you see trackers sort of floating around that area, that's probably what's happening.
I'm with you, Trish. If I had a lung infection, I would also be on the couch. Or even if I didn't.
It's hard to believe we're almost exactly 3 full days into this as far as time on clock. I just say that because I think of these runners and their crews out there, and no one's getting much sleep or rest right
Yeah.
now, right?
Like that's the whole. I'm
a
crewing
long
something
time.
like this is an endurance event in and of itself.
Yeah.
Not sleeping, going around all these aid stations, having to still be mentally more present than your runner, even though you're also so tired.
A lot of people commenting on Max's tracker. Again, we don't have specific information on what's happening there, but Cody is our next finisher, and Max is definitely not in front of Cody for however that might appear on the tracker right now. We also have Michael McKnight, who will be coming into Trinity Heights aid station in the next couple miles. And I'm stoked to see Mike rallying. When I saw him a couple days ago, he was puking into
We've all been there.
puking into a bag, but he's clearly gotten some of that under control.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
bounce
or he's
back.
just puking and rallying, doing a bunch of that.
Yeah, honestly, he could still be puking. Who knows? As Megan Hicks once said in her video, you can puke and run at the same time.
This is true. I've done that, and then I felt very sorry for myself while I was doing it. Ooh, I like that our audience is jumping in more. Got lots of fun comments in the chat.
Yeah.
We might not have a live camera to track Cody's finish, just so you guys know. Sounds like our volunteer finally took a nap after many hours
being up
of
for
running
hours.
runners in and also waiting out there in the cold for them. So
But we
Yeah.
will have the camera at the finish.
we will definitely
for
have
when
the
he
finish line
finishes.
camera.
I wonder if that's Cam Haynes. He's wearing the right shoes at the right aid station.
I mean,
Pure
there's
conjecture.
a decent sized crowd of media around.
Yeah,
that,
people
so
were
that
taking
makes
pictures of
sense.
him, so I was like, he seems important. And I'm like, he's wearing the shoes that are right in front of me. We do not have camera on Max, unfortunately, guys. Oh, someone from the chat did say that is Cam. So
Yep, checks out. So yeah, it looks like Cam's still moving, and
yeah, he looked like he was moving great, walking pretty fine.
yeah. Guys, for those of you who are looking at Max's tracker, he's not heading to the finish line right now. Max was last on course. What's the name?
What, 237?
At Wildcat Hill aid station, and whatever's happening with his tracker is we're not quite sure yet, but he is not about to finish. So unfortunately, we'll not be able to give you that update right now. Someone is asking about whether Max can go back out on course after going to the hospital and being checked out. I do not have an official answer on that. Would have to
I
sort of
feel like
check.
a lot of races do mandate that if you get like an IV and stuff, you're not allowed to return to
Yeah.
the course. So I feel like that might come into play here.
It might depend on sort of what the analysis
Yeah.
is once he goes to the hospital. You are allowed to leave the course at Cocodona and come back as long as you leave at an aid station and you come back to that aid station. You can resume your race before the cutoffs. But yeah, it just depends on sort of what the medical assessment is, I
Yeah.
think, and what they feel like he needs.
We shall see. Wishing him all the best. I don't even know what they're pouring in that aid station, but there's steam rising from above. I'm like, oh,
It
that-
looks like
I wanna eat
broth, or
whatever that is. I want it.
something. Yeah, now that I'm like fully awake and caffeinated, my body doesn't know it's the middle of the night anymore,
Yeah.
and it's like,
Well, it's almost morning, so it's not
not-
really the
yeah,
middle of the
yeah.
night.
I don't know. I'm not a morning person. It sounds like you are normally.
It's not really by choice, but I have to be at the office by 8, and I run before work, and I have a 30-minute commute, so I am a morning person.
Yeah, that's a lot of nope from me, bro.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't want to do it.
So yeah, for those of you guys who are concerned about Max, what we have been able to gather just from what his crew has shared is that he potentially was sick the week before the race and rolled into Cocodona with some pre-existing kind of concerns. I did see him coughing out on course, and I know that was certainly something he was managing. So our best guess is that it's something to do with, you know, coughing or lung issue. And we just hope everything's fine. And, you know, Max will always put safety first. We know that about him, and I'm sure he's very aware of where the race sits in the priority of kind of health and overall longevity in the sport. So, you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes, and nobody ever wants to start a race and, you know, DNF, and he's certainly, you know, you run 237 miles, you certainly don't want to DNF at 237 miles unless you really have to, but, you know, it's still 20 miles is still, or whatever we have on the math. Yeah, it's just under 20 miles, 18 miles. It's still a long ways to go. And not just that, but it's up Eldon and down Eldon. I think that's the biggest thing to sort of consider. You know, you're moving higher in altitude. It's colder
Especially
up
with
there.
lung issues. I feel like the higher up you go, the worse that can get.
Yeah. So it's, I know it seems like he's right there at the finish line, but that 18 miles is like, you're looking at 4 or 5 hours at least to get to the finish line. That's more stress on your lungs, all of that. Yeah, we're all sending Max all of our good vibes right now, and we will definitely let you guys know if we get any further updates. Shout out to our volunteer at Trinity Heights that's wrapped in a blanket and a puffy and gloves. You can see that it's pretty chilly outside still. Just out there rocking that aid station and making sure that runners are fueled up for the last few miles.
Giving us a constant thumbs up for the camera,
Yeah,
letting
it's
us know that
awesome.
things are going great out there.
Yeah, for those of you, again, just sort of reiterating, those of you who think that Max is close to the finish line, his tracker is close to the finish line, but we believe he's actually at the hospital up the street getting checked out. And before he would be able to continue, he'd have to go back to where he left the course at mile 237 and continue from there. So Max is only at mile 237 of the course officially.
Not sure about albuterol or breathing treatments.
Yeah, I think, you know, there'll be some decisions made by sort of race organizers and RDs on, you know, whatever, first of all, Max needs, and second of all, what makes most sense for him and his health.
Yeah.
So.
I think first priority is probably making sure he's okay in general versus being able to continue.
the end of the day, you know, these races are incredible and it's a privilege to get to run them. It's certainly not a guaranteed outcome, you know, and I think that's something that we always have to remember. And we've seen it play out in this race with some early leaders really having things change. And I mean, Courtney having to DNF being a big one. But whatever it is, you're never guaranteed to get the day that you trained for, that you deserve. There's sort of a, you know, cruelty in that sense, but also like it just is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like
It's part of it. I mean, if you keep running these races, you're gonna have something like that happen in a race. I mean, hopefully not to this extent, but you're eventually gonna have a race that doesn't go your way due to something outside of your control, and that's just kind of part of the sport.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's the appeal of it, honestly. If you were guaranteed to finish and for it to go well, it wouldn't have that same challenge, right?
Absolutely.
And it's because of that uncertainty, and it's because of you just don't know how hard you're going to have to fight for that. That's what makes it powerful.
Yeah.
Cody is not finished yet, but he is getting close. We do have a finish
So
line camera
close.
that we will flip to as he comes into town. Yeah, for those of us, for those of you who are joining us, since we've been here all night, let us get you up to speed. We have currently got 7 finishers. We had Dan Green win the race in a new course record, absolutely crushed it. Ryan Sands came in behind him a couple hours later. Eder Ramirez rounded out our top 3 men. Rachel Entrecken was our first place female, 4th overall, and also a new course record by the women in a huge new course record.
Incredible
for the women.
performance from Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely astounding from front to finish. And then Harold Suberdas, last year's winner of Cocodona 250, was our 5th place male and 6th place overall. Finn Melanson finished after that. And then DJ Fox was our most recent finish. He crushed it. It was interesting. We were able to ask him a couple questions on the live stream as he came jogging into town. And I was curious about whether he'd slept at all during the race, since his plan was not to sleep. Sounds like he did eventually have to sleep, and he slept about an hour and a half. And clearly that worked out for him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He looked great at the finish. So, and I want to say, Ryan in the chat, Max has not finished. He was last seen at mile 237, and then we believe now he is at the hospital. So he did not finish and then go there. He is still not finished.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing because his tracker does show the mileage as 255. But yes, we will just keep confirming for you guys that he is currently not in contention for a finish right now.
Yeah.
But Cody, on the other hand,
He's so close.
getting there. It looks like after Cody, we've got Mike McKnight, who will be coming into Trinity soon, and then Jeff Garmeyer, who's currently sitting at Wildcat Hill Aid Station, which is where Max was before he left the course. And it'll be interesting to see how long he stays there before he heads back out.
I'm wondering if Lindsay's going to catch him. She's about a mile out now.
Right. I was wondering that as well.
Sneak another woman in there.
Yeah. Let's go, Lindsay.
Oh, apparently DJ has put his Strava file up, so everyone can go give him a kudo for his finish.
I mean, I got to go see that.
Yeah.
That's,
I want to see how
epic
fast he
Strava
was running at
file.
the end, because he looked like he was moving really well. It's gonna make me feel bad about myself. Maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah. As we go and shuffle out our sad little 10-mile runs later. Someone's asking about AJW. Let's see if we can see where he's sitting right now. He's at mile 166. Haven't had a lot of AJW sightings yet, but I'm sure if he shows up at an aid station and we have audio, we'll hear him before we see him.
Absolutely. He's unmissable. I think he was one of the first voices in trail running I ever like heard.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, at the start line of Cocodona, I was just walking towards the start area and it's so pitch black you can't see anything.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden out of the darkness, I just hear this like clearly AJW voice. He's in the porta potty lineup talking to someone and my head just like snapped around. It's great, right? Like very few people have a voice as distinctive as his. Yeah, for those of you joining us now, definitely a cold night out there. We're seeing a lot of puffy jackets and gloves and hats on runners as they're heading out of aid stations. I mean, you can see our volunteer at the Trinity Heights aid station wrapped in a blanket and a puffy and just trying to stay warm. Definitely difficult, especially if you're not moving as fast as you'd like.
Yeah. We're all looking forward to that sunrise, things to get a little bit warmer, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who are joining us in the chat, where are you guys tuning in from? Who's awake and what time zone are you in that you're awake?
Yeah. Are we just Euro? Have we hit the East Coast yet?
For the chat asking about Corey Waltering, looks like Corey is at mile 193 right now. So he's also making good progress and trucking along. I've seen some updates on his social medias and he seems like he's in good spirits. I do know his crew had a flat tire, I think, up at Minkus due to the mud and all that. So they were scrambling, trying to get that sorted and get out of there. Nothing like a flat in a rental vehicle when you got no spare tire. Oof.
I'm loving all the Pennsylvanias I'm seeing in the chat.
Yeah, look
Thank
at
you
this.
so much for showing up, my home state.
Yep, East Coast representing. We've got Namibia. We've got Australia,
South Africa.
Sweden, Berlin. Awesome, you guys. Thanks for tuning in and cheering everyone on with us. It really is fun. It's really cool to have this live stream. It's like Cocodona's led the charge on the storytelling around these longer races, and it's a huge feat to pull off. Takes a lot of people, staying up very late to make it happen.
Oh, Conifer. Hello, Colorado. Absolutely.
This is great. Lots of friends joining us from all over the world right now. Love to see it. Yeah, for those of you just joining us again, Max is a big question mark. I know you're seeing his tracker look like it's close to the finish line, but it looks like he is actually at the hospital right now, dealing with potentially some lung issues. We're not quite sure what's going on there, but he would have to go back to the race course at Wildcat Hill, mile 237, in order to be able to continue on. And that's only if the race director deems that he can and that he can do so safely.
Yeah. First priority really is making sure everyone is safe and healthy.
Yes.
Ooh, someone from Taiwan.
I love seeing all the comments from people that are following along as we're, now officially in crossing the 72-hour mark shortly of this race, but on day 4. But it's really cool to be able to bring this coverage, because I think the thing about these really long races is there's so much story to be told. It's such a long time, obviously, and yeah, that's what makes them powerful. You go through this huge journey to get to that finish line, and to be able to sort of bring that to you, to drop in with updates as we can, to get these epic shots with the drone, all that stuff. Like, it's really, really cool to be able to pull it all together.
Yeah. Cute dog sighting.
And Jubilee.
Oh, and for whoever in the chat asked where in PA, I'm from Philly suburbs, the main line, if you know it. Go Birds.
Yeah, someone pointing out just over 71 hours for Cody in his first 200-mile race. That is a really incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially on this
for how
course.
young he is, too.
Yeah. Just to have the discipline that he has. He was being so focused, but also never lost his sense of humor.
And always having a good hat, which is really incredible. Loving all of the Go Birds. Thank you so much. Aw. One of Cody's old high school teachers and coaches has had the live stream up for the past 3 days in class.
Oh, wow.
I love that.
That's very cool. Thanks for cheering him on.
Yeah.
Yep. We are the ultra commentary team right now. For those of you guys joining us, we've been pulling the graveyard shift here in the live stream studio. So if things get loopy or our math is wrong, don't
Blame it on
us.
all of the Red Bull and the Celsius. It's not our fault.
And yes, if you have questions about how far people have gone and it being over 250 miles, that's correct. The course is 256 miles.
And yeah, the max update is he's having some health issues, so he had to leave the course at around mile 237, and we believe he's in the hospital right now. So sending all the good thoughts to him, hoping he's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and apologies, you guys. We just have the static cam on the finish for Cody, our live stream volunteer. Finally went to bed after pulling a very long shift of running
in the
people
dark, in the cold.
Yeah.
What's keeping us going? Celsius and Red Bull.
And talking about the food we're gonna eat.
Yeah, a lot of food talk. Oh
If
my
you
god,
scroll
I'm so
back
hungry.
at like 1 o'clock, it got wild.
Yeah, I might be stopping it safely on my way back to the Airbnb. Yes,
Well,
there will definitely be a live stream for Western States.
Western States is the original live
Yeah.
stream. It was the first one to champion it. And yeah, it's a big deal. We're very excited for it. You can tune in from 4 a.m. onwards. I believe I'll be on the mic for a few hours at Western States. So if you enjoy this loopy coverage, we got more. So yeah, if Max was to continue the race, he would have to go back to mile 237 and continue from there.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's going to depend on what the hospital staff tell him and whether
Yeah.
he's cleared to do so. And
He definitely has plenty of time. It just depends on, if it's safe.
thank you guys for all the love in the chat. It is great to be able to share this time with you.
We might have Mike McKnight coming into Trinity pretty soon. So that little picture-in-picture at the bottom there, keep an eye on it.
Really, really fun to see all the Cody fans in the chat. I was not familiar with Cody before this race, but I am honestly a big Cody fan after seeing him crush it and just like his youthful enthusiasm.
He's such a good attitude. I love that.
And his hat game. Can we
Yes.
talk about the hat game?
He seems like such a fun guy, and I'm excited to see, as he continues in this sport. Because, again, he is so young, so he's got a lot of time ahead of him.
Yes. All right, we got Mike McKnight in the aid station at Trinity, it looks like. Can vaguely see his headlamp in the distance. I wouldn't be surprised if he rolls right on through pretty quickly.
Yeah, man on a mission.
Yeah. Shout out to our our volunteers at Trinity Heights. They're standing out there all night to help these athletes out.
They're doing the Lord's work right now.
I think she's like, wow, he just went right on through. Yep, that was it.
Didn't even need him.
That was the McFlyby.
I love that.
Still got it,
I'm
you
so
guys.
tired. That
I
is the funniest thing
still
I've heard all
got
day.
You're welcome. The studio, for those asking, is maybe a half a mile up the street from the finish line?
It's not far. There
Or
is a nice
mile?
decal on the sidewalk to tell you that if you come to the studio, you've gone the wrong way. So
We're set up right, if you're looking at the tracker map, right at the corner as they sort of turn and go down the street towards that final finish. So yeah, definitely not far from here. We could just poke our heads out the door and look at them, but then we would be abandoning you guys,
Yeah.
so we wouldn't do that.
we absolutely cannot.
McFlyby, thank you for appreciating that. That's got to be a thing. Can we make that the new
that's
cow?
totally a thing.
The McFlyby.
Again, we're not, to recap the Max situation, we're not 100% sure, but as far as we know, he left the course at around mile 237 to go to the hospital to get checked out. He was having some sickness, lung issues, so we're hoping he's okay and everything works out.
Yeah, talking about Cody, just as he's coming in soon, it is very cool. As someone that's been in the sport for over a decade now, I feel like we're seeing a whole wave of sort of younger runners coming in. Not to like age myself too much in the sport. I feel like an old lady at the moment as I'm saying that. But it is pretty incredible to see someone like Cody at 23 years old wanting to do this and having the discipline to train for a race like this and then to execute such an incredible race as well is really, really inspiring and honestly makes me excited for the next generation.
Yes.
And that's the cool thing about, I think, these live streams. The Chisholm family, who've all been out here with, various family runners, family members racing. You're seeing more people exposed to the sport at an earlier age. And it's just going to increase the level of competition, which is exciting, but also just in general, more people getting into running, I think it's had a profound impact on my life and truly changed my life in so many ways. And so I love seeing more people get into it earlier.
Yeah, especially in a sport where I feel like people tend to peak later.
Yes.
When you get into it this early and you can really build that base of experience and mileage and everything, you can really put yourself in a great spot later on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Although it's interesting. I'm like, if I had started running earlier, would my knees be so angry at me now?
I worry that if I had started earlier, I would have burnt out by this point, I don't know.
Right.
Because I feel like I just had to come to it on my own. If I had started earlier, it would have been because someone else was making me, because I was not into it.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I was the kid that got notes to get out of PE.
Oh yeah, I walked the mile.
Yeah.
That was my fastest mile in gym class. It's probably like 16 or 17 minutes. And I also then just got out of gym class in high school. I was an inside kid, which my mom still kind of makes fun of me for that.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible, right? To think of, where you go as an adult and
absolutely
where the journey takes you and what you decide is fun and what you decide to invest your time and money in. And here we are at 4:07 a.m. sitting in a studio on our second Red Bull.
Yeah.
If we're talking faster, it's the caffeine.
My mom has a picture of me when I was like a toddler wearing a sweatshirt. This is when I grew up. I want to be a marathoner, which we always thought was funny when I was like younger because I hated running and hated sports. And now they're like, oh, okay, maybe it was right.
Yeah. For those of you who are sort of chatting about the Chisholm family, speaking of them, because I know two of the kids were running this year and unfortunately both of them had to DNF. But their mom, Jenny, is still running and is crushing it.
Yeah,
and
I think she's in the top 10 for women.
I do think so, yeah. Yeah, she is 1, 2, 3, 4.
And I heard the rumor that
She
her
is
sons
7th.
are pacing her, which I love.
Yeah, we're going to believe that rumor. I don't know exactly.
I have to believe it.
But yeah, Jenny Chisholm is currently in 7th place overall, which is awesome. She's 49 years old from New Hampshire.
Max had gotten to Wildcat, so that is where he would get back on the course and start from again. Which, yeah, it's about mile 237.
Yeah, it's interesting just going back to the conversation of sort of when we get into running and what age we find it. You know, a lot of folks with sort of similar journeys where, yeah, you sort of think, man, it would have been cool if I'd found it when I was like, you know, 14 years old and could be the next prodigy in the sport. But yeah, I do believe our journeys bring us here when we're ready for it. And especially with ultra running, because it is something that requires so much just mental endurance and ability to suffer. And I think sometimes life brings you that. And that's also why I think people continue to excel in the sport as they get older. You know, I'm always inspired by someone like Jeff Browning, you know, who's obviously a veteran at this course and, you know, just his longevity in the sport, people like that. So I think it really is about, you know, each of our own personal journeys. And yeah, you need all of that life experience to make you the runner that you are.
Absolutely. My whole priority is I want to be one of the geezers, which they call themselves that. It's not me being mean. But I want to be that like older person who's out there still trucking, maybe not running quite as fast, but still running.
Yeah, exactly. Giving back to the sport, just all of that. It's such a great community. Someone has asked us to introduce ourselves again. That could be fun. We can do a little introduction. Do you want to kick it off, Claire?
Sure. I'm Claire Farrow. Originally from Philly, go Birds, living in Denver now. Yeah, we've been here since 11 p.m., if you couldn't tell by just the vibe right now that we're bringing. It's been a while.
I'm keeping an eye on the finish line. If I cut myself off, then it's because Cody's coming in. But I'm Hillary Gang. Yeah, really stoked to be joining Claire in the studio. I've been out in the field for the last couple of days as well, doing field commentary, which has been a lot of fun. And yeah, just this is my 13th 200 miler that I've been involved in. I used to be a media director for 200 mile races, and so I've seen a few of these. It's always such a privilege to get to help tell these stories. And oh look, we're on the screen. Wow, I haven't seen my face in a while.
I forgot that was even a thing.
We are here, got our Here for the Women's Race shirt on. I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but we are ready for our ladies as well. But yeah, looks like we got some movement, so let's focus on Cody finishing here. That is Cody with the hat. The hat is,
I love the hat,
front and center.
He's still got the like Hawaiian shirt on under his jacket.
What an incredible race for Cody.
Heck
Look at
yeah,
him.
dude.
The relief on his face.
Look how
right
happy
now.
he looks right now.
Sorry we don't have audio for you at the finish line, guys. You'll have to put up with us. But the look on his face just there, it was just incredible. It's such a, you know, powerful moment, I think. You worked so hard to get to that finish line.
71 hours.
Yeah.
All for this moment.
And 12 minutes. Let's not discount
That's
those
true.
12
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
But yeah, just to be at this point where you finally get to stop and you finally get to just like let go of everything you've been holding and pushing and working towards to get to that finish line. So much love for Cody in the chat. It's
8th
really,
overall,
really cool.
7th man.
Yeah.
Pretty good for a first 200 miler.
Pretty great. Yeah,
I'd
top
take that.
10. We are so thrilled for Cody. Yeah, really excited to see where he goes in the sport. It looks like he's already off to a pretty great start.
Yeah, I think he has a bright future.
Absolute legend. Get him the Pop-Tarts. All the friggin' Pop-Tarts. We'll quickly answer a few of the questions in the chat. Number one being that Max's tracker looks like he's close to the finish line. He's dealing with some medical issues, so he's actually not on course right now. And we don't know what the status will be as far as whether he will continue from here or not. But if he does, he would have to go back to where he left the course at mile 237, Wildcat aid station, before he could continue. And then the other question was about Etter's tracker. And I do believe that Etter's tracker experienced some issues in the first half of the race. And so if you're sort of seeing discrepancies there, they were able to sort that out for him as the race progressed, but there was some spotty tracking for him earlier on.
I think they're asking about the lady that had the illness. They believe they're asking about Georgia. I don't
Yeah.
know if she.
Georgia
may have come
also
back yet.
left the course, and I do not have an update on whether they have continued the race or not.
It looks listed as DNFing, but
Yeah,
I think
it
that
looks
means they
like-
could still come back. They haven't officially given
They've handed in their tracker,
yeah, but they could get it back.
yeah. So until the aid station cutoff happens, I believe you can leave your tracker there and continue. Well, I know you can. There is also a official did not finish form that if you are certain that you are DNFing, you sign the form and then it's sort of official. That's what happened with Michael Versteeg at Sedona Aid Station last night when I was there. He signed the form, so sort of there was no chance he was going to continue on after that.
So if someone's listed as DNFing, they could still potentially come back.
Yeah, and you know, again, guys, like that is the thing about these races is it is such a long distance. There have been so many challenges. You know, this year it's the cold weather, but you know, in normal years it's the hot weather. Like there's just always going to be something hard about these distances. And so as tough as it is and as much as we want to see everyone finish, it's just they're big races with so many things that can go wrong. So the priority is, you know, being smart and taking care of your body and knowing when to call it. There's certainly times when you can push through. And
Yes. Part of it is learning when that time is
Yeah.
and when the time is to stop. I think that's like almost harder sometimes is knowing when to pull the plug, you know, instead of just trying to tough it out.
Oh, absolutely. I know I am probably the hardest race I've ever done mentally was High Lonesome. I just had a terrible race. I thought I had COVID half the race. I was looking for an excuse to DNF. In fact, I feel like I was almost like trying to roll my ankle because then I would have a good enough
I've been
reason.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Begging
every
with my
runner's
pacer
like,
to tell me like, oh yeah, you can, that's bad. You should probably stop. Like wishing they would say that.
you really look terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, there's a difference between that, which I think that is where you should carry on. And like, that is sort of BS versus actual safety issues where it's pretty clear that you should not be running.
Yeah, I agree, Ultimate Warrior. I think I've learned more from my DNF than I have from the races that went well, for sure. I wish I could have learned those lessons in a different way, but that's life.
Yep, so true. We learn more from our failures, unfortunately. Sort of the same way that like negative comments stick with us more than positive comments, which I wish wasn't the case. Here, we'll do a little rundown on who is next on the course for everybody joining us. So again, that was Cody finishing 7th male, 8th overall. Next, we expect to see Mike McKnight. So he is currently about 3 miles away from the finish line. He's past Trinity Aid Station, which is sort of the last checkpoint, and on his way into the finish. And then behind him, we have a fair amount of a gap. And that's really because between the last aid station at Wildcat and Trinity is Mount Eldon.
Woof, which is, that's a lot, especially at night. So I think a lot of people maybe were taking some time to collect themselves at Wildcat and really make sure they were prepared for that climb up Eldon.
Yes. So we have definitely seen people taking much longer breaks at Wildcat Hill Aid Station in anticipation. It's also pretty cold out there right now, and you're climbing up Eldon into more cold. So I think, you know, people aren't necessarily rushing out of there.
Yeah.
But it is exciting to see our second place female, Lindsay, in Wildcat Hill Aid Station. And it looks like Jeff Garmeyer is on the move, our 10th place male. So he's right in front of her. And we'll see how long Lindsay stays at that aid station. But I do feel like she's made up some time on Jeff in the last little while. So
Definitely.
maybe there's going to be a little bit of a push there for her to make it into the top 10 leaderboard overall, which should be cool.
I have my fingers crossed.
Let's go, Lindsay.
Remember, here for the women's race. Come on.
We're here for, yes, all of them, but especially the women's
Yes.
race. We're biased. thankfully the weather seems to be improving. And for you guys just joining us, we've been sort of with the static cameras all night, just on the aid stations and the finish line, giving our volunteers a much deserved break. And also we can't fly the drones and such at night. So once we have some daylight, we will be sending the John G. Sky Cam back into the air, and we will be out there with some beautiful morning light shots in
So
Sedona.
excited.
I am very excited.
I'm gonna go to sleep for those shots, but they're gonna be
I was
so
gonna say,
beautiful.
do I stay up for them? I mean, I might have to at this point.
I'm gonna stay up enough to eat dinner for breakfast, and then I will go to sleep.
Is that like Brenner?
Yeah. I think it's like it's the opposite way around, but I'm just gonna eat a meal.
For those of you joining us in the chat and asking just who's talking in your ear at an increasingly caffeinated pace. I'm Hillary Yang, and I have with me Claire Farrow in the studio. So we are your overnight hosts, and I mean, we've been having a blast. I don't know about you guys.
If you weren't here with us all night, you missed
You
out,
missed
I
out,
think.
yes.
The Euros, the UK people, they can confirm.
Yeah. Someone's asking about the best tasting food to eat after this, and I have to defer to maybe Rachel's request for Mexican
I
food.
do think Mexican food is the play, for sure.
Yeah, she wanted all you can eat chips and salsa. And yeah, I think her crew was working on that after she finished. She was very determined. She didn't even want to shower
Yeah.
first.
Well, you know, she seems like a really determined runner, so I can see that kind of bleeding over
It
into
checks
all
out.
aspects of
Yeah,
her
for
life.
sure.
Although I have had at the finish of like pretty most of my 100-milers, I've gone to get in and out. And that does sometimes hit pretty well.
Yeah, that's clutch. Especially for those of us with the no glutens.
Yes.
Got barbecue, pizza. I mean, all solid choices, you guys. I'm going to say no gels and
Oh, no.
no instant mashed potatoes. I feel like after this race, those might be retired. A lot of people have been
Yes.
living off of
Yeah.
instant mashed potatoes.
At least like a break, you know.
Yeah, the cold temperatures have certainly been a challenge for runners.
We're getting some requests for a leaderboard for those running with no crew and no pacer. I don't think we have a way to distinguish that in the tracker, unfortunately.
Sort of our best guess as to who's doing that.
Yeah.
But, you know, we do have incredible aid stations and volunteers out there. So if you are doing this with no crew or pacers, first of all, hats off to you because that is
incredible.
Badass. But we are very grateful for all of our awesome volunteers out there. And I know that's a big part of keeping all of our runners going, and especially our crewless, paceless runners. Kalamata olives. I do love, like, one of my trail snacks is the Trader Joe's olive packets, those like 99-cent ones. They have like 500 milligrams of sodium in them.
Yeah.
They're great. Like, pro tip, guys. Trader Joe's olive packets.
Not an olive person in any way, but I could do a pickle. Similar salt bomb.
Similar, yeah. So it looks like, just zooming in on the course, Lindsay is out of Wildcat Hill Aid Station and chasing Jeff Garmeyer up towards Eldon,
Yeah.
which is exciting.
I want her to chase him down. Nothing against him, but I want to see a battle there.
And yeah, we're aware that Mike McKnight is getting close to the finish line. We have eyes on the camera at the finish line, and we'll make sure we flip that on as he gets closer. He's still got a couple minutes to go, I think, before that. Yeah, shout out to all the runners on course still. It's fun to see you guys cheering for different runners from all over the world. Like, we've got a very diverse audience right now, especially in the early morning hours.
I love all the people who are here for a specific runner, you know, that they have out on the course, especially the people in the mid and the back of the pack. And then all the people who are just here not knowing a single person running the race, but who are just like, absolutely, hell yeah. I'm going to pick someone I see and they're my new favorite runner.
The cow.
Exactly. Yes, the volunteers are the GOAT. Absolutely. They do so much. None of these races or anything would be possible without so many volunteers.
Yeah, you can see them all. They've been working hard all night at the Foxborough Ranch aid station. I know they're sort of in the second wave of the mid-pack right now, so it's been a busy time for them. All right, we can certainly answer some of these questions in the chat while we're waiting for Mike McKnight to come in. As far as cutoffs go,
We have one at 4:45 at Deer
Yes.
Pass.
Yeah.
So in about 20 minutes will be the next cutoff.
Right, so if you guys want, you can go into the tracker, take a look at Deer Pass Trailhead, and you'll get a sense of who is sort of right on the cusp there.
Yeah. And that is at 148.1 miles. That's Deer Pass.
And then the next cutoff will be at noon in the Sedona Posse grounds. All right, guys, we're going to take a short 2-minute ad break, but we will not miss Mike McKnight. We promise you we will be back and ready to catch him at the finish line.
What.
So don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Cocodona 250 live stream. Here in the studio with Claire Farrow and Hillary Yang, and we are kind of just impatiently waiting for Mike McKnight to hit the finish line, which hopefully should be any time.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I saw Mike last at Whiskey Row aid station, which was a couple nights ago now, but I have been following him throughout the race. And, you know, when I saw him there, he had a very full puke bag in hand and was not having much success keeping food in. More success with food coming out than in, which was a bummer to see. And I know that he was feeling really down about it, but We had a good little chat about just the ups and downs of these things. And I know Mike is no stranger to that. And so cool to see him rally, literally puke and rally, full puke and rally, and finish strong in the top 10.
Yeah. He absolutely skipped the last aid station. Just
No, he
in and out.
did.
He was he's ready to finish.
Yeah, that was fun to see. And the volunteers were standing there like, oh, well, there he was. Bye, Mike.
Like, oh, I don't know. He's out.
Yeah, so that's definitely fun. And we'll throw the finish line cam on him as soon as we have a sighting.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we don't have a follow cam in right now. Our volunteers are taking a much needed break for a couple hours, but we're here with you guys. You're welcome.
And we don't have a ton of details on Max's status right now. We're kind of waiting for an update with you guys. So just sending him the best thoughts right now.
Yeah, and have not heard much from Mike about how his back was holding up. I know, he had a bit of a niggle there in his last training leading up to the race, but top 10 finish and a really solid time at Cocodona. So whatever it is, he's been able to power through it and stay strong. So
Absolutely.
yeah, big Mike fan. He's certainly someone that is no stranger to the 200s and is a class act in the sport. So it's great to see him having a great, strong finish to his race. Yeah, for those sort of commenting on the cold too, it has been very chilly overnight. You're seeing, you can always tell by like what the volunteers and pacers are wearing.
The more puffy jackets you see, I would say, the colder it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Mike McKnight will be the next runner to finish.
He's cruising.
Next cutoff is at Deer Pass at 4:45, so in about 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, you can head to the tracker and take a look at exactly where the pack is, sort of ahead of those cutoffs there. But you can see, like, everyone's moving along. It's certainly making progress. And really, like, we're just about to hit the 72-hour mark in this race. It's sort of wild to think that a lot of them have been up with very little sleep since then. And not even just that. They're pushing their bodies through really challenging weather conditions and all of the...
It's not just staying awake, it's also moving.
It's always my favorite when people are like, oh, whatever, 100 miles, you run that far? I can't even drive that far.
I know.
And you're just like, yeah, it's not flat either. You know? Like,
I'm not running on just like a flat road.
No, like they are very much running through some technical, challenging terrain.
Got that descent down from Eldon. Every time we've seen someone doing it, it just,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely been something we've seen with the top field, and that will play out through the rest of the field as well, is that your knees don't really bend after you've been running for that long. Turns out the stiff-legged approach is the only thing that's keeping people moving, so trying to come down that technical trail is a bit challenging.
Yes, absolutely.
We're seeing Rachel navigate that in the middle of the night, and it looked like that was probably the crux for her.
I had some sympathetic leg pain seeing that.
I know, right? My legs were cramping. I didn't even do anything.
Gotta run her on the cam.
Someone in the chat is asking about DJ Fox looking like he did a loop around Munns Park on his Strava file. I don't know anything about that, but we do know that he slept for a little while somewhere around there. So it could be that you're seeing something to do with that
like a
sleep.
GPS glitch or something, maybe with the tracker.
But yeah, when we saw him finishing, it was really cool. He was just flying. Honestly, he was giving the livestream cam guy a run for his money.
Yeah, he sounded like he was having to work to keep up with him.
Yeah. It was all business getting to the finish line, and then all party.
Just like his hair.
Yeah. Exactly. It is very, very cool seeing these runners come in. It's such a highlight. The finish line is the most special place at a 200 plus mile race, you know. Every time I'm out there shooting one of these races or just part of them, I always end up crying for random people.
Oh yeah, no, it's always for someone I've never met before. I don't know a thing about them, but I'm just like seeing how much it means to them. It just, I don't know, it hits in a way that I'm just never ready for every time.
No. I mean, it might be the sleep deprivation as well.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that there, yeah, for sure.
It's it's a combo of everything, but it is really always emotional, and I feel like you get really invested in people when
Yes.
you see them for multiple days and
Yeah.
multiple aid stations, just like struggling so hard and, you know, giving everything they've got. There's just something great about that, and I think that's what I love about these long races. It's like one of the few times in life where we really push ourselves,
Yeah.
and we're okay with the pain. Like, we're not trying to get away from it. We're just like,
because
in
it's
it.
something you're choosing, especially like the middle and the back of the pack who aren't doing this to get paid to win the race, you know, for like any sort of outside accomplishment. And they're just choosing to do it themselves.
Yeah, right, exactly. And it's like really about what you learn from that journey. Like, that is the whole point. And so, yeah, to me, it's beautiful. And you get to that finish line, and, you know, I'm sure there's so much for them to reflect on and decompress on.
Oh yeah. I would need another, you know, finish in 72 hours. I need 72 more hours to just decompress afterwards or more.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. I always find it really frustrating right after an ultra where you want to sleep and then you're so wired.
I like just lie there and I'm like, my whole body's aching. My legs are probably like twitching and I'm just like, all I want to do is go to sleep, and I am just so awake.
For those of you joining us, yeah, we are sorry we don't have more dynamic video right now. You have a dynamic duo in the studio.
That's true.
So we've stayed up all night to bring you all of our hot takes. But if you're just joining us now, I hope you enjoyed your sleep. And we will have people out on the course with more of the live stream cams and the drone footage very shortly once it is daylight again.
Sunrise will bring all sorts of new drone shots and footage, and it'll be incredible.
Yeah, and we should again have Mike coming into the finish shortly. We'll flip to that finish line camera in just a couple seconds and get ready for him. But yeah, we're excited to see him finish, and that'll be our 9th place finisher, 8th place male.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm using all my fingers to count because it's been a long night, guys.
The math is hard right now. I've just been going down just 1, 2, 3 on the list.
So yeah, we currently have 7 male finishers, 1 female finisher. Rachel came in 4th place overall in a new course record by a long shot.
Yeah.
Both course records are broken on the men's and women's side, which is incredible because considering we had an extra 5 miles added to the course, you know.
And the reroute up Eldon definitely, I think, made things a little slower.
Yeah, it's been a tough year, a rough course. I know got lots of people in the chat just sort of commenting on some of the casualties of this year's race, I guess. And just the biggest thing to remember, guys, is that 250 miles is so far. And it doesn't matter if you've run it before. It doesn't matter how you're feeling 10 miles before, you know?
I mean, you can be as fit as you'll ever be, and you can still lose your race to something totally unexpected and out of your control. So that's just kind of the way it goes. And everyone at all levels of the sport, I feel like that's kind of something you learn to accept and just take it as part of what it is.
Yeah, it really is a special sport for that, because if you get to that finish line, you earned that finish line. And there is no gimmies in this sport. There's no shortcuts for anybody.
Oh, God, no.
Whether you're first place or you're last place, you work so hard to get to that finish line. And so, you know, that's the reward. The flip side is that we don't always get to the finish line every time. But just lights that fire even more, you know?
Yep. It makes it sweeter knowing that you never always get it.
Yeah, and if you're looking to track the runners, we just dropped the links in the chat again there. You can keep an eye on everybody as they're making their way around this course. I know there's lots of Max fans in the chat, and we will give you updates, we swear, as soon as we hear something.
We want an update as much as you guys do, honestly. We will definitely get cams on the rest of the course once the sun is up. Don't worry.
It has been fun we've had the cameras on the aid stations a lot during the night, and we've been able to see a fair number of the middle of the pack coming through. And that is really cool to see. And just, everybody looks so strong. Again, to that point, back to Foxborough Ranch for a minute. But it's really fun to sort of see what everyone's up to and the different strategies as people roll through the aid station. You can see it's cold. You can see people's breath. You can see that they're in their jackets. They got their hats on. The mandatory gear is very necessary right now. We do not know if Mike McKnight is on the raw milk or whole milk train right now as he's approaching the finish line, but that's definitely a burning question for all of us.
There have been a lot of raw milk inquiries.
And unfortunately, we don't have finish line interviews right now, but we do have an invitation out to all of our runners, and particularly the kind of top 10 runners for men and women, to come into the studio when you're feeling somewhat sane. You can pop in anytime. We'd love to have you in here. We have a very comfortable couch that our producer, Zach, took a nap on.
Yeah, it's that comfortable.
In the middle of the night.
Hands on keyboard, typing.
That's where we're at right now, but you can come in here, hang out with us. We would absolutely love to get your thoughts on your race and how it went. So for those of you who have crew, pacers, friends, family watching this, who have runners that are finishing, tell them to come on by the studio.
Yeah.
We are just up the road from the finish line.
For those asking about cutoffs, the next one is in about 3 minutes at 4:45 at Deer Pass, which is about mile 148.
Ooh, fun question in the chat. Who do you think of the current finishers on their current legs would win a 100-meter sprint? I think we have a little bit of a comparison between Finn and DJ.
Put a good finishing sprint. I wouldn't count Dan Green out, though.
No, that's true.
He looked so good when he finished.
Dan looked great the whole time. Finn just he found a gear, and then I think we all figured he's been sandbagging us because he started suddenly heard he was a mile out and started sprinting. And then DJ Fox was also running so fast through town that
again, I'm going on Strava after this because I want to see how fast he was going.
I'm going to make a segment for this last mile.
Yeah, you just have to look at the time for the past 4 days.
And it'll retroactively just populate, but it's a very specific road.
Yes.
I don't know. We might be able to capture the Cocodona crew.
I think it's worth a shot.
You know, it is always sort of wild at a race like Western States. You got the track finish, and once in a while you get a good old-fashioned sprint finish. And, we love to see it. I feel like in a 250-mile race, the odds of finishing that close together go down a little bit. But every time I see one of those finishes, I'm like, man, this is why I'm supposed to do strides. Yeah. And then I still don't. But
it's a good thought, though.
It's a great thought. Yeah, this is why you're supposed to do them.
Chris was telling me when he was running states last year and he was trying to hold on to his M10 spot and he heard that Blake was coming up behind him. I think his grade adjusted pace for the last 2 miles was sub 6 because he was so terrified he was going to get passed.
I mean, there's nothing like running scared, right? Like
That'll motivate you.
That'll get you
He
going.
went from like a 12-minute mile to a pretty fast mile. Someone said Rachel's the Cocodona Disney princess because she got the cow and she's also been petting all the dogs. And you know what? Absolutely.
Just want to give a shout out to our women's field who are still out there crushing. And I got my Here for the Women's Race shirt on just in moral support for all of our ladies out there. But Lindsay Dwyer is in second place. She is out of Wildcat and onto Eldon, chasing down Jeff Garmeyer for that 10th place overall spot.
She's really hunting him down.
She really is. Yeah, it's really fun to see her just sort of throwing down and clearly feeling really good. She barely stayed in that last aid station too.
Yeah, she was in and out.
Yeah, so she's certainly one to watch as she goes over Eldon to see if she can overtake Jeff there. And then in third place, we've got former winner and fan favorite Sarah Ostazuski, who's at mile 226 and just about to head into Walnut Canyon aid station.
And she
very
has,
shortly.
in my opinion, one of the best crews.
Yeah,
that are
she
out
does.
here, so.
She really does.
I know they're going to put her in good shape.
And then, yeah, after her, we got actually 3 of the ladies, it looks like, are all at, where are they sitting at? What aid station is that? The Fort Tuthill aid station right now. So it sort of looks like they're sleeping based on where they are. But we've got Shelby Farrell, Catherine Anderson, and Melissa Brown all in Fort Tuthill, which is interesting because they've all been running separately from each other. But, there's some opportunity for some gains to be made.
And for some hand-holding as they all leave together.
Yes, we're going to say they all leave together. But yeah, looking at Fort Tuthill on the screen right now, you can see it's pretty quiet in there. I think a lot of people have vans or they're using cots or whatnot to have a little nap there. Probably taking advantage of it being dark outside. It's a little easier to sleep when it's not
definitely.
light.
I'm sure no one's body clock is kind of on the right time right now, but
No.
I think that does help at least a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, someone's suggesting tertiary prizes for like fastest last mile, fastest climb.
Hey,
I
love it.
There's a 24-hour race I've done before that's around a 0.8 mile loop, and there is a cash prize for whoever does the fastest first loop. So you kind of have to make that mental bargain of like, do I ruin the rest of my 24 hours by running one fast lap?
How important is that like overall finish versus that street cred?
Exactly.
It's
a fun game. I also miss Trish Buzz. She's a delight to have in the chat.
We've had some great engagement overnight. We're very thankful to those of you guys who kept us company during the witching hours of the night.
Yes, thank you to all of Europe, basically, for hanging out with us.
Looks like Mike is cruising 4.8 miles an hour according to the tracker.
Heck yeah.
And less than a mile to go into the finish line. Absolutely wild. I do wonder, I want to kind of poll runners as they come off of Mount Eldon about how they feel about that downhill section. Because, again, we reversed the course going up Eldon this year. So they go up this long 8-mile climb that's like, quote unquote, runnable if you're not 245 miles into your race.
How much is runnable at that point,
Yeah, runnable in air quotes. Even Jeff Browning, who ran it the other day on fresh legs, was like, it was runnable, yeah, but it wasn't that convincing. So
yeah, and if he's being like that, I'm like, not for me.
Yeah, totally, exactly. That's full on hiking. But yeah, coming down the technical climb, we could see Rachel last night in the middle of the night really struggling with some of those big steps down, kind of wedging her poles in and trying to like lower herself down.
Gingerly.
Very gingerly, especially by headlamp. You got all the weird shadows. It's hard to...
You kind of want to take your time, so you don't want to twist an ankle at that point of the race, you know?
Yeah, definitely a challenge, but yeah, it's very cool to see them sort of be able to open up in the last few miles. But yeah, that downhill I think really adds another element to this, and makes those times that people are posting right now as they finish even more impressive, because it really is a slower course that they are running very fast.
Yes, absolutely. Slower and longer. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure they're very aware of the extra 5 miles. Painfully aware.
Absolutely. Every single step.
But one of the questions that, or one of the sections that was added, the hangover trail outside of Sedona, is supposedly one of the most beautiful parts of the course. And we are really excited about the sunrise drone shot that we're going to get out there.
Heard so much about it. I can't wait.
Yeah, for those of you commenting on the weather that's on the screen in Flagstaff, yeah, I don't think it's 11 degrees Celsius or 52 degrees Fahrenheit right now. We were seeing earlier in the night that it was about 35 degrees Fahrenheit, perhaps, right around there. So, yeah, been a chilly night for them for sure, and not the easiest thing to navigate. You know, when you're cold and you're tired, it's really hard to get the body moving and get the muscles moving, right? Like, especially to power up that climb.
It's called warming up for a reason.
Yeah, I spend my whole race warming up. That's my excuse.
I'm like, I finally, even on my long runs, I feel like sometimes it takes me 15 miles to warm up. And I'm like, oh.
Question in the chat on why the course is longer. I do believe some of the reroutes were due to permit restrictions and some endangered species that were out on the trail. That's why the Mount Eldon section was reworked. And the Hangover Trail section, I believe, was for similar reasons, not just because it's beautiful.
Yeah, when we have solid updates on Max, we will definitely share them with you guys. We are kind of just as much in the dark as you are. We're just kind of hoping he's okay.
There was a question about whether the live stream or media are allowed to be on those sections where there's no pacers. And I do believe we did have a live stream camera on at least one of those sections. I know they were following Ryan Sands for a bit through there yesterday. And so I think it is a very different thing to have one additional media or live stream person on there as opposed to pacers for every runner that's coming through. So
we got some drone footage too, which I believe doesn't require.
But in general, it's just about respecting the species that live in this area and doing our best not to disturb them. And so I know that's very important to Aravaipa and the race. And, you know, every course change is made with a lot of consideration for all the factors and what makes the most sense. So we want this race to be around for a very long time.
Absolutely. And for those asking about cutoffs, we just had one at 4:45 at Deer Pass.
Yes,
and I believe
correct.
the next one is at noon at Sedona.
Yeah, it looks like Mike is just on that final stretch. He's passed us here in the studio and is running down the street here. So we'll flip over to that finish line cam in just a second here and catch him finishing. Yes, appreciate those in the chat who are helping us with the Max updates. You're the best.
We take volunteers of all kinds.
And for those of you who missed what I thought was my funniest joke of the night, it was when Mike McKnight went through Trinity Heights aid station and didn't really stop, and I called it the McFlyby. So if you're needing a new catchphrase in the chat, you're very welcome.
Absolutely. It also might tell you how tired we are.
We can
that
now
we think
add
that's so
the
funny.
McFlybys to the list of inside jokes that this phrase has generated.
That one's for special for the people who stayed up with us.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting to watch him finishing after such a fight, and hopefully his stomach issues resolved himself, because I can't imagine running like 140 miles on no food, which is what he was sitting at Whiskey Row when I saw him puking into a bag. So yes, no one has an easy ride of these things. I think everybody's got some more stories by the time they get to the finish line.
His finish will already be impressive, but if he did it puking the whole time, oh man, next level.
Right? No, Lindsay's making really good progress too. Just back looking at the tracker, she went out of Wildcat Hill Aid Station shortly after Jeff Garmeyer, and she's moving really well. And you can just kind of get a gauge on how they're feeling, right? As they're trucking up Eldon, just right in the swing of the climb now. But that is our second place female, so we are excited to see her approaching the finish line in the next little while.
I'm definitely hoping that the two of them being so close together really helps them push each other and they get some nice friendly rivalry going on out there.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Lindsay, I'd be in full-on hunting mode. There's no holding hands.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're talking top 10 overall spots, so awesome to see the women in that top 10 so strongly, too, you know. And I know when I saw them all at Sedona, they were very aware of Rachel. The top men were sort of like just as concerned about when Rachel was leaving the aid station as they were about the other guys, which I love to see. And she was definitely hunting for that overall podium. Oh, we've got the finish line there. And we should, be seeing Mike McKnight in just a couple seconds here as he comes in. We don't have audio set up at the finish line right now. I believe that's due to some music being played there. So we will narrate his finish for you.
Tell you exactly what's going on for sure.
Yeah, it's great to see all of you guys joining us in the chat. Thanks for all the comments. And, you know, it's always interesting to see this race unfold, right? Like, I know every time I tune in after catching a bit of sleep, it's like something's changed.
Yeah.
There's been some big mic drop moment. And that, in this case, it's Max right now and just sort of figuring out what's happening with him. But in general, it's just the way it goes at these races, you know? Like, you just never know what's going to happen.
With something that long, I mean, it's really hard to prepare for everything.
Yeah. Who else are we cheering for in the chat? Let's get some shout outs to some of the runners that are on course, guys.
I'm personally rooting for a friend of mine out there in the Sedona 125.
Oh, very nice.
She's crushing. I've been checking on her as we've been here.
Oh, awesome. All right, we got Mike coming in. Here we are. Look at him running so strong.
Yeah.
I do believe that's his wife with him running into the finish.
There we go.
Yeah, nice job, Mike. That was a hard-fought finish.
Yeah.
A lot of love from his wife. I know she comes out and crews him at pretty much all of his big races, and they make a really good team.
That's love.
He looks very happy to be done, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of relief on his face right now.
Oh.
Sort of a weird come down, I think, when you finish, you know, like
Yeah.
you've worked so hard to get there, and then you cross that finish line, and there's that little bit of just looking around and being like, okay, well.
You've just spent, I mean, he spent almost exactly 3 days running. And just
literally
all of a sudden it's over.
Yeah. Just under 3 minutes shy of 3 days. Kind of cool for him to come in under that 72-hour mark. I don't remember what his finish time was in previous years, but I'm going to look that up quickly for you guys and see how that compares to his past.
Someone mentioned he has contacts this year instead of the glasses. It is harder for me to recognize him without them, honestly.
It's very true, isn't it? So interesting fact, you guys, when Mike finished last year, it was in 79 hours.
Wow.
So he has shaved a good 7 hours off of his 7 hours and like 20 minutes off of his time from
and
last
I'd even
year.
give him more than that considering the extra distance.
Yeah,
It would translate.
that's really cool.
Someone said he did it with no pacer this year too, which if that's true,
I didn't see any pacers with him.
that's pretty. He would my guess is he'd probably be the first
Yeah.
pacerless runner finishing.
Yeah, I think you're right. For those of you guys keeping score on who's doing this with no pacer, definitely had crew in the form of his wife, but also not a big crew. So Mike's time the year that he won, for those of you guys asking, was a little bit faster. That one was 69 hours, 41 minutes, but that was a different course as well.
Yep.
So that plays a huge role into these finish times. Hard to compare. Every year, I believe the course has been a bit different, or a lot different in some cases, but yeah. He's had good success here. He's had hard races. I think this year was a year where he really fought back against some early challenges and overcame them for a strong M8 finish.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we are going to go ahead and do a stream swap. Can't believe it's already that time. So
6
we will-
hours. It's flown by.
I know. Stay tuned. Look for the new stream and jump on that, and we'll see you in a few minutes.